Preface of the Personal History of David Copperfield. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Peter Keeble. The Personal History of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Preface. I do not find it easy to get sufficiently far away from this book in the first sensations of having finished it, to refer to it with composure which this formal heading would seem to require. My interest in it is so recent and strong, and my mind is so divided between pleasure and regret, pleasure in the achievement of a long design, regret in the separation from many companions, that I am in danger of wearying the reader whom I love with personal confidences and private emotions. Besides which, all that I could say of the story to any purpose I have endeavoured to say in it. It would concern the reader little, perhaps, to know how sorrowfully the pen is laid down at the close of a 2 years' imaginative task, or how an author feels as if he were dismissing some portion of himself into the shadowy world, when a crowd of the creatures of his brain are going from him forever. Yet I have nothing else to tell, unless indeed I were to confess, which might be of less moment still, that no one can ever believe this narrative in the reading more than I have believed it in the writing. Instead of looking back, therefore, I will look forward. I cannot close this volume more agreeably to myself than with the hopeful glance towards the time when I shall again put forth my 2 green leaves once a month, and with a faithful remembrance of the general sun and showers that have fallen on these leaves of David Copperfield and made me happy. London, October 1850. Chapter 1 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. I am born. Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I record that I was born, as far as I've been informed and believe, on a Friday, at 12 o'clock at night. It was remarked that the clock began to strike, and I began to cry simultaneously. In consideration of the day and hour of my birth, it was declared by the nurse and by some sage women in the neighbourhood, who had taken a lively interest in me several months before there was any possibility of our becoming personally acquainted, first, that I was destined to be unlucky in life, and secondly, that I was privileged to see ghosts and spirits. Both these gifts inevitably attaching, as they believed, to all unlucky infants of either gender, born towards the small hours on a Friday night. I need say nothing here on the first head, because nothing can show better than my history whether that prediction was verified or falsified by the result. On the second branch of the question, I will only remark that unless I ran through that part of my inheritance while I was still a baby, I have not come into it yet. But I do not at all complain of having been kept out of this property, and if anybody else should be in the present enjoyment of it, he is heartily welcome to keep it. I was born with a call, which was advertised for sale in the newspapers at the low price of 15 guineas. Whether sea-going people were short of money about that time, or were short of faith and preferred cork jackets, I don't know. All I know is that there was but one solitary bidding, and that was from an attorney connected with the bill-broking business, who offered £2 in cash and the balance in sherry, but declined to be guaranteed from drowning on any higher bargain. Consequently, the advertisement was withdrawn at a dead loss, for as to sherry, my poor dear mother's own sherry was in the market then, and 10 years afterwards the call was put up in a raffle down in our part of the country to 50 members of staff at £0.50 a head, the winner to spend 5 shillings. I was present myself, and I remember to have felt quite uncomfortable and confused as a part of myself being disposed of in that way. The call was won, I recollect, by an old lady with a hand-basket, who very reluctantly produced from it the stipulated 5 shillings, all in halfpennies and twopence, half a penny short, as it took an immense time and a great waste of arithmetic to endeavour without any effect to prove to her. It is a fact which will be long remembered as remarkable down there, that she was never drowned but died triumphantly in bed at 92. I have understood that it was, to the last, her proudest boast, that she had never been on the water in her life, except upon a bridge, and that over her tea, to which she was extremely partial. She, to the last, expressed her indignation at the impiety of mariners and others, who had the presumption to go meandering about the world. It was in vain to represent to her that some conveniences, tea perhaps included, resulted from this objectionable practice. She always returned with a greater emphasis and with an instinctive knowledge of the strength of her objection. Let us have no meandering. Not to meander myself at present, I will go back to my birth. I was born at Blunderstone in Suffolk, or thereby, as they say in Scotland. I was a posthumous child. My father's eyes had closed upon the light of this world 6 months when mine opened in it. There is something strange to me even now in the reflection that he never saw me, and something stranger yet in the shadowy remembrance that I have of my first childish associations with his white gravestone in the churchyard, and of the indefinable compassion I used to feel for it lying out alone there in the dark night, when our little parlour was warm and bright with fire and candle, and the doors of our house were, almost cruelly it seemed to me sometimes, bolted and locked against it. An aunt of my father's, and consequently a great aunt of mine, of whom I shall have more to relate by and by, was the principal magnate of our family. Miss Trotwood, or Miss Betsy, as my poor mother always called her, when she sufficiently overcame her dread of this formidable personage. To mention her at all, which was seldom, had been married to a husband younger than herself, who was very handsome, except in the sense of the homely adage, handsome is that handsome does, for he was strongly suspected of having beaten Miss Betsy, and of having once, on a disputed question of supplies, made some hasty but determined arrangements to throw her out of a 2 pair of stairs window. These evidences of an incompatibility of temper induced Miss Betsy to pay him off, and effect a separation by mutual consent. He went to India with his capital, and there, according to a wild legend in our family, he was once seen riding an elephant in company with a baboon. But I think it must have been a baboo or a begum. Anyhow, from India tidings of his death reached home within 10 years. How they affected my aunt nobody knew, for immediately upon the separation she took her maiden name again, bought a cottage in a hamlet on the sea-coast a long way off, established herself there as a single woman with 1 servant, and was understood to live secluded ever afterwards in an inflexible retirement. My father had once been a favourite of hers, I believe, but she was mortally affronted by his marriage on the ground that my mother was a wax doll. She had never seen my mother, but she knew her to be not yet 20. My father and Miss Betsy never met again. He was double my mother's age when he married, and of but a delicate constitution. He died a year afterwards, and, as I have said, 6 months before I came into the world. This was the state of matters on the afternoon of what, if I may be excused for calling that eventful and important Friday. I can make no claim, therefore, to have known at this time how matters stood, or to have any remembrance founded on the evidence of my own senses of what follows. My mother was sitting by the fire, but poorly in health and very low in spirits, looking at it through her tears and desponding heavily about herself and the fatherless little stranger who was already welcomed by some grocers of prophetic pins in a drawer upstairs to a world not at all excited on the subject of his arrival. My mother, I say, was sitting by the fire that bright windy March afternoon, very timid and sad, and very doubtful of ever coming alive out of the trial that was before her, when, lifting her eyes as she dried them to the window opposite, she saw a strange lady coming up the garden. My mother had a sure foreboding at the second glance. It was Miss Betsy. The setting sun was glowing on the strange lady over the garden fence, and she came walking up to the door with a fell rigidity of figure and composure of countenance that could have belonged to nobody else. When she reached the house, she gave another proof of her identity. My father had often hinted that she seldom conducted herself like any ordinary Christian, and now, instead of ringing the bell, she came in, looked in at that identical window, pressing the end of her nose against the grass to the extent that my poor dear mother used to say it became perfectly flat and white in a moment. She gave my mother such a turn that I have always been convinced I am indebted to Miss Betsy for having been born on a Friday. My mother had left her chair in her agitation and gone behind it in the corner. Miss Betsy, looking round the room slowly and inquiringly, began on the other side and carried her eyes on, like a Saracen's head in a Dutch clock, until they reached my mother. Then she made a frown and a gesture to my mother, like one who was accustomed to be obeyed, to come and open the door. My mother went. "Mrs. David Copperfield, I think," said Miss Betsy, the emphasis referring perhaps to my mother's mourning weeds and her condition. "Yes," said my mother faintly. "Miss Trotwood," said the visitor. "You have heard of her, I dare say?" My mother answered that she had had that pleasure, and she had a disagreeable consciousness of not appearing to imply that it had been an overpowering pleasure. "Now you see her," said Miss Betsy. My mother bent her head and begged her to walk in. They went into the parlour. My mother had come from the fire in the best room on the other side of the passage. Not being lighted, not having been lighted, indeed, since my father's funeral, and when they were both seated, and Miss Betsy said nothing, my mother, after vainly trying to restrain herself, began to cry. "Oh, tut, 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 tut," said Miss Betsy in a hurry. "Don't do that. Come, come." My mother couldn't help it notwithstanding, so she cried until she had her cry out. "Take off your cap, child," said Miss Betsy, "and let me see you." My mother was too much afraid of her to refuse compliance with this odd request, if she had any disposition to do so. Therefore she did as she was told, and did it with such nervous hands that her hair, which was luxuriant and beautiful, fell about her face. "Why, bless my heart," exclaimed Miss Betsy, "you are a very baby." My mother was, no doubt, unusually youthful in her appearance, even for her years. She hung her head as if it were her fault, poor thing, and said, sobbing, that indeed that she was afraid she was but a childish widow, and would be but a childish mother if she lived. In the short pause which ensued, she had a fancy that she felt Miss Betsy touch her hair, and with no ungentle hand. But looking at her in her timid hope, she found the lady sitting with the skirt of her dress tucked up, her hands folded on one knee, and her feet upon the fender, frowning at the fire. "In the name of heaven," said Miss Betsy suddenly, "why Rookery?" "Do you mean the house, ma'am?" asked my mother. "Why rookery?" said Miss Betsy. "Cookery would have been more to the purpose, if you had any practical ideas of life, either of you." "The name was Mr. Copperfield's choice," returned my mother. "When he bought the house he liked to think that there were rooks about it. The evening wind made such a disturbance just now among some tall old elm trees at the bottom of the garden, and neither my mother nor Miss Betsy could forbear glancing that way. As the elms bumped into one another, like giants who were whispering secrets, and after a few seconds of such repose, fell into a violent flurry, tossing their wild arms about, as if their late confidences were really too wicked for their peace of mind. Some weather-beaten, ragged old rooks' nests, burdening their higher branches, swung like wrecks upon a stormy sea. "Where are the birds?" asked Miss Betsy. My mother had been thinking of something else. "The rooks, what has become of them?" asked Miss Betsy. "There have not been any since we have lived here," said my mother. Mr. Copperfield thought, it was quite a large rookery, but the nests were very old ones, and the birds have deserted them a long while." "David Copperfield all over," cried Miss Betsy. "David Copperfield from head to foot. Calls a house a rookery when there's not a rook near it. Takes the birds on trust because he sees the nests." "Mr. Copperfield," returned my mother, "is dead, and if you dare to speak unkindly of him to me, my poor dear mother, I suppose, had some momentary intention of committing an assault and battery upon my aunt, who could easily have settled her with one hand, even if my mother had been in far better training for such an encounter than she was that evening. But it passed with the action of rising from her chair, and she sat down again very meekly, and fainted. When she came to herself, or when Miss Betsy had restored her, whichever it was, she found the latter standing at the window. The twilight was by this time shading down into darkness, and dimly as they saw each other, they could not have done that without the aid of the fire. "Well," said Miss Betsy, coming back to her chair, as if she had only been taking a casual look at the prospect, "and when do you expect—" "I am all a tremble," faltered my mother. "I don't know what's the matter. I shall die, I am sure." "No, no, no," said Miss Betsy. "Have some tea." "Oh, dear me, dear me. Do you think it will do me any good?" said my mother in a helpless manner. "Of course it will," said Miss Betsy. "It's nothing but fancy. What do you call your girl?" "I don't know that it will be a girl yet, ma'am," says my mother, innocently. "Bless the baby!" exclaimed Miss Betsy, unconsciously quoting the second sentiment of the pincushion in the drawer upstairs, by applying it to my mother instead of me. "I don't mean that. I mean your servant girl." "Peggotty," said my mother. "Peggotty?" repeated Miss Betsy, with some indignation. "Do you mean to say, child, that any human being has gone into a Christian church and got herself named Peggotty?" "It's her surname," said my mother faintly. "Mr. Copperfield called her by it because her Christian name was the same as mine." "Here, Peggotty," cried Miss Betsy, opening the parlour door. "Tea. Your mistress is a little unwell. Don't dawdle." Having issued this mandate with as much potentiality as if she had been a recognised authority in the house ever since it had been a house, and having looked out to confront the amazed Peggotty coming along the passage with a candle at the sound of the strange voice, Miss Betsy shut the door again, and sat down as before, with her feet on the fender, the skirts of her dress tucked up, and her hands folded on one knee. "You were speaking about it being a girl," said Miss Betsy. "I have no doubt that it will be a girl. I have a presentiment that it must be a girl. Now, child, from the moment of birth of this girl, perhaps boy," my mother took the liberty of putting in. "I tell you I have a presentiment that it must be a girl," returned Miss Betsy. "Don't contradict. From the moment of this girl's birth, child, I intend to be her godmother, and I beg you call her Betsy Trotwood Copperfield. There must be no mistakes in life with this Betsy Trotwood. There must be no trifling with her affections, poor dear. She must be well brought up and well guarded from reposing any foolish confidences where they are not deserved. I must make that my care." There was a twitch of Miss Betsy's head after each of these sentences, as if her old wrongs were working within her, and repressed any plainer reference to them by strong constraint. So my mother suspected, at least as she observed her by the low glimmer of the fire, too much scared by Miss Betsy, too uneasy in herself, and too subdued and bewildered altogether, to observe anything very clearly or to know what to say. "And was David good to you, child?" asked Miss Betsy, when she had been silent for a little while, and these motions of her head gradually ceased. "Were you comfortable together?" "We were very happy," said my mother. "Mr. Copperfield was only too good to me." "What, he spoilt you, I suppose?" returned Miss Betsy. "For being quite alone and dependent on myself in this rough world again, yes, I fear he did," sobbed my mother. "Well, don't cry," said Miss Betsy. "If you were not equally matched, child, if any two people can be equally matched, and so I ask the question, you were an orphan, weren't you?" "Yes." "And governess?" "I was a nursery governess in a family when Mr. Copperfield came to visit. Mr. Copperfield was very kind to me, and took a great deal of notice of me, and paid me a good deal of attention, and at last proposed to me, and I accepted, and so we were married," said my mother simply. "Poor baby," mused Miss Betsy, with her frown still bent upon the fire. "Do you know anything?" "I beg your pardon, ma'am," faltered my mother. "About keeping house, for instance," said Miss Betsy. "Not much, I fear," returned my mother. "Not as much as I could wish. But Mr. Copperfield was teaching me." "Much he knew about it himself," said Miss Betsy in a parenthesis. "And I hope I should have improved, being very anxious to learn, and he very patient to teach. It's the great misfortune of his death." My mother broke down again here, and could get no further. "Very well," said Miss Betsy. "I keep my housekeeping book regularly, and balanced it with Mr. Copperfield every night," cried my mother in another burst of distress, and breaking down again. "Well, well," said Miss Betsy, "don't cry any more. And I'm sure we never had a word of difference respecting it, except when Mr. Copperfield objected to my 3s and 5s being too much like each other, or to my putting curly tails to my 7s and 9s, resumed my mother in another burst and breaking down again. "You'll make yourself ill," said Miss Betsy, "and you know that will not be good either for you or for my goddaughter. Come, you mustn't do it." This argument had some share in quieting my mother, though her increasing indisposition perhaps had a larger one. There was an interval of silence, only broken by Miss Betsy's occasionally ejaculating "Ha!" as she sat with her feet upon the fender. David had bought an annuity for himself with his money. "I know," she said by and by. "What did he do for you?" "Mr. Copperfield," said my mother, answering with some difficulty, "was so considerate and good as to secure the reversion of a part of it to me." "How much?" asked Miss Betsy. £105 a year," said my mother. "He might have done worse," said my aunt. The word was appropriate to the moment. My mother was so much worse that Peggotty, coming in with the tea-board and candles, and seeing at a glance how ill she was, as Miss Betsy might have done sooner if there had been light enough, conveyed her upstairs to her own room with all speed, and immediately dispatched Ham Peggotty, her nephew, who had been for some days past secreted in the house unknown to my mother, as a special messenger in case of emergency, to fetch the nurse and doctor. These allied powers were considerably astonished, when they arrived within a few minutes of each other, to find an unknown lady of portentous appearance sitting before the fire, with her bonnet tied over her left arm, stopping her ears with jeweller's cotton. Peggotty knowing nothing about her, and my mother saying nothing about her, she was quite a mystery for the parlour. and the fact of her having a magazine of jeweller's cotton in her pocket and sticking the article in her ears in that way did not detract from the solemnity of her presence. The doctor, having been upstairs and come down again, and having satisfied himself, I suppose, that there was a probability of this unknown lady and himself having to sit there face to face for some hours, laid himself out to be polite and social. He was the meekest of his sex, the mildest of little men. He sidled in and out of a room to take up the less space. He walked as softly as the ghost in Hamlet, and more slowly. He carried his head on one side, partly in modest depreciation of himself, partly in modest propitiation of everybody else. It is nothing to say that when he hadn't a word to throw at a dog, he couldn't have thrown a word at a mad dog. He might have offered him one gently, or half of one, or a fragment of one, for he spoke as slowly as he walked, but he wouldn't have been rude to him, and he couldn't have been quick with him, for any earthly consideration. Mr. Chillip, looking mildly at my aunt, with his head on one side, and making her a little bow, said, in allusion to the jeweller's cotton, as he softly touched his left ear, "Some local irritation, ma'am?" "What?" replied my aunt, pulling the cotton out of one ear like a cork. Mr. Chillip was so alarmed by her abruptness, as he told my mother afterwards, that it was a mercy he didn't lose his presence of mind. But he repeated sweetly, "Some local irritation, ma'am?" "Nonsense," replied my aunt, and corked herself again at one blow. Mr. Chillip could do nothing after this but sit and look at her feebly, as she sat and looked at the fire, until he was called upstairs again. After some quarter of an hour's absence he returned. "Well," said my aunt, taking the cotton out of the ear nearest to him. "Well, ma'am," returned Mr. Chillip, we are progressing slowly, ma'am." "Bah!" said my aunt, with a perfect shake on the contemptuous interjection, and corked herself as before. Really, as Mr. Chillip told my mother, he was almost shocked, speaking in a professional point of view alone. He was shocked, but he sat and looked at her, notwithstanding, for nearly 2 hours, as she sat looking at the fire, until he was again called out. After another absence he again returned. "Well," said my aunt, taking out the cotton on that side again. "Well, ma'am," returned Mr. Chillip, we are progressing slowly, ma'am." "Ah!" said my aunt, with such a snarl at him that Mr. Chillip absolutely could not bear it. It was really calculated to break his spirit, he said afterwards. He preferred to go and sit upon the stairs in the dark and a strong draught until he was again sent for. Ham Peggotty, who went to the National School, was a very dragon at his catechism, and who may therefore be regarded as a credible witness, reported next day that, happening to peep in at the parlour door an hour after this, he was instantly descried by Miss Betsy when walking to and fro in a state of agitation, and pounced upon before he could make his escape. That there was now occasional sounds of feet and voices overhead, which he inferred that the cotton did not exclude, from the circumstances of his evidently being clutched as a victim on whom to expend her superabundant agitation. When the sounds were loudest, that marching him constantly up and down by the collar, as if he had been taking too much laudanum, she at those times shook him, rumpled his hair, made light of his linen, stopped his ears as if she confounded them with her own, and otherwise touzled and maltreated him. This was in part confirmed by his aunt, who saw him at 12:30, soon after his release, and affirmed that he was then as red as I was. The mild Mr. Chillip could not possibly bear malice at such a time, if at any time. He sidled into the parlour as soon as he was at liberty, and said to my aunt in the meekest manner, "Well, ma'am, I am happy to congratulate you." "What upon?" said my aunt sharply. Mr. Chillip was fluttered again by the extreme severity of my aunt's manner, so he made her a little bow and gave her a little smile to mollify her. "Mercy on the man, what's he doing?" cried my aunt, impatiently. "Can't he speak?" "Be calm, my dear ma'am," said Mr. Chillip, in his softest accents. "There is no longer any occasion for uneasiness, ma'am. Be calm." It has since been considered almost a miracle that my aunt didn't shake him and shake what he had to say out of him. She only shook her own head at him, but in a way that made him quail. "Well, ma'am," returned Mr. Chillip as soon as he had the courage, "I am happy to congratulate you. All is now over, ma'am, and well over." During the 5 minutes or so that Mr. Chillip devoted to the delivery of this oration, my aunt eyed him narrowly. "How is she?" said my aunt, folding her arms with her bonnet still tied to one of them. "Well, ma'am, she will soon be quite comfortable, I hope," returned Mr. Chillip. "Quite as comfortable as we can expect a young mother to be under these melancholy domestic circumstances. There cannot be any objection to your seeing her presently, ma'am. It may do her good." "And she, how is she?" said my aunt sharply. Mr. Chillip laid his head a little more on one side and looked at my aunt like an amiable bird. "The baby," said my aunt. "How is she?" "Ma'am," returned Mr. Chillip, "I apprehend you have known it's a boy." My aunt never said a word. I took her bonnet by the strings, in the manner of a sling, aimed to blow at Mr. Chillip's head with it, put it on bent, walked out, and never came back. She vanished like a discontented fairy, or like one of those supernatural beings whom it was popularly supposed I was entitled to see, and never came back any more. No, I lay in my basket, and my mother lay in her bed, but Betsy Trotwood Copperfield was for ever in the land of dreams and shadows, the tremendous region whence I had so lately travelled, and the light upon the window of our room shone out upon the earthly bourne of all such travellers, and the mound above the ashes, and the dust that once was he, without whom I had never seen. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 2. I Observe. The first objects that assume distinct presence before me, I look far back into the blank of my infancy, are my mother with her pretty hair and youthful shape, and Peggotty with no shape at all, and eyes so dark that they seem to darken the whole neighbourhood in her face, and cheeks and arms so hard and red that I wonder the birds didn't peck her in preference to apples. I believe I can remember these two at a little distance apart, dwarfed to my sight by stooping down or kneeling on the floor, and going unsteadily from the one to the other. I have an impression on my mind, which I cannot distinguish from actual remembrance, of the touch of Peggotty's forefinger, as she used to hold it out to me, and of its being roughened by needlework like a pocket nutmeg grater. This may be fancy, though I think it is the memory of most of us can go further back into such times than many of us suppose, just as I believe that the power of observation in numbers of very young children to be quite wonderful for its closeness and accuracy. Indeed, I think that most men who are remarkable in this respect may with greater propriety be said not to have lost the faculty than to have acquired it, the rather as I generally observe such men to retain a certain freshness and gentleness and capacity of being pleased, which are also an inheritance they have preserved from their childhood. I might have a misgiving that I am meandering in stopping to say this. That brings me to the remark that I build these conclusions, in part upon my own experience of myself, and if it should appear from anything I may set down in this narrative that I was a child of close observation, or that as a man I have a strong memory of my childhood, I undoubtedly lay claim to both of these characteristics. Looking back, as I was saying, into the blank of my infancy, the first objects I can remember as standing out by themselves from a confusion of things are my mother and Peggotty. What else do I remember? Let me see. It comes out of the cloud our house, not new to me, but quite familiar in its earliest remembrance. On the ground floor is Peggotty's kitchen, opening into a backyard with a pigeon house on a pole in the centre, without any pigeons in it, a great dog kennel in a corner, without any dog, and a quantity of fowls that look terribly tall to me, walking about in a menacing and ferocious manner. There is one cock who gets upon a post to crow, and seems to take particular notice of me as I look at him through the kitchen window, who makes me shiver. He is so fierce. Of the geese outside the side gate who come waddling after me with their long necks stretched out when I go that way, I dream at night as a man environed by wild beasts might dream of lions. Here is a long passage. What an enormous perspective I make of it. Leading from Peggotty's kitchen to the front door, dark storeroom opens out of it, and that's a place to be run past at night, for I don't know what may be among those tubs and jars and old tea chests when there is nobody in there with a dimly burning light, letting mouldy air come out of the door, in which there is a smell of soap, pickles, pepper, candles and coffee, all at one whiff. And then there are two parlours, the parlour in which we sit of an evening, my mother and I and Peggotty, for Peggotty is quite our companion when her work is done and we are alone, and the best parlour where we sit on a Sunday, grandly but not so comfortably. There is something of a doleful air about that room to me, for Peggotty has told me, I don't know when, but apparently ages ago, about my father's funeral, and the company having their black cloaks put on. One Sunday night my mother reads to Peggotty and me in there how Lazarus was raised from the dead, and I am so frightened that they are afterwards obliged to take me out of bed and show me the quiet churchyard out of the bedroom window, with the dead all lying in their graves at rest below the solemn moon. There is nothing half so green that I know of anywhere as the grass of that churchyard, nothing half so shady as its trees, nothing half so quiet as its tombstones. The sheep are feeding there, when I kneel up in the early morning in my little bed in a closet within my mother's room to look out at it, and I see the red light shining on the sundial, and think within myself, is the sundial glad, I wonder, that it can tell the time again? Here is our pew in the church. What a high-backed pew, with a window near it out of which our house can be seen. And it's seen many times during the morning service by Peggotty, who likes to make herself as sure as she can that it's not being robbed or it is not in flames. Although Peggotty's eyes wandered, she is much offended if mine does, and frowns to me as I stand upon the seat that I have to look at the clergyman. But I can't always look at him. I know him without that white thing on, and I'm afraid of his wondering why I stare so, and perhaps stopping the service to inquire what am I to do. It's a dreadful thing to gape, but I must do something. I look at my mother, but she pretends not to see me. I look at the boy in the aisle, and he makes faces at me. I look at the sunlight coming in at the open door through the porch, and there I see a stray sheep. I don't mean a sinner, but mutton, half making up his mind to come into the church. I feel that if I looked at him any longer, I might be tempted to say something out loud, and what would become of me then? I look up at the monumental tablets on the wall, and try to think of Mr. Bodgers, late of this parish, and what the feelings of Mrs. Bodgers must have been. When afflictions sore, long time Mr. Bodgers bore, and physicians were in vain. I wonder whether they called him Mr. Chillip, as he was in vain, and if so, how he likes to be reminded of it once a week. I look from Mr. Chillick in his Sunday neckcloth to the pulpit, and I think what a good place it would be to play in, and what a castle it would make, with another boy coming up the stairs to attack it, and having a velvet cushion with the tassels thrown down on his head. In time my eyes gradually shut up, and from seeing to hearing the clergyman singing a drowsy song in the heat, I hear nothing until I fall off the seat with a crash and am taken out, more dead than alive, by Peggotty. And now I see the outside of our house, with the latticed bedroom windows standing open to let in the sweet-smelling air, and the ragged old rooks' nests still dangling in the elm trees at the bottom of the front garden. And now I'm in the garden at the back, beyond the yard, where the empty pigeon house and dog kennel are, a very preserve of butterflies as I remember it, with a high fence and a gate and padlock, where the fruit clusters on the trees, riper and richer than fruit has ever been since, in any other garden. And when my mother gathers some in a basket, while I stand by bolting furtive gooseberries and trying to look unmoved. A great wind rises, and the summer is gone in a moment. We are playing in the winter twilight, dancing about the parlour, and my mother is out of breath and rests herself in an elbow chair. I watch her winding her bright curls round her fingers and straightening her waist, and nobody knows better than I do that she likes to look so well and is proud of being so pretty. That is my very earliest impressions, that, and a sense that we were both a little afraid of Peggotty, and submitted ourselves in most things to her direction, were amongst the first opinions, if they may be so called, that I ever derived from what I saw. Peggotty and I were sitting one night by the parlour fire, alone. I had been reading to Peggotty about crocodiles. I must have read very perspicuously, or the poor soul must have been deeply interested, for I remember that she had a cloudy impression after I had done that they were a sort of vegetable. I was tired of reading and dead sleepy, but having leave as a high treat to sit up until my mother came home, and spending the evening at a neighbour's, I would rather have died upon my post, of course, than have gone to bed. I reached that stage of sleepiness when Peggotty seemed to swell and grow immensely large. I propped my eyelids open with my two forefingers and looked perseveringly at her as she sat at work, at the little bit of wax candle that she kept for her thread. How old it looked, being so wrinkled in all directions. At the little house with a thatched roof where the yard measure lived. At her work-box with a sliding lid, with a view of St. Paul's Cathedral with a pink dome painted on the top, at the brass symbol on her finger, at herself, whom I thought lovely. I felt so sleepy that I knew if I lost sight of something for a moment, I was gone. "Peggotty," says I suddenly, "were you ever married?" "Lord, Master Davy," replied Peggotty, "what's put marriage into your head?" She answered with such a start that it quite awoke me, and then she stopped in her work and looked at me with her needle drawn out to its full thread's length. "But were you ever married, Peggotty?" says I. "You are a very handsome woman, ain't you?" I thought of her in a different style from my mother, certainly, but of another school of beauty. I considered her a perfect example. There was a red velvet footstool in the best parlour, on which my mother had painted a nosegay. The groundwork of that stool and Peggotty's complexion appeared to me to be one and the same thing. The stool was smooth and Peggotty was rough, but that made no difference. "Me handsome, Davy?" said Peggotty. "Lord, no, my dear. But what put marriage into your head?" "I don't know. You mustn't marry more than one person at a time, may you, Peggotty?" "Certainly not," says Peggotty with the promptest decision. "But if you were to marry a person and the person dies, why then you may marry another person, mayn't you, Peggotty?" "You may," says Peggotty, "if you choose, my dear. That is a matter of opinion." "But what is your opinion, Peggotty?" said I. I asked her and looked curiously at her. she looked so curiously at me. "My opinion is," said Peggotty, taking her eyes from me, after a little indecision and going on with her work, "that I never was married myself, Master Davy, and I don't expect to be. That's all I know about the subject." "You ain't cross, I suppose, Peggotty, are you?" I said, after sitting quiet for a minute. I really thought she was. She had been so short with me, but I was quite mistaken, for she laid aside her work, which was a stocking of her own, and opening her arms wide, took my curly head within them and gave it a good squeeze. I know it was a good squeeze, because being very plump, whenever she made any little extra exertion after she was dressed, some of the buttons on the back of her gown flew off, and I recollect two bursting to the opposite side of the parlour while she was hugging me. "Now let me hear some more about the crocodiles," said Peggotty, who was not quite right in the name yet, "for I ain't heard half enough." I couldn't quite understand why Peggotty acted so queer, or why she was so ready to go back to the crocodiles. However, we returned to those monsters, with fresh wakefulness on my part, and we left their eggs in the sand for the sun to hatch, and we ran away from them, and baffled them, constantly turning, which they were unable to do quickly on account of their unwieldy make. And we went into the water after them as natives, and put sharp pieces of timber down their throats, and in short we ran the whole crocodile gauntlet. "I did at least, but I had my doubts," said Peggotty, who was thoughtfully sticking her needle into various parts of her face and arms all the time. We had exhausted the crocodiles and began with the alligators, when the garden bell rang. We went out to the door, and there was my mother, looking unusually pretty, I thought, and with her a gentleman with beautiful black hair and whiskers, who had walked home with us from church last Sunday. As my mother stooped down to the threshold to take me in her arms and kiss me, the gentleman said I was a more highly privileged little fellow than a monarch, or something like that. When my later understanding comes, I am sensible to my age here. "What does that mean?" I asked him over her shoulder. He patted me on the head, but somehow I didn't like him much, or his deep voice, and I was jealous that his hand should touch my mother's in touching me, which it did. I put it away as well as I could. "Oh, Davy," remonstrated my mother. "Dear boy," said the gentleman, "I cannot wonder at his devotion. I never saw such a beautiful colour on my mother's face before." She gently chid me for being rude, and keeping me close to her shawl, she turned to thank the gentleman for taking so much trouble as to bring her home. She put out her hand to him as she spoke, and as he met it with his own, she glanced, I thought, at me. "Let us say good night, my fine boy," said the gentleman when he had bent his head. I saw him over my mother's little glove. "Good night," said I. "Come, let us be the best of friends in the world," said the gentleman, laughing. "Shake hands." My right hand was in my mother's left, so I gave him the other. "Why, that's the wrong hand, Davy," laughed the gentleman. My mother drew my right hand forward, but I was resolved from my former decision not to give it him, and I did not. I gave him the other, and he shook it heartily, and said I was a brave fellow, and went away. At this minute I see him turn round in the garden and give us a last look with his ill-omened black eyes before the door was shut. Peggotty, who had not said a word or moved a finger, secured the fastenings instantly, and we all went into the parlour. My mother, contrary to her usual habit, instead of coming to the elbow chair by the fire, remained at the other end of the room and sat singing to herself. "Hope you've had a pleasant evening, ma'am," said Peggotty, standing as stiff as a barrel in the centre of the room, with a candlestick in hand. "Much obliged to you, Peggotty," returned my mother in a cheerful voice. "I have had a very pleasant evening." "A stranger or so makes an agreeable change," suggested Peggotty. "A very agreeable change indeed," returned my mother. Peggotty continuing to stand motionless in the middle of the room, and my mother reassuming her singing, I fell asleep, though I was not so sound asleep that I could hear voices without hearing what they said. When I half awoke from this uncomfortable doze, I found Peggotty and my mother both in tears and both talking. "Not such a one as this. Mr. Copperfield wouldn't have liked it," said Peggotty. "That I say, and that I swear." "Good heavens!" cried my mother. "You'll drive me mad. Was ever any poor girl so ill used by her servants as I am? Why do I do myself the injustice of calling myself a girl? Have I never been married, Peggotty?" "God knows you have, ma'am," returned Peggotty. "And how can you dare?" said my mother. "You know I don't mean how can you dare, Peggotty, but how can you have the heart to make me so uncomfortable, and say such bitter things to me, when you are well aware that I haven't, out of this place, a single friend to turn to?" "That's the more reason," returned Peggotty, "for saying that it won't do. No, that it won't do. No price could make it do. No." I thought Peggotty would have thrown the candlestick away, she was so emphatic with it. "How can you be so aggravating," said my mother, shedding more tears than before, "as to talk in such an unjust manner? How can you go on as if it were all settled and arranged, Peggotty, when I tell you over and over again, you cruel thing, that beyond the commonest civilities nothing has passed? You talk of admiration. What am I to do of people who are so silly as to indulge in the sentiment? Is it my fault? What am I to do, I ask you? Would you wish me to shave my head and black my face, or disfigure myself with a burn, a scald, or something of that sort? I dare say you would, Peggotty. I dare say you'd quite enjoy it." Peggotty seemed to take this aspersion very much to heart, I thought. "And my dear boy," cried my mother, coming to the elbow chair in which I was, and caressing me, "my own little Davy, is it to be hinted to me that I am wanting an affection for my precious treasure? Dearest little fellow that ever was." "Nobody ever went and hinted no such thing," said Peggotty. "You did, Peggotty," returned my mother. "You know you did. What else was it possible to infer from what you said, you unkind creature? And you know as well as I do that on his account only last quarter I wouldn't buy myself a new parasol, but that old green one is frayed the whole way up, and the fringe is perfectly mangy. You know it is, Peggotty, you can't deny it." Then, turning affectionately to me with her cheek against mine, "Am I a naughty mamma to you, Davy? Am I a nasty, cruel, selfish, bad mamma? Say I am, my child. Say yes, dear boy, and Peggotty will love you. And Peggotty's love is a great deal better than mine, Davy. I don't love you at all, do I?" At this we all fell a-crying together. I think I was the loudest of the party, but I'm sure we were all sincere about it. I was quite heartbroken myself. I am afraid that in the first transports of wounded tenderness I called Peggotty a beast. That honest creature was in deep affliction, I remember, and must have become quite buttonless on the occasion, for a little volley of those explosives went off, when after having made it up with my mother, she kneeled down by the elbow chair and made it up with me. We went to bed greatly dejected. My sobs kept waking me for a long time, and when one very strong sob quite hoisted me up in bed, I found my mother sitting on the coverlet and leaning over me. I fell asleep in her arms after that, and slept soundly. Whether it was the following Sunday when I saw the gentleman again, or whether it was any great lapse of time before he reappeared, I cannot recall. I don't profess to be clear about dates, but there he was in church, and he walked home with us afterwards. He came in, too, to look at a famous geranium we had in the parlour window. It did not appear to me that he took much notice of it, but before he went he asked my mother to give him a bit of the blossom. She begged him to choose it for himself, but he refused to do that. I could not understand why, so she plucked it for him and gave it into his hand. He said he would never part with it any more, and I thought he must be quite a fool not to know that it would fall to pieces in a day or two. Peggotty began to be less with us of an evening, and she had always been. My mother deferred to her very much, more than usual. It occurred to me, and we were all three excellent friends, Still, we were different from what we used to be, and were not so comfortable among ourselves. Sometimes I fancied that Peggotty perhaps objected to my mother's wearing all the pretty dresses she had in her drawer, or to her going out so often to visit that neighbour's, but I couldn't, to my satisfaction, make out how it was. Gradually I became used to seeing the gentleman with the black whiskers. I liked him no better than at first, and had the same uneasy jealousy of him. But if I had any reason for it beyond a child's instinctive dislike and a general idea that Peggotty could make much of my mother without any help, it certainly was not the reason that I might have found if I had been older. No such thing came into my mind, or near it. I could observe in little pieces, as it were, but to making a net of a number of these pieces and catching anybody in it, that was as yet beyond me. One autumn evening I was with my mother in the front garden when Mr. Murdstone, I knew him by that name now, came by on horseback. He reined up his horse to salute my mother, and said he was going to Lowestoft to see some friends who were there with a yacht, and merrily proposed to take me on the saddle before him if I would like the ride. The air was so clear and pleasant, and the horse seemed to like the idea of the ride so much himself, as he stood snorting and pawing in the garden gate, that I had a great desire to go. So I was sent upstairs to Peggotty to be made spruce, and in the meantime Mr. Murdstone was mounted, and with his horse's bridle over his arm, walked slowly up and down the outer side of the sweetbriar fence, while my mother walked slowly up and down on the inner to keep him company. I recollect Peggotty and I peeping out at them from my little window. I recollect how closely they seemed to be examining the sweetbriar between them as they strolled along, and how, from being in a perfectly angelic temper, Peggotty turned cross in a moment, and brushed my hair the wrong way, excessively hard. Mr. Murdstone and I were soon off, and trotting along on the green turf by the side of the road. He held me quite easily with one arm, and I don't think I was restless unusually, but I could not make up my mind to sit in front of him without turning my head sometimes and looking up in his face. He had that kind of shallow black eye. I want a better word to express an eye that has no depth in it, to be looked into, which is abstracted, it seems, from some peculiarity or light to be disfigured, for a moment at a time, by a cast. Several times when I glanced at him, I observed that appearance with a sort of awe, and wondered what he was thinking about so closely. His hair and whiskers were blacker and thicker, and looked so near that even I had given them credit for being. A squareness about the lower part of his face, and the dotted indication of the strong black beard that he shaved close every day, reminded me of the waxwork that had travelled into our neighbourhood some half a year before. This, his regular eyebrows, and the rich white and black and brown of his complexion, confound his complexion and his memory, made me think him, in spite of my misgivings, a very handsome man. I have no doubt that my poor dear mother thought him so too. We went to a hotel by the sea, where two gentlemen were smoking cigars in a room by themselves. Each of them was lying on at least 4 chairs, and had a large rough jacket on. In a corner was a heap of coats, boat cloaks, and a flag, all bundled up together. They both rolled on to their feet in an untidy sort of manner when we came in. "Hulloa, Murdstone, we thought you were dead." "Not yet," said Mr. Murdstone. "And who's this shaver?" said one of the gentlemen, taking hold of me. "That's Davy," returned Mr. Murdstone. "Davy who?" said the gentleman. "Jones?" "Copperfield," said Mr. Murdstone. What, bewitching Mrs. Copperfield's encumbrance?" cried the gentleman. "The pretty little widow?" "Quinion," said Mr. Murdstone, "take care, if you please. Somebody's sharp." "Who is?" asked the gentleman, laughing. I looked up quickly, being curious to know. "Only Brooks of Sheffield," said Mr. Murdstone. I was quite relieved to find it was only Brooks of Sheffield, for at first I really thought it was I. There seemed to be something very comical in the reputation of Mr. Brooks of Sheffield. Both the gentlemen laughed heartily when he was mentioned, and Mr. Murdstone was a good deal amused too. After laughing, the gentleman whom he called Quinion said, "And what is the opinion of the Brooks of Sheffield in reference to the projected business?" "We don't know that Brooks of Sheffield understands much about it at present," replied Mr. Murdstone. "But he's not generally favourable, I believe." There was more laughter at this, and Mr. Quinion said he would ring the bell for some sherry in which to drink to the Brooks. This he did, and when the wine came, he made me have a little, with a biscuit, before I drank it, stand up and say, "Confusion to Brooks of Sheffield." The toast was received with a great applause, and such hearty laughter that it made me laugh too, at which they laughed the more. In short, we quite enjoyed ourselves. We walked about on the cliff after that, sat on the grass, and looked at things through a telescope. I could make out nothing myself when it was put to my eye, but I pretended I could, and then we came back to the hotel to an early dinner. All the time we were out, the two gentlemen smoked incessantly, which I thought, if I might judge from the smell of their rough coats, they must have been doing it ever since the coats had first come home from the tailor's. I must not forget that we went on board the yacht, where they all three descended into the cabin and were busy with some papers. I saw them quite hard at work when I looked down through the open skylight. They left me during this time with a very nice man with a large head of red hair and a very small shiny hat upon it, who had got a cross-barred shirt or waistcoat on, with Skylark in capital letters across the chest. I thought it was his name, and that he lived on board a ship and hadn't a street door to put his name on. He put it there instead. When I called him Mr. Skylark, he said it meant the vessel. I observed all day that Mr. Murdstone was graver and steadier than the two gentlemen. They were very gay and careless. They joked freely with one another, but seldom with him. It appeared to me that he was more clever and cold than they were, and that they regarded him with something of my own feeling. I remarked that once or twice when Mr. Quinion was talking, he looked at Mr. Murdstone sideways, as if to make sure of his not being displeased, and that once when Mr. Passnage, the other gentleman, was in high spirits, he trod upon his foot and gave him a secret caution with his eyes to observe Mr. Murdstone, who was sitting stern and silent. Nor do I recollect that Mr. Murdstone laughed all that day, except at the Sheffield joke, and that, by the by, was his own. We went home early in the evening. It was a very fine evening, and my mother and he had another stroll by the Sweetbriar, while I was sent in to get my tea. When he was gone, my mother asked me all about the day I had had, and what they had said and done. I mentioned what they had said about her, and she laughed, and told me they were impudent fellows who talked nonsense, but I knew it pleased her. I knew it quite as well as I know it now. I took the opportunity of asking if she was at all acquainted with Mr. Brooks of Sheffield, but she answered no, only supposed he must be a manufacturer in the knife and fork way. Can't say of her face, altered as I have reason to remember it, perished as I know it is, but is gone, and here it comes before me at this instant, as distinct as any face that I may choose to look on in a crowded street. Can I say of her innocent, girlish beauty that it faded and was no more? When its breath falls on my cheek now, as it fell that night, can I say she never changed when my remembrance brings her back to life? Thus only and truer to its loving youth than I have been, or man ever is, still holds fast what is cherished then. I write of her just as she was when I had gone to bed after this talk. She came to bid me good night. She kneeled down playfully by the side of the bed, and laying her chin upon her hands and laughing, said, "What was it they said, Davy? Tell me again. I can't believe it." "Bewitching," I began. My mother put her hands upon my lips to stop me. "I was never bewitching," she said, laughing. "I never could have been bewitching, Davy. Now I know it wasn't." "Yes, it was bewitching, Mrs. Copperfield," I repeated stoutly, "and pretty." No, it was never pretty, not pretty," interposed my mother, laying her fingers upon my lips again. "Yes, it was, pretty little widow." "Foolish, impudent creatures," cried my mother, laughing and covering her face. "What ridiculous men, aren't they, Davy dear?" "Well, Ma, don't tell Peggotty. She might be angry with them. I'm dreadfully angry with them myself, but I would rather Peggotty didn't know." I promised, of course, and we kissed one another over and over again, and I soon fell asleep. It seems to me at this distance of time as if it were the next day when Peggotty broached the striking and adventurous proposition that I am about to mention, but it was probably about 2 months afterwards. We were sitting as before one evening when my mother was out as before, in company with the stocking and yard measure and the bit of wax and the box with St. Paul's on the lid and the crocodile book, when Peggotty, after looking at me several times and opening her mouth as if she were going to speak without doing it, which I thought was merely gaping, or I should have been rather alarmed, said coaxingly, "Master Davy, how should you like to go along with me, spend a fortnight at my brother's at Yarmouth? Wouldn't that be a treat?" "Is your brother an agreeable man, Peggotty?" I inquired, provisionally. "Oh, what an agreeable man he is!" cried Peggotty, holding up her hands. "Then there's the sea and the boats, and ships and the fishermen, and the beach, and I am to play with Peggotty, and Ham to play with." Peggotty meant her nephew Ham, mentioned in my first chapter, but she spoke of him as a morsel of English grammar. I was flushed by her summary of delights, and replied that it would indeed be a treat, but what would my mother say? "Well, I'll as good bet a guinea," said Peggotty, intent upon my face, "that she'll let us go if I ask her." "If you like, as soon as she ever comes home. There now." "But what's she to do while we're away?" I said, putting my small elbows on the table to argue the point. "She can't live by herself." Peggotty were looking for a hole all of a sudden in the heel of that stocking. It must have been a very little one. Indeed, it's not worth darning. "I say, Peggotty, she can't live by herself, you know." "Oh, bless you," said Peggotty, looking at me again at last. "Don't you know she's going to stay for a fortnight with Mrs. Graper? Mrs. Graper's going to have a lot of company." Oh, if that was it, I was quite ready to go. I waited in the utmost impatience until my mother came home from Mrs. Graper's, for it was that identical neighbour, to ascertain if we could get leave to carry out this great idea without being nearly so much surprised as I expected. My mother entered into it readily, and it was all arranged that night, and my board and lodging during the visit were to be paid for. The day soon came for our going. It was such an early day, and it came so soon even to me, that I was in a fever of expectation, and half afraid that an earthquake, or a fiery mountain, or some other great convulsion of nature might interpose to stop the expedition. We were to go in a carrier's cart, which appeared in the morning after breakfast. I would have given any money to have been allowed to wrap myself up overnight and sleep in my hat and boots. It touches me nearly now, although I tell it lightly, to recollect how eager I was to leave my happy home, to think how little I suspected what I did leave forever. I am glad to recollect that when the carrier's cart was at the gate, and my mother stood there kissing me, a grateful fondness for her and the old place I had never turned my back upon before made me cry. I am glad to know that my mother cried too, and I felt her heart beat against mine. I am glad to recollect that when the carrier began to move, my mother ran out at the gate and called him to stop, that she might kiss me once more. I am glad to dwell upon the earnestness and love with which she lifted up her face to mine, and did so. As we left her standing in the road, Mr. Murdstone came up to where she was. and seemed to expostulate with her for being so moved. I was looking back round the awning of the cart and wondered what business it was of his. Peggotty was also looking back on the other side, seemed anything but satisfied, as the face she brought back in the cart denoted. I sat looking at Peggotty for some time, in a reverie on this supposititious case, whether, if she were employed to lose me, like the boy in the fairy tale, I should be able to track my way home again by the buttons she would shed. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. I Have a Change. The carrier's horse was the laziest horse in the world, I should hope, and shuffled along with his head down, as if he liked to keep people waiting to whom the packages were directed. I fancied indeed that he sometimes chuckled audibly over this reflection, but the carrier said he was only troubled with a cough. The carrier had a way of keeping his head down like his horse, and of drooping sleepily forward as he drove, with one of his arms on each of his knees. I say drove, but it struck me that the cart would have gone to Yarmouth quite as well without him, for the horse did all that, and as to conversation, he had no idea of it but whistling. Peggotty had a basket of refreshments on her knee, which should have lasted us out handsomely if we'd been going to London by the same conveyance. We ate a good deal and slept a good deal. Peggotty always went to sleep with her chin upon the handle of the basket, her hold of which never relaxed. I could not have believed it unless I had heard her do it, that one defenceless woman could have snored so much. We made so many deviations up and down lanes, and were such a long time delivering a bedstead at a public house and calling at other places, that I was quite tired and very glad when we saw Yarmouth. It looked rather spongy and soppy, I thought, as I carried my eye over the great dull waste that lay across the river, and I couldn't help wondering if the world were really as round as my geography book had said, and how any part of it came to be so flat. But I reflected that Yarmouth might be situated at one of the poles, which would account for it. As we drew a little nearer and saw the whole adjacent prospect lying at a straight line under the sky, I hinted to Peggotty that a mound or so might have improved it, and also that if the land had been a little bit more separated from the sea, and the town and the tide had not been quite so much mixed up, like toast and water, it would have been nicer. But Peggotty said with greater emphasis than usual that we must take things as we found them, and that for her part she was proud to call herself a Yarmouth bloater. When we got into the street, which was strange enough to me, and smelt the fish and pitch and oakum and tar, and saw the sailors walking about and the carts jingling up and down over the stones, I felt that I had done so busy a place an injustice, and said so as much to Peggotty, who heard my expression of delight with great complacency, and told me that it was well known, I suppose to those who had the good fortune to be born bloaters, that Yarmouth was, upon the whole, the finest place in the universe. "Here's my ham!" screamed Peggotty, "growed out of knowledge." He was waiting for us, in fact, at the public house, and asked me how I found myself, like an old acquaintance. I did not feel at first that I knew him as well as he knew me, because he had never come to our house since the night I was born, and naturally he had the advantage of me. But our intimacy was much advanced by his taking me on his back to carry me home. He was now a huge strong fellow of 6 feet height, broad in proportion and round-shouldered, but with a simpering boy's face and curly light hair that gave him quite a sheepish look. He was dressed in a canvas jacket and a pair of very stiff trousers that they would have stood quite as well alone without any legs in them, and you couldn't have so properly have said he wore a hat as that he was covered in a top like an old building with something pitchy. Ham carrying me on his back and a small box of ours under his arm, and Peggotty carrying another small box of ours, we turned down lanes bestrewn with bits of chips, little hillocks of sand, went past gasworks, rope walks, boat builders' yards, shipwright yards, shipbreakers' yards, caulkers' yards, riggers' lofts, smiths' forges, and a great litter of such places, until we came out upon the dull waste I had already seen at a distance, when Ham said, "Yon's our house, Master Davy." I looked in all directions as far as I could stare over the wilderness, and away at the sea and away at the river, but no house could I make out. There was a black barge or some kind of superannuated boat not far off, and high and dry on the ground, with an iron funnel sticking out of it for a chimney, and smoking very cosily, but nothing in the way of habitation that was visible to me. "That's not it," said I. "That ship-looking thing." "That's it, Mas'r Davy," returned Ham. If it had been Aladdin's palace, roc's egg and all, I suppose I could not have been more charmed with the romantic idea of living in it. There was a delightful door cut in the side, and it was roofed in, and there were little windows in it. But the wonderful charm of it was that it was a real boat, which had no doubt been upon the water hundreds of times, and which had never been intended to be lived in on dry land. That was the captivation of it to me, that it had never meant to be lived in. I might have thought it small or inconvenient or lonely, but never having been designed for any such use, it became a perfect abode. It was beautifully clean inside, and tidy as possible. There was a table and a Dutch clock and a chest of drawers, and on the chest of drawers there was a tea tray with a painting on it of a lady with a parasol, taking a walk with a military-looking child who was trundling a hoop. The tray was kept from tumbling down by a Bible, and the tray, if it had tumbled down, would have smashed a quantity of cups and saucers and a teapot which were grouped round the book. On the walls there were some common-coloured pictures, framed and glazed of scripture subjects, such as I have never seen since in the hands of pedlars. Without seeing the whole of the interior of Peggotty's brother's house again, at one view Abraham in red going to sacrifice Isaac in blue, and Daniel in yellow cast into a den of green lions, was the most prominent of these. Over the little mantel-shelf was a picture of the Sarah Jane lugger, built at Sunderland, with a real little wooden stern stuck on it. A work of art, combining composition with carpentry, which I consider to be one of the most enviable possessions the world could afford. There were some hooks in the beams of the ceiling, the use of which I did not divine then, and some lockers and boxes and conveniences of that sort, which served for seats and eked out the chairs. All this I saw in the first glance after I crossed the threshold, childlike according to my theory, and then Peggotty opened the little door and showed me my bedroom. It was the completest and most desirable bedroom ever seen. In the stern of the vessel, with a little window where the rudder used to go through, a little looking-glass just the right height for me, nailed against the wall and framed with oyster shells, a little bed, which there was just room enough to get into, and a nosegay of seaweed in a blue mug on the table. The walls were whitewashed as white as milk, and the patchwork counterpane made my eyes quite ache with its brightness. One thing I particularly noticed in this delightful house was the smell of fish, which was so searching that when I took out my pocket handkerchief to wipe my nose, I found it smelt exactly as if it had wrapped up a lobster. On my imparting this discovery in confidence to Peggotty, she informed me that her brother dealt in lobsters, crabs, and crawfish, and I afterwards found out that a heap of these creatures, in a state of wonderful conglomeration with one another, and never leaving off pinching whatever they laid hold of, were usually to be found in a little wooden outhouse where the pots and kettles were kept. We were welcomed by a very civil woman in a white spun apron, who I had seen curtsying at the door when I was on Ham's back, about a quarter of a mile off. Likewise by a most beautiful little girl, or I thought her so, with a necklace of blue beads on it, who wouldn't let me kiss her when I offered to, but ran away and hid herself. By and by, when we had dined in a sumptuous manner of boiled dabs, melted butter and potatoes, with a chop for me, a hairy man with a very good-natured face come home. As he called Peggotty lass, and gave her a hearty smack on the cheek, I had no doubt from the general propriety of her conduct that he was her brother, and so he turned out, being presently introduced to me as Mr. Peggotty, the master of the house. "Glad to see you, sir," said Mr. Peggotty. "You'll find us rough like, but you'll find us ready." I thanked him, and replied that I was sure I should be happy in such a delightful place. "How's your ma, sir?" said Mr. Peggotty. "Did you leave her pretty jolly?" I gave Mr. Peggotty to understand that she was as jolly as I could wish, and that she desired her compliments, which was a polite fiction on my part. "I'm much obliged to her, I'm sure," said Mr. Peggotty. "Well, sir, if you can make out here, along a fortnight, along with her," nodding at his sister and Ham and little Emily, "we shall be proud of your company." Having done the honours of his house in this hospitable manner, Mr. Peggotty went out to wash himself in a kettleful of hot water, remarking that cold would never get his muck off. He soon returned greatly improved in appearance, but so rubicund that I couldn't help thinking his face had this in common with the lobster, crabs, and crawfish, as they went into the hot water, very black and came out very red. After tea, when the door was shut and all was made snug, the nights being cold and misty now, it seemed to me the most delicious retreat that the imagination of man could conceive. To hear the wind getting up out at sea, and know that the fog was creeping over the desolate flat outside, and to look at the fire and think there was no house near but this one, and this one a boat, was like enchantment. Little Emily had overcome her shyness, and was sitting by my side upon the lowest and least of the lockers, which was just large enough for us two, and just fitted into the chimney corner. Mrs. Peggotty, with the white apron, was sitting knitting on the opposite side of the fire. Peggotty at her needlework was as much at home with St. Paul's and the bit of wax candle as if they had never known any other roof. Ham, who had been giving me my lesson in all fours, was trying to recollect the scheme of telling fortunes with the dirty cards, and was making fishy impressions of his thumb on all the cards he turned. Mr. Peggotty was smoking his pipe. I felt it was a time for conversation and confidence. "Mr. Peggotty," says I. "Sir," says he, "did you give your son the name of Ham because you lived in a sort of ark?" Mr. Peggotty seemed to think it a deep idea, but answered, "No, sir, I never gave him no name." "Who gave him the name, then?" said I, putting the question number 2 of the catechism for Mr. Peggotty. "Why, sir, his father give it him," said Mr. Peggotty. "I thought you were his father." "My brother Joe was his father," said Mr. Peggotty. "Dead, Mr. Peggotty?" I hinted, after a respectful pause. "Drowned dead," said Mr. Peggotty. I was very much surprised that Mr. Peggotty was not Ham's father, and began to wonder whether I was mistaken about his relationship to anybody else there. I was so curious to know that I made up my mind to have it out with Mr. Peggotty. "Little Emily," I said, glancing at her. "She is your daughter, isn't she, Mr. Peggotty?" "No, sir, my brother-in-law Tom was her father." I couldn't help it. "Dead, Mr. Peggotty?" I hinted, after another respectful silence. "Drowned dead," said Mr. Peggotty. I felt the difficulty of resuming the subject, but had not got to the bottom of it yet, and must get to the bottom of it somehow. So I said, "Have you any children, Mr. Peggotty?" "No, master," he answered, with a short laugh. "I'm a bachelor." "Bachelor," I said, astonished. "Why, who's that, Mr. Peggotty?" pointing at the person in the white apron who was knitting. "That's Mrs. Gummidge," said Mr. Peggotty. "Gummidge, Mr. Peggotty?" At this point Peggotty, I mean my own peculiar Peggotty, made such motions to me not to ask any more questions, that I could only sit and look at all the silent company until it was time to go to bed. Then, in the privacy of my own little cabin, she informed me that Ham and Emily were orphan nephew and niece, whom my host had at different times adopted in their childhood, when they were left destitute, and that Mrs. Gummidge was the widow of his partner in a boat, who had died very poor. "He was but a poor man himself," said Peggotty, "but as good as gold and true as steel." Those were her similes. The only subject she informed me on which she ever showed a violent temper or swore an oath was this generosity of his, and if it were ever referred to by any one of them, he struck the table a heavy blow with his right hand, had split it on one such occasion, and swore a dreadful oath that he would be gormed if he didn't cut up and run for good. It was never mentioned again. It appeared, in answer to my inquiries, that nobody had the least idea of the etymology of this terrible verb passive, to be gormed, but they all regarded it as constituting a most solemn imprecation. I was very sensible of my entertainer's goodness, and listened to the woman's going to bed in another little crib like mine at the opposite end of the boat, and to him and Ham hanging up hammocks for themselves on the hooks I had noticed on the roof. It was a very luxurious state of mind, enhanced by my being sleepy, as slumber gradually stole upon me. I heard the wind howling out at sea, coming across the flat so fiercely that I had an apprehension of the great deep rising in the night. But I bethought myself that I was in a boat after all, that a man like Mr. Peggotty was not a bad person to have on board if anything did happen. Nothing happened, however, worse than morning. Almost as soon as it shone upon the oyster-shell frame of my mirror, I was out of bed, and out with little Emily picking up stones upon the beach. "You're quite a sailor, I suppose," I said to Emily. I don't know that I supposed anything of the kind, but I felt it an act of gallantry to say something, and a shining sail close to us made such a pretty little image of itself at the moment in her bright eye that it came into my head to say this. "No," replied Emily, shaking her head. "I'm afraid of the sea." Her father, and where her father's grave was, no one knew, except that it was somewhere in the depths of the sea. "Besides," said Emily, as she looked about for shells and pebbles, "your father was a gentleman, and your mother is a lady. My father was a fisherman, and my mother was a fisherman's daughter, and my Uncle Dan is a fisherman." "Dan is Mr. Peggotty, is he?" said I. "Uncle Dan yonder," answered Emily, nodding at the boat-house. "Yes, I mean him. He must be very good, I should think." "Good," said Emily. "If I was ever to be a lady, I'd give him a sky-blue coat with diamond buttons, nankeen trousers, and a red velvet waistcoat, a cocked hat, a large gold watch, a silver pipe, and a box of money." I said I had no doubt about Mr. Peggotty well deserved these treasures. I must acknowledge that I felt it difficult to picture him quite at his ease in the raiment proposed for him by his grateful little niece, and that I was particularly doubtful of the policy of the cocked hat. But I kept these sentiments to myself. Little Emily had stopped and looked up at the sky, enumeration of these articles, as if they were a glorious vision. We went on again, picking up shells and pebbles. "You would like to be a lady?" I said. Emily looked at me and laughed and nodded. "Yes, I should like it very much. We would all be gentlefolks together then, me and Uncle and Ham and Mrs. Gummidge. We wouldn't mind then, when there comes stormy weather. Not for our own sakes, I mean." I would for the poor fishermen, to be sure. We'd help them with money when it come to any hurt. This seemed to me to be a very satisfactory, and therefore not at all improbable picture. I expressed my pleasure in the contemplation of it. Little Emily was emboldened to say shyly, "Don't you think you're afraid of the sea now?" It was quiet enough to reassure me. I have no doubt if I had seen a moderately large wave come tumbling in, I should have taken to my heels, with an awful recollection of her drowned relation. However, I said no, and I added, "You don't seem to be either, though you say you are," for she was walking much too near the brink of a sort of old jetty or wooden causeway that we had strolled upon, and I was afraid of her falling over. "I'm not afraid in this way," said little Emily, "but I wake when it blows, and tremble to think of Uncle Dan and Ham, and believe I hear 'em crying for help. That's why I should like so much to be a lady. But I'm afraid in this way not a bit. Look here." She started from my side and ran along the jagged timber, which protruded from the place we stood upon, and overhung the deep water at some height without the least defence. The incident is so impressed on my remembrance that if I were a draughtsman I could draw its form here. I dare say accurately as it was in that day, and little Emily springing forward to her destruction, as it appeared to me, with a look that I have never forgotten directed far out to sea. The light, bold, fluttering little figure turned and came back safe to me, and I soon laughed at my fears, and at the cry that I had uttered, fruitlessly in any case, for there was no one near. But there have been times since, in my manhood, many times there have been when I have thought it is possible among the possibilities of hidden things that in the sudden rashness of the child, and her wild look so far off, there was any merciful attraction of her into danger, any tempting her towards him permitted on the part of her dead father, and that her life might have a chance of ending that day. There has been no time since when I have wondered whether, if the life before her could have been revealed to me at a glance, and so revealed that as a child could fully comprehend it, and if her preservation could have depended upon the motion of my hand, I ought to have held it up to save her. There has been a time since, I do not say it lasted long, but it has been, which I have asked myself the question, would it have been better for little Emily to have had the waters close above her head that morning in my sight? When I answered yes, it would have been. This may be premature. I have set it down too soon, perhaps, but let it stand. We strolled a long way, and loaded ourselves with things that we thought curious, and put some stranded starfish carefully back into the water. I hardly know enough of the race at this moment to be quite certain whether they had reason to feel obliged to us for doing so, or the reverse, and then made our way home to Mr. Peggotty's dwelling. We stopped under the lee of a lobster outhouse to exchange an innocent kiss, and went on in to breakfast, glowing with health and pleasure. "Like two young mavishes," Mr. Peggotty said. I knew this meant, in our local dialect, like two young thrushes, and received it as a compliment. Of course I was in love with little Emily, I am sure. I loved that baby quite as truly and as tenderly, with a greater purity and more disinterestedness than can enter into the best love of a later time of a life. High and ennobling as it is, I'm sure that my fancy raised up something round that a blue-eyed mite of a child, which ethicalized and made a very angel of her. If any sunny forenoon that she had to spread a little pair of wings and flown away before my eyes, I don't think I would have regarded it as much more than I had reason to expect. We used to walk about that dim old flat at Yarmouth in a loving manner, hours and hours. The days sported by us as if time had not grown up himself yet, but were a child too, and always at play. I told Emily I adored her, and that unless she confessed she adored me, I should be reduced to the necessity of killing myself with a sword. She said she did, and I have no doubt she did. As to any sense of inequality or youthfulness, or other difficulty in our way, little Emily and I had no such trouble, because we had no future. We made no more provision for growing older than we did for growing younger. We were the admiration of Mrs. Gummidge and Peggotty, who used to whisper of an evening when we sat lovingly on our little locker side by side, "Lor, wasn't it beautiful?" Mr. Peggotty smiled at us from behind his pipe, and Ham grinned all the evening and did nothing else. They had something of the sort of pleasure in us, I suppose, that they might have had in a pretty toy, or a pocket model of the Colosseum. I soon found out that Mrs. Gummidge did not always make herself so agreeable as she might have expected to do. Under the circumstances of her residence with Mr. Peggotty, Mrs. Gummidge's was rather a fretful disposition, and she whimpered more sometimes than was comfortable for other parties in so small an establishment. I was very sorry for her, but there were moments when it would have been more agreeable, I thought, if Mrs. Gummidge had a convenient apartment of her own to retire to, and had stopped there until her spirits revived. Mr. Peggotty went occasionally to a public house called the Willing Mind. I discovered this by his being out on the second or third evening of our visit, and by Mrs. Gummidge's looking up at the Dutch clock between 8 and 9 and saying he was there, and that what was more, she had known in the morning he would go there. Mrs. Gummidge had been in a low state all day, and had burst into tears in the forenoon when the wood fire smoked. "I'm a lorn creature," were Mrs. Gummidge's words, when that unpleasant occurrence took place, "and everything goes contrary with me." "Oh, it'll soon leave off," said Peggotty, and again I mean our Peggotty. "And besides, you know it's not more disagreeable to you than to us." "I'll feel it more," said Mrs. Gummidge. It was a very cold day, with cutting blasts of wind. Mrs. Gummidge's peculiar corner of the fireside seemed to me to be the warmest, snuggest in the place, and her chair was certainly the easiest. But it didn't suit her that day at all. She was constantly complaining of the cold, and of its occasioning a visitation in her back which she called the creeps. At last she shed tears on that subject, and said again that she was a lone lorn creature, and that everything went contrary with her. "Well, it's certainly very cold," said Peggotty. "Everybody must feel it so." "I feel it more than other people," said Mrs. Gummidge. So at dinner, when Mrs. Gummidge was always helped immediately after me, to whom the preference was given as a visitor of distinction, the fish was small and bony, and the potatoes were a little burned. We all acknowledged that we felt this was something of a disappointment, but Mrs. Gummidge said that she felt it more than we did, and shed tears again, and made that former declaration with great bitterness. Accordingly, when Mr. Peggotty came home about 9 o'clock, this unfortunate Mrs. Gummidge was knitting in her corner in a very wretched and miserable condition. Peggotty had been working cheerfully, Ham had been patching up a great pair of water boots, and I, with little Emily by my side, had been reading to them. Mrs. Gummidge had never made any other remark than a forlorn sigh, and had never raised her eyes since tea. "Well, mates," said Mr. Peggotty, taking a seat, "how are you?" We all said something, or looked something, to welcome him, except Mrs. Gummidge, who only shook her head over her knitting. "What's amiss?" said Mr. Peggotty, with a clap of his hand. "Cheer up, old mother." Mr. Peggotty meant old girl. Mrs. Gummidge did not appear to be able to cheer up. She took out the old black silk handkerchief and wiped her eyes, but instead of putting it in her pocket, kept it out and wiped them again, and still kept it out ready for use. "What's amiss, dame?" said Mr. Peggotty. "Nothing," returned Mrs. Gummidge. "You've come from the Willing Mind, Dan?" "Why, yes, I've took a short spell at the Willing Mind to-night," said Mr. Peggotty. "I'm sorry I should drive you there," said Mrs. Gummidge. "Drive? I don't want no driving," returned Mr. Peggotty, with an honest laugh. "I only go too ready." Very ready, said Mrs. Gummidge, shaking her head and wiping her eyes. Yes, very ready. I'm sorry it should be along of me that you're so ready. Along of you? It ain't along of you, said Mr. Peggotty. Don't you believe a bit on it? Yes, it is, cried Mrs. Gummidge. I know what I am, a lone, lorn critter. And not only that everything goes contrary with me, but that I go contrary with everybody. Yes, I feel more than other people do, and I show it more. It's my misfortune. I really couldn't help thinking, as I sat down, taking in all of this, that the misfortune extended to some other members of that family besides Mrs. Gummidge. But Mr. Peggotty made no such retort, only answering with another entreaty to Mrs. Gummidge to cheer up. I ain't what I wish myself to be, said Mrs. Gummidge. I'm far from it. I know what I am. I feel my troubles, and they make me contrary. I wish I didn't feel 'em, but I do. I wish I could be hardened to 'em, but I ain't. I make the house uncomfortable. I don't wonder at it. I've made your sister so all day, and Master Davy. Here I was suddenly melted, and roared out, No, you haven't, Mrs. Gummidge, in great mental distress. It's far from right that I shouldn't do it. It ain't a fit return. I'd better go into the house and die. I'm a lone, lorn critter, and had much better not make myself contrary here. If things must go contrary with me, and I must go contrary myself, let me go contrary in my parish. Dan'l, I'd better go to the house, and die and be a riddance. Mrs. Gummidge retired with these words, and betook herself to bed. When she was gone, Mr. Peggotty, who had not exhibited a trace of any feeling, but for the profoundest sympathy, looked round upon us, and nodding his head with a lively expression of that sentiment still animating his face, he said in a whisper, She's been thinking of the old un. I did not quite understand what old un Mrs. Gummidge was supposed to have fixed her mind upon, until Peggotty, on seeing me to bed, explained that it was the late Mr. Gummidge, and that her brother always took that for a received truth on such occasions, and it always had a moving effect upon him. Some time after he was in his hammock that night, I heard him myself repeat to Ham, Poor thing, she's been a-thinking of the old un. And whenever Mrs. Gummidge was overcome in a similar manner during the remainder of our stay, which happened a few times, he always said the same thing in extenuation of the circumstances, and always with the tenderest commiseration. So the fortnight slipped away, varied by nothing but the variation of the tide, which altered Mr. Peggotty's times of going out and coming in, and altered Ham's engagements also. When the latter was unemployed, he sometimes walked with us to show us the boats and ships. Once or twice a week he took us for a row. I don't know why one slight set of impressions should be more particularly associated with one place than another, for I believe this obtains with most people, in reference especially to the association of their childhood. I never hear the name or read the name of Yarmouth, but I am reminded of a certain Sunday morning on the beach, the bells ringing for church, little Emily leaning on my shoulder, Ham lazily dropping stones into the water, and the sun, away at sea, just breaking through the heavy mist, and showing us the ships like their own shadows. At last the day came for going home. I bore up against the separation from Mr. Peggotty and Mrs. Gummidge, but my agony of mind at leaving little Emily was piercing. We went arm in arm to the public house where the carrier put up, and I promised on the road to write to her. I redeemed that promise afterwards, in characters larger than those in which apartments are usually announced in manuscript as being to let. We were greatly overcome at parting, and if ever in my life I have had a void made in my heart, I had one made that day. Now, all the time I had been on my visit, I had been ungrateful to my home again, and thought little or nothing about it. But I was no sooner turned towards it than my reproachful young conscience seemed to point that way with a ready finger, and I felt all the more for the sinking of my spirits that this was my nest, and that my mother was my comforter and friend. This gained upon me as we went along, so that the nearer we drew, the more familiar the objects became that we passed. The more excited I was to get there, and to run into her arms. But Peggotty, instead of sharing in those transports, tried to check them, though very kindly, and looked confused and out of sorts. Blunderstone Rookery would come, however, in spite of her, when the carrier's horse pleased, and did. How well I recollect it on a cold grey afternoon, with a dull sky threatening rain. The door opened, and I looked, half laughing and half crying, in my pleasant agitation for my mother. It was not she, but a strange servant. "Why, Peggotty," I said ruefully, "isn't she come home?" "Yes, Master Davy," said Peggotty, "she's come home." "Wait a bit, Master Davy, and I'll tell you something." Between her agitation and her natural awkwardness in getting out of the cart, Peggotty was making a most extraordinary festoon of herself, but I felt too blank and strange to tell her so. When she had got down, she took me by the hand, led me wandering into the kitchen, and shut the door. "Peggotty," said I, quite frightened, "what's the matter?" "Nothing's the matter, God bless you, Master Davy dear," she answered, assuming an air of sprightliness. "Something's the matter, I'm sure. Where's mamma?" "Where's mamma, Master Davy?" repeated Peggotty. "Yes, why hasn't she come to the gate, and what have we come in here for?" Oh, Peggotty, my eyes were full, and I felt as if I was going to tumble down. "Bless the precious boy!" cried Peggotty, taking hold of me. "What is it? Speak, my pet." "Not dead, too? Oh, no, she's not dead, Peggotty." Peggotty cried out "No" with an astonishing volume of voice, and then sat down and began to pant, and said I'd given her a turn. I gave her a hug to take away the turn, or to give her another turn in the right direction, and then stood before her looking at her in anxious inquiry. "You see, dear, I should have told you before now," said Peggotty, "but I hadn't an opportunity. I ought to have made it, perhaps, but I couldn't exactly." That was always the substitute for exactly in Peggotty's militia of words. "Bring my mind to it." "Go on, Peggotty," said I, more frightened than before. "Master Davy," said Peggotty, untying her bonnet with a shaking hand, and speaking in a breathless sort of a way, "what do you think? You've got a pa." I trembled and turned white. Something, I don't know what or how, connected with the grave in the churchyard and the raising of the dead, seemed to strike me like an unwholesome wind. "A new one," said Peggotty. "A new one," I repeated. Peggotty gave a gasp as if she were swallowing something that was very hard, and putting out her hands, said, "Come and see him." "I don't want to see him." "And your mamma?" said Peggotty. I ceased to draw back, and we went straight into the best parlour, where she left me. On one side of the fire sat my mother, on the other Mr. Murdstone. My mother dropped her work, arose hurriedly, but timidly, I thought. "Now, Clara, my dear," said Mr. Murdstone, "recollect, control yourself. Always control yourself. Davy boy, how do you do?" I gave him my hand. After a moment of suspense, I went out and kissed my mother. She kissed me, patted me gently on the shoulder, and sat down again at her work. I could not look at her. I could not look at him. I knew quite well that he was looking at us both, and I turned to the window and looked out there at some shrubs that were dropping their heads in the cold. As soon as I could creep away, I crept upstairs. My old dear bedroom was changed, and I was going to lie a long way off. I rambled downstairs to find anything that was like itself, so altered it all seemed, and roamed into the yard. I very soon started back from there, for the empty dog kennel was filled up with a great dog, deep-mouthed, black-haired like him, and he was very angry at the sight of me, and sprang out to get me. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. I Fall into Disgrace. If the room to which my bed was removed were a sentient thing that could give evidence, I might appeal to it at this day. Who sleeps there now, I wonder, to bear witness for me in what a heavy heart I carried to it? I went up there, hearing the dog in the yard bark at me all the way while I climbed the stairs, and, looking as blank and strange upon the room as the room looked upon me, sat down with my small hands crossed and thought. I thought of the oddest things, of the shape of the room, of the cracks in the ceiling, of the paper on the wall, of the floors in the window glass making ripples and dimples on the prospect, of the washing stand being rickety on its three legs and having discontented something about it, which reminded me of Mrs. Gummidge under the influence of the old one. I was crying all the time, but except that when I was conscious being cold and dejected, I'm sure I never thought why I cried. At last, in my desolation, I began to consider that I was dreadfully in love with little Emily, and had been torn away from her to come back here where no one seemed to want me, or to care about me, half as much as she did. This made such a very miserable piece of business of it, that I rolled myself up in a corner of the counterpane, and cried myself to sleep. I was awoke by somebody saying, "Here he is," and uncovering my hot head, my mother and Peggotty had come to look for me, and it was one of them who had done it. "Davy," said my mother, "what's the matter?" I thought it very strange that she should ask me, and answered, "Nothing." I turned over on my face, I recollect, to hide my trembling lip, which answered her with greater truth. "Davy," said my mother, "Davy, my child." I dare say no word she could have uttered would have affected me so much then as her calling me her child. I hid my tears in the bedclothes and pressed her from me with my hand when she would have raised me up. "This is your doing, Peggotty, you cruel thing," said my mother. "I have no doubt at all about it. How can you reconcile it to your conscience? I wonder, too, prejudice my own boy against me, or against anybody who is dear to me. What do you mean by it, Peggotty?" Poor Peggotty lifted up her hands and eyes, and only answered in a sort of paraphrase of the grace I usually repeated after dinner. "Lord forgive you, Mrs. Copperfield, for what you've done and said this minute. May you ever be truly sorry." "It's enough to distract me," cried my mother. "In my honeymoon, too, when my most inveterate enemy might relent, one would think, not envy me a little peace of mind and happiness. Davy, you naughty boy! Peggotty, you savage creature! Oh dear me," cried my mother, turning from one of us to the other, in her pettish, wilful manner. "What a troublesome world this is, when one has the most right to expect it to be as agreeable as possible." I felt the touch of a hand that I knew was neither hers nor Peggotty's, and slipped to my feet at the bedside. It was Mr. Murdstone's hand, and he kept it on my arm as he said, "What's this, Clara, my love? Have you forgotten?" "Firmness, my dear." "I'm very sorry, Edward," said my mother. "I meant to be very good, but I'm so uncomfortable." "Indeed," he answered. "That's a bad hearing so soon, Clara." "I say it's very hard I should be made so now," returned my mother, pouting. "And it is very hard, isn't it?" He drew her to him, and whispered in her ear and kissed her. I knew as well, when I saw my mother's head lean down upon his shoulder, and her arm touch his neck, I knew as well that he could mould her pliant nature into any form he chose, as I know now that he did it. "Go you below, my love," said Mr. Murdstone. "David and I will come down together." My friend, turning a darkening face on Peggotty, when he had watched my mother out, and dismissed her with a nod and a smile. "Do you know your mistress's name?" "She's been my mistress a long time, sir," answered Peggotty. I ought to it. That's true, he answered. But I thought I heard you as I came upstairs address her by a name that is not hers. She has taken mine, you know. Will you remember that? Peggotty, with some uneasy glances at me, curtsied herself out of the room without replying, seeing, I suppose, that she was expected to go, and had no excuse for remaining. When we two were left alone, he shut the door, and sitting on a chair and holding me standing before him, looked steadily into my eyes. I felt my own attracted no less steadily to his, as I recall our being opposed thus, face to face. I seem again to hear my heart beat fast and high. "David," he said, making his lips thin by pressing them together, "if I have an obstinate horse or a dog to deal with, what do you think I do?" "I don't know." "I beat him," I had answered in a kind of breathless whisper, in my silence that my breath was shorter now. "I make him wince and smart. I say to myself, I'll conquer that fellow, and if it were to cost him all the blood he had, I should do it. What is that upon your face?" "Dirt," I said. He knew it was the mark of tears as well as I, but if he had asked me the question 20 times, each time with 20 blows, I believe my baby heart would have burst before I would have told him so. "You have a good deal of intelligence for a little fellow," he said, with a grave smile that belonged to him. "And you understand me very well, I see. Wash that face, sir. Come down with me." He pointed to the washing-stand I had made out to be like Mrs. Gummidge, and motioned me with his head to obey him directly. I had little doubt then, and I have less doubt now, that he would have knocked me down without the least compunction if I had hesitated. "Clara, my dear," he said, when I had done his bidding, and he walked me into the parlour with his hand still on my arm, "you will not be made uncomfortable any more, I hope. We shall soon improve your youthful humours. God help me, I might have been improved for my whole life. I might have been made another creature, perhaps, for life, by a kind word at that season, a word of encouragement and explanation or pity for my childish ignorance, of welcome home, of reassurance to me that I was home, might have made me dutiful to him in my heart henceforth, instead of my hypocritical outside, and might have made me respect instead of hate him. I thought my mother was sorry to see me standing in the room, so scared and strange, and at that presently when I stole into a chair, she followed me with her eyes more sorrowfully still, missing perhaps some freedom in my childish tread. But the word was not spoken, and the time for it was gone. We dined alone, we three together. He seemed to be very fond of my mother. I'm afraid I liked him none the better for that, and she was very fond of him. I gathered from what they said that an elder sister of his was coming to stay with them, that she was expected that evening. I'm not certain whether I found out then or afterwards that, without being actively concerned in any business, he had some share in, or some annual charge upon profits of, a wine merchant's house in London, with which his family had been connected from his great-grandfather's time, and in which his sister had a similar interest. But I may mention it in this place, whether or no. After dinner, when we were sitting by the fire, and I was meditating an escape to Peggotty without having the hardihood to slip away, lest it should offend the master of the house, a coach drove up to the garden gate, and he went out to receive his visitor. My mother followed him. I was timidly following her, and she turned round at the parlour door in the dusk, taking me in her embrace as she had been used to, whispered me to love my new father and be obedient to him. She did this hurriedly and secretly, as if it were wrong, but tenderly, putting out her hand behind her, held mine in it until we came near to where he was standing in the garden, where she let mine go and drew hers through his arm. It was Miss Murdstone who was arrived, and a gloomy-looking lady she was, dark like her brother, whom she greatly resembled in face and voice, and with very heavy eyebrows, nearly meeting over her large nose, as if being disabled by the wrongs of her sex from wearing whiskers. She had carried them to that account. She brought with her 2 uncompromising hard black boxes with her initials on the lids in brass nails. When she had paid the coachman, she took her money out of a hard steel purse. She kept the purse in a very jail of a bag, which hung upon her arm by a heavy chain, and shut up like a bite. I had never, at that time, seen such a metallic lady altogether as Miss Murdstone was. She was brought into the parlour with many tokens of welcome, and there formally recognised by my mother as a new and near relation, and she looked at me and said, "Is that your boy, sister-in-law?" My mother acknowledged me. "Generally speaking," said Miss Murdstone, "I don't like boys. How do you do, boy?" Under these encouraging circumstances, I replied that I was very well, and I hoped she was the same, with such an indifferent grace that Miss Murdstone disposed of me in 2 words: "Wants manner," having uttered which with great distinctness, she begged the favour of being shown to her room, which became to me from that time forth a place of awe and dread, wherein the 2 black boxes were never seen open or known to be left unlocked, and where, for I peeped in once or twice when she was out, numerous little steel fetters and rivets with which Miss Murdstone had embellished herself when she was dressed, generally hung upon the looking-glass in the formidable array. As well as I could make out, she had come for good, and had no intention of ever going again. She began to help my mother the next morning, and was in and out of the store closet all day, putting things to rights, and making havoc of the old arrangements. Almost the first remarkable thing I observed in Miss Murdstone was her being constantly haunted by a suspicion that the servants had a man secreted somewhere on the premises. Under the influence of this delusion, she dived into the coal cellar at the most untimely hours, and scarcely ever opened the door of a dark cupboard without clapping it to again, in the belief that she'd got in. Though there was nothing very airy about Miss Murdstone, she was a perfect lark in point of getting up. She was up, and I believe to this hour, looking for that man, before anybody in the house was stirring. Peggotty gave it as her opinion that she even slept with one eye open, but I could not concur in this idea, for I tried it myself after hearing the suggestion thrown out, and found it couldn't be done. On the very first morning after her arrival, she was up and ringing her bell at cockcrow. When my mother came down to breakfast and was going to make the tea, Miss Murdstone gave her a kind of peck on the cheek, which was her nearest approach to a kiss, and said, "Now, Clara, my dear, I am come here, you know, to relieve you of all the trouble I can. You're much too pretty and thoughtless." My mother blushed and laughed, and seemed not to dislike this character. "To have any duties imposed upon you that can be undertaken by me? If you will be so good as to give me your keys, my dear, I shall attend to all this sort of thing in future." From that time Miss Murdstone kept the keys in her own little jail all day, and under a pillow at night, and my mother had no more to do with them than I had. My mother did not suffer her authority pass from her without a shadow of protest. One night, when Miss Murdstone had been developing certain household plans to her brother, of which he signified his approbation, my mother suddenly began to cry, and said she thought she might have been consulted. "Clara," said Mr. Murdstone sternly, "Clara, I wonder at you." "Oh, it's all very well to say you wonder, Edward," cried my mother. "It's all very well to you to talk about firmness, but you wouldn't like it yourself. Firmness, I may observe, was the grand quality on which both Mr. and Miss Murdstone took their stand. However, I might have expressed my comprehension of it at the time if I had been called upon. I nevertheless did clearly comprehend in my own way that it was another name for tyranny, and for a certain gloomy, arrogant devil's humour that was in them both. The creed, as I should state it now, was this: Mr. Murdstone was firm. Nobody in his world was to be so firm as Mr. Murdstone. Nobody else in his world was to be firm at all, for everybody else was to be bent to his firmness. Miss Murdstone was an exception. She might be firm, but only by relationship, and in an inferior and tributary degree. My mother was another exception. She might be firm, and must be, but only in bearing their firmness and firmly believing there was no other firmness upon earth. "It's very hard," said my mother, "and in my own house—" "My own house," repeated Mr. Murdstone. "Clara?" "Our own house, I mean," faltered my mother, evidently frightened. "I hope you must know what I mean, Edward. It's very hard that in your own house I may not have a word to say about domestic matters. I'm sure I managed very well before we were married." "As evidence," said my mother, sobbing, "ask Peggotty if I didn't do very well when I wasn't interfered with." "Edward," said Miss Murdstone, "let there be an end of this. I go to-morrow." "Jane Murdstone," said her brother, "be silent. How dare you insinuate that you don't know my character better than your words imply?" "I'm sure," my poor mother went on at a grievous disadvantage, and with many tears, "I don't want anybody to go. I should be very miserable and happy if anybody was to go. I don't ask much. I'm not unreasonable. I only want to be consulted sometimes. I'm very much obliged to anybody who assists me, and I only want to be consulted as a mere form sometimes. I thought you were pleased once with my being a little inexperienced and girlish, Edward. I'm sure you said so, but you seem to hate me for it now. You are so severe." "Edward," said Miss Murdstone again, "let there be an end of this. I go to-morrow." "Jane Murdstone," thundered Mr. Murdstone, "will you be silent? How dare you?" Miss Murdstone made a jail delivery in her pocket-handkerchief and held it before her eyes. "Clara," he continued, looking at my mother, "you surprise me. You astound me. Yes, I had the satisfaction in the thought of marrying an inexperienced and artless person, forming her character, and infusing into it some amount of that firmness and decision of which it stood in need. But when Jane Murdstone is kind enough to come to my assistance in this endeavour, and to assume for my sake a condition something like a housekeeper's, and when she meets with a base return—" "Oh, pray, Edward," cried my mother, "don't accuse me of being ungrateful. I'm sure I am not ungrateful. No one ever said I was before. I have many faults, but not that. Oh, don't, my dear." "When Jane Murdstone meets, I say," he went on, after waiting until my mother was silent, "with a base return, that feeling of mine is chilled and altered." "Don't, my love, say that," implored my mother, very piteously. "Oh, don't, Edward, I can't bear to hear it. Whatever I am affectionate. I know I am affectionate. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't certain that I am. Ask Peggotty. I'm sure she'll tell you I'm affectionate." "There's no extent of mere weakness, Clara," said Mr. Murdstone in reply, "that can have the least weight upon me. You lose breath." "Pray let us be friends," said my mother. "I couldn't live under the coldness or unkindness. I am so sorry. I have a great many defects, I know, and it's very good of you, Edward, with your strength of mind, to endeavour to correct them for me. Jane, I don't object to anything. I should be quite broken-hearted if you thought of leaving." My mother was too much overcome to go on. "Jane Murdstone," said Mr. Murdstone to his sister, "any harsh words between us are, I hope, uncommon. It is not my fault that so unusual an occurrence has taken place to-night. I was betrayed into it by another. Nor is it your fault. You were betrayed into it by another. Let us both try to forget this. And this," he added after those magnanimous words, "is not a fit scene for the boy. David, go to bed." I could hardly find the door through the tears that stood in my eyes. I was so sorry for my mother's distress, but I groped my way out and groped my way up to my room in the dark, without even having the heart to say good night to Peggotty, or to get a candle from her. When her coming up to look for me an hour or so afterwards awoke me, She said that my mother had gone to bed poorly, and that Mr. and Miss Murdstone were sitting alone. Going down the next morning rather earlier than usual, I paused outside the parlour door. On hearing my mother's voice, she was very earnestly and humbly entreating Miss Murdstone's pardon, which that lady granted, and a perfect reconciliation took place. I never knew my mother afterwards to give an opinion on any matter without first appealing to Miss Murdstone, or without having first ascertained by some sure means what Miss Murdstone's opinion was. And I never saw Miss Murdstone, when out of temper, she was infirm in that way, move her hand towards her bag as if she were going to take out the keys and offer to resign them to my mother without seeing that my mother was in a terrible fright. The gloomy taint that was in the Murdstone blood darkened the Murdstone religion, which was austere and wrathful. I have thought since that his assuming that character was a necessary consequence of Mr. Murdstone's firmness, which wouldn't allow him to let anybody off from the utmost weight of the severest penalties he could find any excuse for. Be this as it may, I remember the tremendous visages with which we used to go to church, and the changed air of the place. Again the dreaded Sunday comes round, and I filed into the old pew first like a guarded captive, brought to a condemned service. Again Miss Murdstone in a black velvet gown that looks as if it had been made out of a pall, follows close upon me, then my mother, then her husband. There is no Peggotty now, as in the old time. Again I listen to Miss Murdstone mumbling the responses, and emphasising all the dread words with cruel relish. Again I see her dark eyes roll round the church when she says miserable sinners, as if she were calling all the congregation names. Again I catch rare glimpses of my mother moving her lips timidly between the two, with one of them muttering at each other like a low thunder. Again I wonder with a sudden fear whether it is likely that our good old clergyman can be wrong, and Mr. and Miss Murdstone right, and all the angels in heaven can be destroying angels. Again, if I move a finger or relax a muscle of my face, Miss Murdstone pokes me with her prayer book and makes my side ache. Yes, and again as we walk home, I note some neighbours looking at my mother and at me and whispering. Again, as the three of them go on arm in arm, and I linger behind alone, I follow some of those looks and wonder if my mother's step be really not so light as I have seen it, and if the gaiety of her beauty be really almost worried away. Again I wonder whether any of the neighbours call us to mind, as I do, how we used to walk home together, she and I wonder stupidly about that, all the dreary, dismal day. There had been some talk on occasions of my going to boarding school. Mr. and Miss Murdstone had originated it, and my mother had of course agreed with them. Nothing, however, was concluded on the subject yet. In the meantime I learnt lessons at home. Shall I ever forget those lessons? They were presided over nominally by my mother, but really by Mr. Murdstone and his sister, who were always present, and found them a favourable occasion for giving my mother lessons in that miscalled firmness, which was the bane of both our lives. I believe I was kept at home for that purpose. I had been apt enough to learn, and willing enough, when my mother and I had lived alone together. I can faintly remember learning the alphabet at her knee. To this day, when I look upon their fat black letters in the primer, puzzling novelty of their shapes, and the easy good nature of O, Q, and S, seem to present themselves again before me as they used to do. But they recall no feeling of disgust or reluctance. On the contrary, I seem to have walked along the path of flowers as far as the crocodile brook, and to have been cheered by the gentleness of my mother's voice and manner all the way. These solemn lessons which succeeded those I remember as the death blow at my peace. and a grievous daily drudgery and misery. They were very long, very numerous, very hard, perfectly unintelligible, some of them to me, and I was generally as much bewildered by them as I believe my poor mother was herself. Let me remember how it used to be, and bring one morning back again. I come to the second best parlour after breakfast with my books, and an exercise book and a slate. My mother is ready for me at her writing desk, but not half so ready as Mr. Murdstone in his easy chair by the window. Though he pretends to be reading a book, or Miss Murdstone sitting near my mother, stringing steel beads, the very sight of these two has such an influence over me that I begin to feel the words I have been at infinite pains to get into my head all sliding away and going I don't know where. I wonder where they do go, by the by. I hand the first book to my mother. Perhaps it is grammar, perhaps a history or geography. I take a last drowning look at the page as I give it into her hand, and start off aloud at a racing pace while I've got it fresh. I trip over a word. Mr. Murdstone looks up. I trip over another word. Miss Murdstone looks up. I redden, tumble over half a dozen words, and stop. I think my mother would show me the book if she dared, but she does not dare, and she says softly, "Oh, Davy, Davy." "Now, Clara," says Mr. Murdstone, "be firm with the boy. Don't say, 'Oh, Davy, Davy.' That's childish. He knows his lesson, or he does not know it." "He does not know it," Miss Murdstone interposes awfully. "I am really afraid he does not," says my mother. "Then you see, Clara," returns Miss Murdstone, "you should just give him the book back and make him know it." "Yes, certainly," says my mother. "That's what I intend to do, my dear Jane. Now, Davy, try once more, and don't be stupid." I obey the first clause of the injunction by trying once more, but I am not so successful with the second, for I am very stupid. I tumble down before I get to the old place, at a point where I was all right before, stop to think. But I can't think about the lesson. I think of the number of yards of net in Miss Murdstone's cap, or of the price of Mr. Murdstone's dressing gown, or any such ridiculous problem that I have no business with. I don't want to have anything at all to do with. Mr. Murdstone makes a movement of impatience, which I've been expecting for a long time. Miss Murdstone does the same. My mother glances submissively at them, shuts the book, and lays it by as an arrear to be worked out when my other tasks are done. There's a pile of these arrears very soon, and it swells like a rolling snowball. The bigger it gets, the more stupid I get. The case is so hopeless, and I feel I am wallowing in such a bog of nonsense, that I give up all idea of getting out and abandon myself to my fate. The despairing way in which my mother and I look at each other as I blunder on is truly melancholy. Thinking nobody is observing her, tries to give me the cue by the motion of her lips. At that instant, Miss Murdstone, who has been lying in wait for nothing else all along, says in a deep warning voice, "Clara." My mother starts, colours, and smiles faintly. Mr. Murdstone comes out of his chair, takes the book, throws it at me or boxes my ears with it, and turns me out of the room by the shoulders. Even when the lessons are done, the worst is yet to happen, in the shape of an appalling sum. This is invented for me and delivered to me orally by Mr. Murdstone, and begins, "If I go into a cheesemonger's shop and buy 5,000 double Gloucester cheeses for 4.5 each, present payment," at which I see Miss Murdstone secretly overjoyed. I pore over these cheeses without any result or enlightenment until dinner time, and having made a mulatto of myself by getting the dirt of the slate into the pores of my skin, I have a slice of bread to help me out with the cheeses, and I am considered in disgrace for the rest of the evening. It seems to me at this distance of time as if my unfortunate studies generally took this course. I could have done very well if I had been without the Murdstones, but the influence of the Murdstones upon me was like the fascination of two snakes on a wretched young bird. Even when I did get through the morning with tolerable credit, there was not much gained but dinner, for Miss Murdstone could never endure to see me untasked, and if I rashly made any show of being unemployed, called her brother's attention to me by saying, "Clara, my dear, there's nothing like work. Give your boy an exercise," which caused me to be clapped down onto some new labour there and then. As for any recreation with other children of my age, I had very little of that, for the gloomy theology of the Murdstones made all children to be a swarm of little vipers, though there was a child once set in the midst of the disciples, and held that they contaminated one another. The natural result of this treatment continued, I suppose, for some 6 months or more, was to make me sullen, dull, and dogged. I was not made the less so by my sense of being daily more and more shut out and alienated from my mother. I believe I should have been almost stupefied but for one circumstance. It was this. My father had left a small collection of books in a little room upstairs, to which I had access, for it adjoined my own, and which nobody else in the house ever troubled. From that blessed little room, Roderick Random, Peregrine Pickle, Humphrey Clinker, Tom Jones, the Vicar of Wakefield, Don Quixote, Gil Blas, and Robinson Crusoe came out a glorious host to keep me company. They kept alive my fancy and my hope of something beyond that place and time. They and the Arabian Nights and the tales of the genie did me no harm. For whatever harm was done in some of them was not there for me. I knew nothing of it. It is astonishing to me how I found time, in the midst of my porings and blunderings over heavier themes, to read those books as I did. It is curious to me that how I could ever have consoled myself under my small troubles, which were great troubles to me, by impersonating my favourite characters in them as I did, and by putting Mr. and Miss Murdstone into all the bad ones, which I did too. I've been Tom Jones, the child's Jones, a harmless creature, for a week together. I have sustained my own idea of Roderick Random for a month at a stretch. I verily believe I had a greedy relish for a few volumes of Voyages and Travel. I forget what now, they were all on those shelves, and for days and days I can remember to have gone about my region of our house, armed with a centrepiece out of an old set of boot trees. Perfect realisation, Captain Somebody of the Royal British Navy. The captain never lost dignity when having his ears boxed with the Latin grammar. I did, but the captain was a captain and a hero, despite all the grammars of all the languages in the world, dead or alive. This was my only and my constant comfort. When I think of it, the picture always rises in my mind of a summer evening, the boys at play in the churchyard, and I sitting on my bed, reading as if for life. Every barn in the neighbourhood, every stone in the church, every foot of the churchyard had some association of its own in my mind connected with these books, and stood for some locality made famous in them. I've seen Tom Pipes go climbing up the church steeple. I've watched Strap, with the knapsack on his back, stopping to rest himself upon the wicket gate, and I know that Commodore Trunnion held the club with Mr. Pickle in the parlour of our little village alehouse. The reader now understands as well as I do what I was when I came to that point of my youthful history to which I am now coming again. One morning when I went into the parlour with my books, I found my mother looking anxious, Miss Murdstone looking firm, and Mr. Murdstone binding something around the bottom of a cane, a lithe and limber cane, which he let off binding when I came in, and poised and switched it in the air. "I tell you, Clara," said Mr. Murdstone, "I have been often flogged myself." "To be sure, of course," said Miss Murdstone. "Certainly, my dear Jane," faltered my mother meekly. "But do you think it did Edward good?" "Do you think it did Edward harm, Clara?" asked Mr. Murdstone gravely. "That's the point," said his sister. To this my mother returned, "Certainly, my dear Jane," and said no more. I felt apprehensive that I was personally interested in this dialogue, and sought Mr. Murdstone's eye as it lighted on mine. "Now, David," he said, and I saw that cast again as he said it, "you must be far more careful today than usual." He gave the cane another poise, and then another switch. Having finished his preparation of it, laid it down beside him with an expressive look, and took up his book. This was a good freshener to my presence of mind as a beginning. I felt the words of my lesson slipping off, not one by one or line by line, but by entire page. I tried to lay hold of them, but they seemed, if I may so express it, to have put skates on, to skim away from me, with a smoothness there was no checking. We began badly and went on worse. I'd come in with an idea of distinguishing myself rather, conceiving that I was very well prepared, but it turned out to be quite a mistake. Book after book was added to the heap of failures, Miss Murdstone being firmly watchful of us all the time. And when we came at last to the 5,000 cheeses, canes he made it that day, I remember, my mother burst out crying. "Clara," said Miss Murdstone in a warning voice. "I am not quite well, my dear Jane, I think," said my mother. I saw him wink solemnly at his sister as he rose and said, taking up the cane, "Why, Jane, we can hardly expect Clara to bear with perfect firmness the worry and torment that David has occasioned her today. That would be stoical. Clara is greatly strengthened and improved. We can hardly expect so much from her. David, you and I will go upstairs, boy." As he took me out of the door, my mother ran towards us. Miss Murdstone said, "Clara, are you a perfect fool?" and interfered. I saw my mother stop her ears, and then I heard her crying. He walked me up to my room slowly and gravely. I am certain he had a delight in that formal parade of executing justice, and when we got there, suddenly twisted my head under his arm. "Mr. Murdstone, sir," I cried to him, pray don't beat me. I have tried to learn, sir, but I can't learn while you and Miss Murdstone are by. I can't indeed." "Can't you indeed, David?" he said. "We'll try that." He had my head as in a vice, but I twined round him somehow, and stopped for a moment, entreating him not to beat me. It was only for a moment that I stopped him, for he cut me heavily in an instant afterwards, and in the same instant I caught the hand with which he held me in my mouth between my teeth, and bit through it. It sets my teeth on edge to think of it. He beat me then as if he would have beaten me to death. Above all the noise we made, I heard them running up the stairs and crying out. I heard my mother crying out, and Peggotty. Then he was gone, and the door was locked outside, and I was lying fevered, hot and torn and sore, and raging in my puny way upon the floor. How well I recollect when I became quiet, what an unnatural stillness seemed to reign throughout the whole house. How well I remember when my smart and passion began to cool, how wicked I began to feel. I sat listening for a long while, but there was not a sound. I crawled up from the floor, saw my face in the glass, so swollen, red and ugly that it almost frightened me. My stripes were sore and stiff, and made me cry afresh when I moved. But they were nothing to the guilt I felt. It lay heavier on my breast than if I'd been a most atrocious criminal, I dare say. It had begun to grow dark, and I had shut the window. I'd been lying for the most part with my head upon the sill, by turns crying, dozing, and looking listlessly out, when the key was turned and Miss Murdstone came in with some bread and meat and milk. These she put down upon the table without a word, glaring at me the while with exemplary firmness, and then retired, locking the door after her. Long after it was dark I sat there, wondering whether anybody else would come. When this appeared improbable for that night, I undressed and went to bed, and there I began to wonder fearfully what would be done to me, whether it was a criminal act I had committed, whether I should be taken into custody, sent to prison, whether I was at all in danger of being hanged. I shall never forget the waking next morning, being cheerful and fresh for the first moment, and then being weighed down by the stale and dismal oppression of remembrance. Miss Murdstone reappeared before I was out of bed, told me in so many words that I was free to walk in the garden for half an hour and no longer, and retired, leaving the door open that I might avail myself of that permission. I did so. Every morning of my imprisonment, which lasted 5 days, if I could have seen my mother alone, I should have gone down on my knees to her and besought her forgiveness, but I saw no one, and Miss Murdstone excepted, during the whole time, except at evening prayers in the parlour, which I was escorted by Miss Murdstone after everybody else was placed, where I was stationed, a young outlaw, all alone by myself near the door, and whence I was solemnly conducted by my jailer before anyone arose from the devotional posture. I only observed that my mother was as far off from me as she could be, and kept her face in other ways that I never saw it, and that Mr. Murdstone's hand was bound up in a large linen wrapper. The length of those 5 days I can convey no idea to anyone. They occupy the place of years in my remembrance. The way in which I listened to all the incidents of the house that made themselves audible to me, the ringing of bells, the opening and shutting of doors, the murmur of voices, the footsteps on the stairs, to any laughing, whistling or singing outside, which seemed more dismal than anything else to me in my solitude and disgrace, the uncertain pace of the hours, especially at night, when I should wake thinking it was morning, and find that the family were not yet gone to bed, and all the length of night had yet to come. The depressed dreams and nightmares I had, the return of the day, noon, afternoon, evening, when the boys played in the churchyard, and I watched them from a distance within the room, being ashamed to show myself at the window, lest they should know I was a prisoner. Strange sensation of never hearing myself speak. The fleeting intervals of something like cheerfulness, which came with eating and drinking, and went away with it. The setting in of rain one evening with a fresh smell, and its coming down faster and faster between me and the church, until it and gathering night seemed to quench me in gloom, and fear, and remorse. All this appears to have gone round and round for years instead of days. It is so vividly and strongly stamped upon my remembrance. On the last night of my restraint, I was awakened by hearing my own name spoken in a whisper. I started up in bed, putting out my arms in the dark, and said, "Is that you, Peggotty?" There was no immediate answer, but presently I heard my name again, in a tone so very mysterious and awful that I think I should have gone into a fit if it had not occurred to me that it must have come through the keyhole. I groped my way to the door, and putting my own lips to the keyhole, whispered, "Is that you, Peggotty, dear?" "Yes, my own precious Davy," she replied. "Be as soft as a mouse, or the cat'll hear us." I understood this to mean Miss Murdstone, and I was sensible of the urgency of the case, her room being close by. "How's mamma, dear Peggotty? Is she very angry with me?" I could hear Peggotty crying softly on her side of the keyhole, as I was doing on mine, before she answered, "No, not very." "What's going to be done with me, Peggotty dear, do you know?" "School near London," was Peggotty's answer. I was obliged to get her to repeat it, for she spoke it for the first time quite down my throat, in consequence of my having forgotten to take my mouth away from the keyhole and put my ear there, and though her words tickled me a good deal, I didn't hear them. "When, Peggotty?" "Tomorrow." "Is that the reason why Miss Murdstone took the clothes out of my drawers?" Which she had done, though I had forgotten to mention it. "Yes," said Peggotty. "Box." "Shan't I see Mamma?" "Yes," said Peggotty. "Morning." Then Peggotty fitted her mouth to the keyhole and delivered these words through it with as much feeling and earnestness as a keyhole has ever been the medium of communicating. I will venture to assert, shooting in each little broken sentence a convulsive little burst of its own. "Davy dear, if I ain't been exactly as intimate with you lately as I used to be, it ain't 'cause I don't love you. It's just as well, and more, my pretty poppet. It's because I thought it better for you, and for someone else beside. Davy, my darling, are you listening? Can you hear?" Yes, Peggotty," I sobbed. "My own," said Peggotty with infinite compassion. "What I want to say is that you must never forget me, for I'll never forget you, and I'll take up as much care of your mamma, Davy, as I ever took of you, and I won't leave her. The day may come when she'll be glad to lay her poor head on her stupid cross old Peggotty's arm again, and I'll write to you, my dear, though I ain't no scholar, and I'll—" Peggotty fell to kissing the keyhole as she couldn't kiss me. "Thank you, dear Peggotty," said I. "Oh, thank you. Will you promise me one thing, Peggotty? Will you write and tell Mr. Peggotty and little Emily and Mrs. Gummidge and Ham that I am not so bad as they might suppose?" The kind soul promised, and we both of us kissed the keyhole with the greatest affection. I patted it with my hand, I recollect, as if it had been her honest face, and parted. From that night there grew up in my breast a feeling for Peggotty which I cannot very well define. She did not replace my mother, no one could do that, but she came into a vacancy in my heart which closed upon her, and I felt towards her something I have never felt for any other human being. It was a sort of comical affection too, and yet if she had died, I cannot think what I should have done, or how I should have acted out the tragedy it would have been to me. In the morning Miss Murdstone appeared as usual and told me I was going to school, which was not altogether such news to me as she supposed. She also informed me when I was dressed that I was to come downstairs into the parlour and have my breakfast. There I found my mother, very pale, with red eyes, into whose arms I ran, and begged her pardon for my suffering soul. "Oh, Davy," she said, "that you could hurt anyone I love. Try to be better. Pray to be better. I forgive you, but I am so grieved, Davy, that you should have had such bad passions in your heart." They had persuaded her that I was a wicked fellow, and she was more sorry for that than for my going away. I felt it sorely. I tried to eat my parting breakfast, but my tears dropped down upon my bread and butter, and trickled into my tea. I saw my mother look at me sometimes, and glance at the watchful Miss Murdstone, and then look down or look away. "Master Copperfield's box there," said Miss Murdstone when the wheels were heard at the gate. I looked for Peggotty, but it was not she. Neither she nor Mr. Murdstone appeared. My former acquaintance, the carrier, was at the door. The box was taken out of his cart and lifted in. "Clara," said Miss Murdstone in her warning note. "Ready, my dear Jane," returned my mother. "Good-bye, Davy. You're going for your own good. Good-bye, my child. You will come home in the holidays and be a better boy." "Clara," Miss Murdstone repeated. "Certainly, my dear Jane," replied my mother, who was holding me. "I forgive you, my dear boy. God bless you." "Clara," Miss Murdstone repeated. Miss Murdstone was good enough to take me out to the cart, and to say on the way that she hoped that I would repent before I came to a bad end. Then I got into the cart, and the lazy horse walked off with it. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. I am sent away from home. We might have gone about half a mile, and my pocket handkerchief was quite wet through, when the carrier stopped short, looking out to ascertain for what. I saw to my amazement Peggotty burst from a hedge and climbed into the cart. She took me in both her arms and squeezed me to her stays until the pressure on my nose was extremely painful. I never thought of that till afterwards, when I found it very tender. Not a single word did Peggotty speak. Releasing one of her arms, she put it down in her pocket to the elbow and brought out some paper bags of cakes, which she crammed into my pockets, and a purse which she put into my hand. But not one word did she say. After another and final squeeze with both arms, she got down from the cart and ran away. And my belief is, and always has been, without a solitary button on her gown. I picked one up of the several that were rolling around, and treasured it as a keepsake for a long time. The carrier looked at me as if to inquire if she were coming back. I shook my head and said I thought not. Then come up, said the carrier to the lazy horse, who came up accordingly. Having by this time cried as much as I possibly could, I began to think it was of no use crying any more, especially as neither Roderick Random nor that captain in the Royal British Navy had ever cried, that I could remember in trying situations. The carrier, seeing me in this resolution, proposed that my pocket handkerchief should be spread upon the horse's back to dry. I thanked him and assented, particularly small it looked under those circumstances. I now had leisure to examine the purse. It was a stiff leather purse with a snap, and had 3 bright shillings in it, which Peggotty had evidently polished up with whitening, for my greater delight. But its most precious contents were 2 half-crowns, folded together in a bit of paper, on which was written in my mother's hand, "For Davy, with my love." I was so overcome by this that I asked the carrier to be so good as to reach me my pocket handkerchief again, but he said he thought I had better do without it, and I thought I really had, so I wiped my eyes on my sleeve and stopped myself. For good, too, though in consequence of my previous emotions I was still occasionally seized with a stormy sob. After we had jogged on for some little time, I asked the carrier if he was going all the way. "All the way where?" inquired the carrier. "There," I said. "Well, where's there?" inquired the character. "Near London," I said. "Why, that horse," said the carrier, jerking the rein to point him out, "would be deader than pork before he got over half the ground." "Are you only going to Yarmouth, then?" I asked. "That's about it," said the carrier. "And there I shall take you to the stagecoach, and the stagecoach that will take you to wherever it is." As this was a great deal for the carrier, whose name was Mr. Barkis, to say, he being, as I observed, a former chapter of phlegmatic temperament, and not at all conversational, I offered him a cake as a mark of attention, which he ate at one gulp, exactly like an elephant, and which had made no more impression on its big face than it would have done on an elephant. "Did she make 'em now?" said Mr. Barkis, always leaning forward in his slouching way on the footboard of the cart, with an arm on each knee. "Peggotty, do you mean, sir?" "Ah," said Mr. Barkis, "her." "Yes, she makes all our pastry and does all our cooking." "Does she, though?" said Mr. Barkis. He made up his mouth as if to whistle, but he didn't whistle. He sat looking at the horse's ears as if he saw something new there, and sat so for a considerable time. By and by he said, "No sweethearts, I believe." "Sweetmeats, did you say, Mr. Barkis?" For I thought he wanted something else to eat, and pointedly alluded to that description of refreshment. "Hearts," said Mr. Barkis. "Sweethearts. No person walks with her. With Peggotty? Ah, he said. Her. No, she never had a sweetheart. Didn't she, though? Said Mr. Barkis. Again he made up his mouth to whistle, and again he didn't whistle, but sat looking at the horse's ears. So she makes, said Mr. Barkis, after a long interval of reflection, all the apple pastries, and does all the cooking, do she? I replied that such was the fact. Well, I'll tell you what, said Mr. Barkis. Perhaps you might be writing to her. I shall certainly write to her, I rejoined. Ah, he said, slowly turning his eyes towards me. Well, if you was a writing to her, perhaps you'd recollect to say that Barkis was willing, would you? That Barkis is willing, I repeated instantly. Is that all the message? Yes, he said, considering. Yes, Barkis is willing. But you will be at Blunderstone again tomorrow, Mr. Barkis, I said, faltering a little at the idea of my being far away from it then. I can give your own message so much better. As he repudiated this suggestion, however, with a jerk of his head, and once more confirmed his previous request by saying with profound gravity, Barkis is willing. That's the message. I readily undertook its transmission, while I was waiting for the coach at the hotel in Yarmouth that very afternoon. I procured a sheet of paper and an inkstand, and wrote a note to Peggotty, which ran thus. My dear Peggotty, I've come here safe. Barkis is willing. My love to Mama. Yours affectionately. P.S. He says he particularly wants you to know Barkis is willing. When I had taken this commission on myself prospectively, Mr. Barkis relapsed into a perfect silence, and I, feeling quite worn out by all that had happened lately, lay down on a sack in the cart and fell asleep. I slept soundly until we got to Yarmouth, which was so entirely new and strange to me in the inn yard to which we drove, that I at once abandoned the latent hope I had of meeting with some of Mr. Peggotty's family there, perhaps even little Emily herself. The coach was in the yard, shining very much all over, but without any horses to it as yet, and it looked in that state as if it were nothing more unlikely than its ever going to London. I was thinking this, and wondering what would ultimately become of my box, which Mr. Barkis had put down on the yard pavement by the pole he had driven up the yard to turn his cart, and also what would ultimately become of me, when a lady looked out of a bow window where some fowls and joints of meat were hanging up, and said, Is that a little gentleman from Blunderstone? Yes, ma'am, I said. What name? Inquired the lady. Copperfield, ma'am, I said. That won't do, returned the lady. Nobody's dinner is paid for here in that name. Is it Murdstone, ma'am? I said. If you're Master Murdstone, said the lady, why do you go and give her another name first? I explained to the lady how it was, who then rang the bell and called out, William, show the coffee room, upon which a waiter came running out of a kitchen on the opposite side of the yard to show it, and seemed a good deal surprised when he was only to show it to me. It was a large long room with some large maps in it. I doubt if I could have felt much stranger if the maps had been real foreign countries, and I cast away in the middle of them. I felt I was taking a liberty to sit down with my cap in my hand on the corner of the chair nearest the door. When the waiter laid a cloth on purpose for me, I put a set of castors on it. I think I must have turned red all over with modesty. He brought me some chops and vegetables, and took the covers off in such a bouncing manner that I was afraid I must have given him some offence. But he greatly relieved my mind by putting up a chair for me at the table, and saying very affably, Now, 6 foot, come on. I thanked him and took my seat at the board, but found it extremely difficult to handle my knife and fork with anything like dexterity, or to avoid splashing myself with the gravy. While he was standing opposite, staring so hard and making me blush in the most dreadful manner every time I caught his eye. After watching me into the second chop, he said, There's half a pint of ale for you. Will you have it now? I thanked him and said yes, upon which he poured it out of a light jug into a large tumbler, and held it up against the light and made it look beautiful. My eye, he said, seems a good deal, doesn't it? It does seem a good deal, I answered with a smile, for it's quite delightful to me to find him so pleasant. It was a twinkling-eyed, pimply-faced man, with hair standing upright all over his head, and as he stood with one arm akimbo, holding up the glass to the light with the other hand, he looked quite friendly. "There was a gentleman here yesterday," he said, "a stout gentleman by the name of Topsawyer. Perhaps you know him?" "No," I said, "I don't think—" "In breeches and gaiters, broad-brimmed hat, grey coat, speckled choker," said the waiter. "No," I said bashfully, "I haven't had the pleasure." "He came in here," said the waiter, looking at the light through the tumbler. "Ordered a glass of this ale. Would order it. I told him not. Drank it, and he fell dead. It was too old for him. It oughtn't to have been drawn, that's a fact. I was very much shocked to hear of this melancholy accident, and said I thought I'd better have some water." "Why, you see," said the waiter, still looking at the light through the tumbler, with one of his eyes shut up, "our people don't like things being ordered and left. It offends them. But I'll drink it, if you like. I'm used to it, and use is everything. I don't think it'll hurt me if I throw back my head and take it off quick. Shall I?" I replied that he would much oblige me by drinking it, if he thought he could do it safely, but by no means otherwise. When he did throw back his head and take it off quick, I had a horrible fear, I confess, of seeing him meet the fate of the late lamented Mr. Topsawyer, and fall lifeless to the carpet. But it didn't hurt him. On the contrary, I thought he seemed the fresher for it. "What have we got here?" he said, putting a fork into my dish. "Not chops?" "Chops," I said. "Well, Lord bless my soul!" he exclaimed. "I didn't know they were chops. Why, as a chop's the very thing to take off the bad effects of that beer. Ain't it lucky?" So he took a chop by the bone in one hand and a potato in the other, and ate away with a very good appetite, to my extreme satisfaction. He afterwards took another chop and another potato, and after that another chop and another potato. When we had done, he brought me a pudding, and having set it before me, seemed to ruminate and to become absent in his mind for some moments. "How's the pie?" he said, rousing himself. "It's a pudding," I made answer. "Why, bless me, so it is. What?" Looking at it nearer. "You don't mean to say it's a batter pudding?" "Yes, it is indeed." "Why, a batter pudding," he said, taking up a tablespoon, "is my favourite pudding. Ain't that lucky? Come on, Littlin, let's see who'll get most." The waiter certainly got most. He entreated me more than once to come in and win, but what with his tablespoon to my teaspoon, his dispatch to my dispatch, and his appetite to my appetite, I was left far behind at the first mouthful, and had no chance with him. I never saw anyone enjoy pudding so much, I think, and he laughed when it was all gone, as if his enjoyment of it lasted still. Finding him so very friendly and companionable, it was then that I asked for the pen and ink and paper to write to Peggotty. He not only brought it immediately, but was good enough to look over me while I wrote the letter. When I had finished, he asked where I was going to school. I said near London, which is all I knew. "Oh, my eye," he said, looking at very low spirit. "I am sorry for that." "Why?" I asked him. "Oh, Lord," he said, shaking his head, "that's the school where they broke that boy's ribs. 2 ribs, little boy he was. I should say he was. Let me see, how old are you about?" I told him between 8 and 9. "That's just his age," he said. "He was 8 years and 6 months old when they broke his first rib. 8 years and 8 months old when they broke his second, and did for him." I could not disguise from myself or from the waiter that this was an uncomfortable coincidence, and inquired how it was done. His answer was not cheering to my spirits, for it consisted of 2 dismal words: "with whopping." The blowing of the coach horn in the yard was a seasonable diversion, which made me get up and hesitatingly inquire, in the mingled pride and diffidence of having a purse, which I took out of my pocket, if there were anything to pay. "There's a sheet of letter paper," he returned. "Did you ever buy a sheet of letter paper?" I could not remember that I ever had. "It's dear," he said, "on account of the duty. 3d. That's the way we're taxed in this country. There's nothing else except the waiter. Never mind the ink, I lose by that." "Why should you? What should I? How much ought I? What would be right to pay the waiter, if you please?" I stammered, blushing. "If I hadn't a family, and that family hadn't a cowbelk," said the waiter, "I wouldn't take a sixpence. If I didn't support an aged parent and a lovely sister," here the waiter was greatly agitated, "I wouldn't take a farthing. If I had a good place, and was treated well here, I should beg acceptance of a trifle instead of taking it. But I live on broken victuals, and I sleep on the coals." Here the waiter burst into tears. I was very much concerned for his misfortunes. I felt that any recognition short of ninepence would be mere brutality and hardness of heart. Therefore I gave him one of my 3 bright shillings, which he received with much humility and veneration, and spun up with his thumb directly afterwards to try the goodness of. It was a little disconcerting to me to find, when I was being helped up behind the coach, that I was supposed to have eaten all the dinner without any assistance. I discovered this from overhearing a lady in the bow window say to the guard, "Take care of that child, George, or he'll burst," and from observing that all the women servants who were about the place came out to look and giggle at me as a young phenomenon. My unfortunate friend the waiter, who had quite recovered his spirits, did not appear to be disturbed by this, but joined in the general admiration without at all being confused. If I had any doubt of him, I suppose this half awakened it, but I am inclined to believe that with the simple confidence of a child, and the natural reliance of a child upon superior years, qualities I am very sorry any children should prematurely change for worldly wisdom, I had no serious mistrust of him on the whole, even then. I felt it rather hard, I must own, to be made, without deserving it, the subject of jokes between the coachman and guard as to the coach drawing heavy behind on account of my sitting there, and as to the greater expediency of my travelling by waggon. The story of my supposed appetite getting wind among the outside passengers, they were merry upon it likewise, and asked me whether I was going to be paid for at school as 2 brothers or 3, and whether I was contracted for, or went upon the regular terms, with other pleasant questions. But the worst of it was that I knew I should be ashamed to eat anything when an opportunity offered, and that after a rather light dinner I should remain hungry all night, for I had left my cakes behind at the hotel in my hurry. My apprehensions were realized when we stopped for supper. I couldn't muster courage to take any, though I should have liked it very much, but sat by the fire and said I didn't want anything. This did not save me from more jokes either, for a husky-voiced gentleman with a rough face, who had been eating out of a sandwich box nearly all the way, except when he had been drinking out of a bottle, said I was like a boa constrictor, who took enough at one meal to last him a long time, after which he actually brought a rash out upon himself with boiled beef. We had started from Yarmouth at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and were due in London about 8 next morning. It was midsummer weather, and the evening was very pleasant. When we passed through a village, I pictured to myself what the insides of the houses were like, and what the inhabitants were about. And when boys came running after us and got up behind and swung there for a little way, I wondered whether their fathers were alive, and whether they were happy at home. I had plenty to think of, therefore, besides my mind running continually on the kind of place I was going to, which was an awful speculation. Sometimes I remember I resigned myself to thoughts of home and Peggotty, and to endeavouring in a confused, blind way to recall how I had felt and what sort of boy I used to be before I bit Mr. Murdstone, which I couldn't satisfy myself about by any means. I seemed to have bitten him in such a remote antiquity. The night was not so pleasant as the evening, for it got chilly, and being put between 2 gentlemen, the rough-faced one and another, to prevent my tumbling off the coach, I was nearly smothered by their falling asleep and completely blocking me up. They squeezed me so hard sometimes that I could not help crying out, "Oh, if you please," which they didn't like at all, because it woke them. Opposite me was an elderly lady in a great fur cloak, who looked in the dark more like a haystack than a lady. She was wrapped up to such a degree. This lady had a basket with her, and she hadn't known what to do with it for a long time until she found, on account of my legs being short, it could go underneath me. It cramped and hurt me so that it made me perfectly miserable. If I moved in the least and made a glass that was in the basket rattle against something else, as it was sure to do, she gave me the cruellest poke with her foot and said, "Come, don't you fidget. Your bones are young enough, I'm sure." At last the sun rose, and then my companion seemed to sleep easier. The difficulties under which they had laboured all night, and which had found utterance in the most terrific gasps and snorts, are not to be conceived. As the sun got higher, their sleep became lighter, and so they gradually one by one awoke. I recollect being very much surprised by the feint everyone made then of not having been to sleep at all, and by the uncommon indignation with which everyone repelled the charge. I labour under the same kind of astonishment to this day, having invariably observed that all of human weaknesses, the one to which our common nature is the least disposed to confess, I cannot imagine why, is the weakness of having gone to sleep in a coach. What an amazing place London was to me when I saw it in the distance, and how I believed all the adventures of all my favourite heroes to be constantly enacting and re-enacting there, and how vaguely I made it out in my own mind to be fuller of wonders and wickedness than all the cities of the earth. I need not stop here to relate. We approached it by degrees, and got in due time to the inn in the Whitechapel district, for which we were bound. I forget whether it was the Blue Bull or the Blue Boar, but I know it was the Blue something, and its likeness was painted up on the back of the coach. The guard's eye lighted on me as he was getting down, and he said at the booking office door, "Is there anybody here for a youngster booked in the name of Murdstone, from Blunderstone, Suffolk, to be left here till called for?" Nobody answered. "Try Copperfield, if you please, sir," said I, looking helplessly down. "Is there anybody here for a youngster booked in the name of Murdstone, from Blunderstone, Suffolk, but owning to the name of Copperfield, be left till called for?" said the guard. "Come, is there anybody?" No, there was nobody. I looked anxiously round, but the inquiry made no impression on any of the bystanders. If I except a man in gaiters with one eye, who suggested they had better put a brass collar round my neck and tie me up in the stable. A ladder was brought, and I got down after the lady, who was like a haystack, not daring to stir until her basket was removed. The coach was clear of passengers by that time. The luggage was very soon cleared out. The horses had been taken out before the luggage. Now the coach itself was wheeled and backed off by some hostlers out of the way. Still nobody appeared to claim the dusty youngster from Blunderstone, Suffolk. More solitary than Robinson Crusoe, who had nobody to look at him and see that he was solitary. I went into the booking office, and, by invitation of the clerk on duty, passed behind the counter, sat down on the scale at which they weighed the luggage. Here, as I sat looking at the parcels, packages, books, and inhaling the smell of stables, ever since associated with that morning, a procession of the most tremendous considerations began to march through my mind. Supposing nobody should ever fetch me, how long would they consent to keep me there? Would they keep me long enough to spend 7 shillings? Should I sleep at night in one of those wooden bins with the other luggage, and wash myself at the pump in the yard in the morning? Or should I be turned out every night, and expected to come again to be left till called for, when the office opened the next day? Supposing there was no mistake in the case of Mr. Murdstone, who had devised this plan to get rid of me, what should I do? They allowed me to remain there until my 7 shillings were spent. I couldn't hope to remain there when I began to starve. That would obviously be inconvenient and unpleasant to the customers, besides entailing on the Blue, whatever it was, the risk of funeral expenses. If I started off at once and tried to walk back home, how could I ever find my way? How could I ever hope to walk so far? How could I make sure of anyone but Peggotty, even if I got back? if I found out the nearest proper authorities and offered myself to go for a soldier or a sailor, for I was such a little fellow that it was most likely they wouldn't take me in. These thoughts and 100 other such thoughts turned me burning hot and made me giddy with apprehension and dismay. I was in the height of my fever when a man entered and whispered to the clerk, who presently slanted me off the scale, pushed me over to him, as if I were weighed, bought, delivered and paid for. As I went out of the office, hand in hand with this new acquaintance, I stole a look at him. He was a gaunt, sallow young man with hollow cheeks and a chin almost as black as Mr. Murdstone's, but there the likeness ended, for his whiskers were shaved off. His hair, instead of being glossy, was rusty and dry. He was dressed in a suit of black clothes, which were rather rusty and dry too, rather short in the sleeves and legs. He had a white neckerchief on that was not over clean. I did not and do not suppose that this neckerchief was all the linen he wore, but it was all he showed or gave any hint of. "You're the new boy," he said. "Yes, sir," I said. "I suppose I was. I didn't know." "I'm one of the masters at Salem House," he said. I made him a bow and felt very much overawed. I was so ashamed to allude to a commonplace thing like my box to a scholar and a master at Salem House that we had gone some little distance from the yard before I had the hardihood to mention it. He turned back on my humbly insinuating it might be useful to me hereafter. He told the clerk that the carrier had instructions to call for it at noon. "If you please, sir," I said, when we had accomplished about the same distance as before. "Is it far?" "It's down by Blackheath," he said. "Is that far, sir?" I diffidently asked. "It's a good step," he said. "We shall go by the stagecoach. It's about 6 miles." I was so faint and tired that the idea of holding out for 6 miles more was too much for me. I took heart to tell him that I had nothing all night, and that if he would allow me to buy something to eat I should be very much obliged to him. He appeared surprised at this. I see him stop and look at me now, and after considering for a few moments, said he wanted to call on an old person who lived not far off, that the best way would be for me to buy some bread or whatever I liked best that was wholesome, and make my breakfast at her house where we could get some milk. Accordingly, we looked in at a baker's window. After I made a series of proposals to buy everything that was bilious in the shop, and he had rejected them one by one, we decided in favour of a nice little loaf of brown bread, which cost me 3d. Then at a grocer's shop we bought an egg and a slice of streaky bacon, which left what I thought a good deal of change out of the second of the bright shillings, and made me consider London a very cheap place. These provisions laid in, we went through on a great noise and uproar that confused my weary head beyond description, and over a bridge which no doubt was London Bridge. Indeed, I think he told me so. But I was half asleep until we came to the poor person's house, which was a part of some almshouses, as I knew by their look and by an inscription on a stone over the gate, which said they were established for 25 poor women. The master at Salem House lifted the latch of one of a number of little black doors that were all alike, and had each a little diamond pane window on one side and another little diamond pane window above. I went into the little house of one of these poor old women, who was blowing a fire to make a little saucepan boil. On seeing the master enter, the old woman stopped with the bellows on her knee, and said something I thought sounded like "my Charlie." On seeing me coming too, she got up and, rubbing her hands, made a confused sort of half curtsy. "Can you cook this young gentleman's breakfast for him, if you please?" said the master at Salem House. "Can I?" said the old woman. "Yes, I can, sure." "How's Mrs. Fibbitson today?" said the master, looking at another old woman in a large chair by the fire, with such a bundle of clothes that I feel grateful to this hour for not having sat on her by mistake. "Ah, she's poorly," said the first old woman. "One of her bad days. If I was to go out through any accident, I very believe she'd go out too and never come to life again." As they looked at her, I looked at her also. Although it was a warm day, she seemed to think of nothing but the fire. I fancied she was jealous even of the saucepan on it. I have reason to know that she took it as a precedent into the service of boiling my egg and broiling my bacon in a dudgeon, for I saw her with my own discomfited eyes shake her fist at me when those culinary operations were going on, and when no one else was looking. The sun streamed in at the little window, but she sat with her own back in the back of the large chair towards it, reading the fire as if she was sedulously keeping it warm instead of it keeping her warm, and watching it in a most distrustful manner. Completion of the preparations for my breakfast, by relieving the fire, gave her such extreme joy that she laughed aloud, and a very unmelodious laugh she had, I must say. I sat down to my brown loaf, my egg, and my rasher of bacon, with a basin of milk besides, and made a most delicious meal. While I was yet in the full enjoyment of it, the old woman of the house said to the master, "Have you got your flute with you?" "Yes," he returned. "Have a blow at it," said the old woman coaxingly. "Do." The master, upon this, put his hand underneath the skirts of his coat, and brought out his flute in 3 pieces, of which he screwed together, and began immediately to play. My impression is, after many years of consideration, that there never can have been anybody in the world who played worse. He made the most dismal sounds I have ever heard produced by any means, natural or artificial. I don't know what the tunes were, if there were such things in the performance at all, which I doubt, but the influence of the strain upon me was first to make me think of all my sorrows, until I could hardly keep my tears back, and to take away my appetite, and lastly to make me so sleepy that I couldn't keep my eyes open. They began to close again, and I begin to nod as the recollection rises fresh upon me. Once more the little room with its open corner cupboard, and its square-backed chairs, and its angular little staircase leading up to the room above, and its 3 peacock's feathers displayed over the mantelpiece. I remember wondering when I first went in what the peacock would have thought of it if he had known that his finery was doomed to come to fades from before me. I nod and sleep. The flute becomes inaudible. The wheels of the coach are heard instead, and I'm on my journey. The coach jolts. I wake up with a start, and the flute has come back again. And the master at Salem House is sitting with his legs crossed, playing it dolefully, while the old woman of the house looks on delighted. She fades in her turn, and he fades, and all fades, and there is no flute, no master, no Salem House, no David Copperfield, no anything but heavy sleep. I dreamed. I thought that once, while he was blowing into this dismal flute, the old woman of the house, who had gone nearer and nearer to him in her ecstatic admiration, leaned over the back of his chair and gave him an affectionate squeeze round the neck, which stopped his playing for a moment. I was in the middle state between sleeping and waking, either then or immediately afterwards, for, as he resumed it, it was a real fact that he had stopped playing. I saw and heard the same old woman ask Mrs. Phillotson if it wasn't delicious, meaning the flute, to which Mrs. Phillotson replied, "Aye, aye, yes," and nodded at the fire, to which I am persuaded she gave the credit of the whole performance. When I seemed to have been dozing a long while, the master at Salem House unscrewed his flute into the 3 pieces, put them up as before, and took me away. We found the coach very near at hand, and got up upon the roof, but I was so dead sleepy that when we stopped on the road to take up somebody else, they put me inside where there were no passengers, and where I slept profoundly, until I found the coach going at a foot-pace up a steep hill among green leaves. Presently it stopped and had come to its destination. A short walk brought us, I mean the master and me, to Salem House, which was enclosed with a high brick wall and looked very dull. Over a door in this wall was a board with Salem House upon it, and through a grating in this door we were surveyed when we rang the bell by a surly face, which I found on the door being opened belonged to a stout man with a bull neck, a wooden leg, overhanging temples, and his hair cut close all round to his head. "The new boy," said the master. The man with the wooden leg eyed me all over. It didn't take long, for there was not much of me, and locked the gate behind us and took out the key. We were going up to the house among some dark, heavy trees, when he called after my conductor, "Hello!" We looked back, and he was standing at the door of a little lodge where he lived, with a pair of boots in his hand. "Here, the cobbler's been," he said, "since you've been out, Mr. Mel, and he says he can't mend 'em any more. He says there ain't a bit of the original boot left, and he wonders you expect it." With these words he threw the boots towards Mr. Mel, who went back a few paces to pick them up, and looked at them very disconsolately, I was afraid, as we went on together. I observed then for the first time that the boots he had on were a good deal worse for wear, and that his stocking was just breaking out in one place like a bud. Salem House was a square brick building with wings of a bare and unfurnished appearance. All about it was so very quiet that I said to Mr. Mel, I suppose the boys were out, but he seemed surprised at my not knowing that it was holiday time, that all the boys were at their several homes, that Mr. Creakle, the proprietor, was down by the seaside with Mrs. and Miss Creakle, and that I was sent in holiday time as a punishment for my misdoing, all of which he explained to me as we went along. I gazed upon the schoolroom into which he took me as the most forlorn and desolate place I have ever seen. I see it now, a long room with 3 long rows of desks and 6 of forms, and bristling all around with pegs for hats and slates. Scraps of old copybooks and exercises litter the dirty floor. Some silkworms' houses made of the same materials are scattered over the desk. 2 miserable little white mice left behind by their owner are running up and down a fusty castle made of pasteboard and wire, looking in all the corners with their red eyes for anything to eat. A bird in a cage, very little bigger than himself, makes a mournful rattle now and then in hopping on his perch 2 inches high or dropping from it, but neither sings nor chirps. There is a strange unwholesome smell upon the room, like mildewed corduroys, sweet apples wanting air, and rotten books. There could not well be more ink splashed about if it had been roofless from its first construction, and the skies had rained, snowed, hailed, and blown ink through the varying seasons of the year. Mr. Mel having left me while he took his irreparable boots upstairs, I went softly to the upper end of the room, observing all this as I crept along. Suddenly I came upon a pasteboard placard, beautifully written, which was lying on a desk, and bore these words: "Take care of him, he bites." I got upon the desk immediately, apprehensive of at least a great dog underneath, but though I looked all round with anxious eyes, I could see nothing of him. I was still engaged in peering about when Mr. Mel came back and asked me what I did up there. "Beg your pardon, sir," says I. "If you please, I'm looking for the dog." "Dog?" he says. "What dog?" "Isn't it a dog, sir?" "Isn't what a dog?" "That's to be taken care of, that bites." "No, Copperfield," he says gravely, "that's not a dog. That's a boy. My instructions are, Copperfield, to put this placard on your back. I'm sorry to make such a beginning with you, but I must do it." With that he took me down and tied the placard, which was neatly constructed for the purpose, on my shoulders like a knapsack, and wherever I went afterwards I had the consolation of carrying it. What I suffered from that placard nobody can imagine. Whether it was possible for people to see me or not, I always fancied that somebody was reading it. It was no relief to turn round and find nobody, for whenever my back was, there I imagined somebody always to be. The cruel man with the wooden leg aggravated my sufferings. He was in authority, and if he ever saw me leaning against a tree or a wall or the house, he roared out from his lodge door in a stupendous voice, "Hullo, you, sir, you, Copperfield! Show that badge conspicuous, or I'll report you." The playground was a bare gravelled yard, open to all the back of the house and the offices, and I knew that the servants read it, and the butcher read it, and the baker read it, and everybody, in a word, who came backwards and forwards to the house of a morning when I was ordered to walk there, read that I was to be taken care of for a bit. I recollect that I positively began to have a dread of myself as a kind of wild boy who did bite. There was an old door in this playground on which the boys had a custom of carving their names. It was completely covered with such inscriptions. I dread at the end of vacation and their coming back, I could not read a boy's name without inquiring of what tone and with what emphasis he would read. Take care of him, he bites. There's one boy, a certain J. Steerforth, who cut his name very deep and very often, who I concede would read it in rather a strong voice, and afterwards pull my hair. There was another boy, one Tommy Traddles, who I dreaded would make game of it, and pretend to be dreadfully frightened of me. There was a third, George Demple, who I fancied would sing it. I have looked like a little shrinking creature at that door, till the owners of all the names, and there were 45 of them in the school, Mr. Mell said, seemed to send me to Coventry by general acclamation to cry out each in his own way, "Take care of him, he bites." It was the same with the places at the desk and forms. It was the same with the groves of deserted bedsteads. I peeped in on my way to, and when I was in my own bed. I remember dreaming night after night of being with my mother as she used to be, or of going to a party at Mr. Peggotty's, or of travelling outside the stagecoach, or of dining again with my unfortunate friend the waiter, and in all these circumstances making people scream and stare by the unhappy disclosure that I had nothing on but my little nightshirt and that placard. In the monotony of life, and in my constant apprehension of the reopening of the school, it was such an insupportable affliction. I had long tasks every day to do with Mr. Mell, but I did them, there being no Mr. and Miss Murdstone here, and I got through them without disgrace, before and after them. I walked about, supervised, as I have mentioned, by the man with the wooden leg. How vividly I call to mind the damp about the house, the green cracked flagstones in the court, an old leaky water butt, and the discoloured trunks of some of the grim trees, which seemed to have dripped more in the rain than other trees, and to have blown less in the sun. At one we dined, Mr. Mell and I, at the upper end of a long bare dining room, full of deal tables and smelling of fat. Then we had more tasks until tea, which Mr. Mell drank out of a blue teacup, and I out of a tin pot. All day long, until 7 or 8 in the evening, Mr. Mell, at his own detached desk in the schoolroom, worked hard with pen, ink, ruler, books, and writing paper, making out the bills, as I found, for the last half year. When he had put up his things for the night, he took out his flute and blew at it, until I almost thought he would gradually blow his whole being into the large hole at the top and ooze away at the keys. I picture my small self in the dimly lighted rooms, sitting with my head upon my hand, listening to the doleful performance of Mr. Mell, and conning tomorrow's lesson. Picture myself with my book shut up, while listening to the doleful performance of Mr. Mell, and listening through it to what it used to be at home, and to the blowing of the wind on Yarmouth flats, and feeling very sad and solitary. I picture myself going to bed among the unused rooms, and sitting on my bed crying for a comfortable word from Peggotty. I picture myself coming downstairs in the morning, and looking through a long ghastly gash of a staircase window at the school bell hanging at the top of an outhouse, with a weathercock above it, and dreading the time when it shall ring J. Steerforth and the rest to work, which is only second in my foreboding apprehensions to the time when the man with the wooden leg shall unlock the rusty gate to give admission to the awful Mr. Creakle. I cannot think I was a very dangerous character in any of these aspects, but in all of them I carried the same warning on my back. Mr. Mell never said much to me, but he was never harsh to me. I suppose we were company to each other without talking. I forgot to mention that he would talk to himself sometimes, and grin, and clench his fist, and grind his teeth, and pull his hair in an unaccountable manner. But he had these peculiarities, and at first they frightened me, though I soon got used to them. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. I enlarge my circle of acquaintance. I had led this life about a month, when the man with the wooden leg began to stump about with a mop and a bucket of water, from which I inferred that preparations were being made to receive Mr. Creakle and the boys. I was not mistaken, for the mop came into the schoolroom before long, and turned out Mr. Mell and me, who lived where we could and got on how we could, for some days, during which we were always in the way of 2 or 3 young women, who had rarely shown themselves before, and were so continually in the midst of dust that I sneezed almost as much as if Salem House had been a great snuff-box. One day I was informed by Mr. Mell that Mr. Creakle would be home that evening. In the evening, after tea, I heard that he was come. Before bedtime, I was fetched by the man with the wooden leg to appear before him. Mr. Creakle's part of the house was a good deal more comfortable than ours, and he had a snug bit of garden that looked pleasant after the dusty playground, which was such a desert in miniature that I thought no one but a camel or a dromedary could have felt at home in it. It seemed to me a bold thing even to take notice that the passage looked comfortable. As I went on my way trembling to Mr. Creakle's presence, which so abashed me when I was ushered into it, that I hardly saw Mrs. Creakle or Miss Creakle, who were both there in the parlour, or anything but Mr. Creakle. A stout gentleman with a bunch of watch chain and seals in an armchair with a tumbler and bottle beside him. "So," said Mr. Creakle, "this is a young gentleman whose teeth are to be filed. Turn him round." The wooden-legged man turned me about so as to exhibit the placard, and having afforded time for a full survey of it, turned me about again with my face to Mr. Creakle, and posted himself at Mr. Creakle's side. Mr. Creakle's face was fiery, and his eyes were small and deep in his head. He had thick veins in his forehead, and a little nose and a large chin. He was bald on the top of his head, and had some thin, wet-looking hair, just turning grey, brushed across each temple, so that the 2 sides interlaced on his forehead. But the circumstance about him which impressed me most was that he had no voice, spoke in a whisper. The exertion that this cost him, or the consciousness of taking in that feeble way, made his angry face so much more angry, and his thick veins so much thicker, when he spoke, that I'm not surprised on looking back at this peculiarity striking me as his chief one. "Now," said Mr. Creakle, "what's the report of this boy?" "There's nothing against him yet," returned the man with the wooden leg. "There has been no opportunity." I thought Mr. Creakle was disappointed. I thought Mrs. and Miss Creakle, at whom I now glanced for the first time, who were both thin and quiet, were not disappointed. "Come here, sir," said Mr. Creakle, beckoning to me. "Come here," said the man with the wooden leg, repeating the gesture. "I have the happiness of knowing your father-in-law," whispered Mr. Creakle, taking me by the ear, "and a worthy man he is. A man of a strong character. He knows me and I know him. Do you know me?" "Hey?" said Mr. Creakle, pinching my ear with ferocious playfulness. "Not yet, sir," I said, flinching with the pain. "Not yet, hey?" repeated Mr. Creakle. "But you will soon, hey?" "You will soon, hey?" repeated the man with a wooden leg. I was very much frightened and said, "I hope so, if he please." I felt all this while, as if my ear were blazing, he pinched it so hard. "I'll tell you what I am," whispered Mr. Creakle, letting it go at last, with a screw at parting that brought water into my eyes. "I'm a Tartar." "A Tartar!" "A Tartar," said the man with the wooden leg. "When I say I'll do a thing, I do it," said Mr. Creakle. "And when I say I will have a thing done, I will have it done." "Will have a thing done, I will have it done," repeated the man with the wooden leg. "I am a determined character," said Mr. Creakle. "That's what I am. I do my duty. That's what I do, my flesh and blood." He looked at Mrs. Creakle as he said this. "When it rises against me, it is not my flesh and blood. I discard it. Has that fellow," to the man with the wooden leg, "been here again?" "No," was the answer. "No," said Mr. Creakle. "He knows better. He knows me. Let him keep away. I say, let him keep away," said Mr. Creakle, striking his hand upon the table and looking at Mrs. Creakle. "For he knows me. Now you have begun to know me too, my young friend, and you may go. Take him." I was very glad to be ordered away, for Mrs. and Miss Creakle were both wiping their eyes, and I felt as uncomfortable for them as I did for myself. But I had a petition on my mind which concerned me, so nearly that I couldn't help saying that I wondered at my own courage. "If you please, sir," Mr. Creakle whispered, "What's this?" and bent his eyes upon me, as if he would have burst me up with them. "If you please, sir," I faltered, "if I might be allowed, I am very sorry indeed, sir, for what I did, to take this writing off before the boys come back." Whether Mr. Creakle was in earnest, or whether he only did it to frighten me, I don't know, but he made a burst out of his chair, before which I precipitately retreated, without waiting for the escort of the man with the wooden leg, and never once stopped until I reached my own bedroom, where, finding I was not pursued, I went to bed, as it was time, and lay quaking for a couple of hours. The next morning Mr. Sharp came back. Mr. Sharp was the first master and superior to Mr. Mell. Mr. Mell took his meals with the boys, but Mr. Sharp dined and supped at Mr. Creakle's table. He was a limp, delicate-looking gentleman, I thought, with a good deal of nose and a way of carrying his head to one side, as if it were a little too heavy for him. His hair was very smooth and wavy, but I was informed by the very first boy who came back that it was a wig, a second-hand one, he said, and that Mr. Sharp went out every Saturday afternoon to get it curled. It was no other than Tommy Traddles who gave me this piece of intelligence. He was the first boy who returned. He introduced himself by informing me that I should find his name on the right-hand corner of the gate, over the top bolt. Upon that I said, "Traddles," to which he replied, "The same," and then asked me for a full account of myself and my family. It was a happy circumstance for me that Traddles come back first. He enjoyed my placard so much that he saved me from the embarrassment of either disclosure or concealment by presenting to every other boy who came back, great or small, immediately upon his arrival, in this form of introduction: "Look here, here's the game." Happily, too, for a greater part of it, the boys come back low-spirited, and were not so boisterous at my expense as I had expected. Some of them certainly did dance about me like wild Indians, and the greater part could not resist the temptation of pretending that I was a dog, and patting and soothing me lest I should bite, and saying, "Lie down, sir," and calling me Tozer, which was naturally confusing among so many strangers. It cost me some tears, but on the whole it was much better than I had anticipated. I was not considered as being formally received into the school, however, until J. Steerforth arrived. For this boy, who was reputed to be a great scholar, and was very good-looking, and at least half a dozen years my senior, I was carried as before a magistrate. He inquired under a shed in the playground into the particulars of my punishment, and was pleased to express his opinion that it was a jolly shame, for which I became bound to him ever afterwards. "What money have you got, Copperfield?" he said, walking aside with me when he had disposed of my affair in those terms. I told him 7 shillings. "You had better give it to me to take care of," he said. "At least you can if you like. You needn't if you don't like." I hastened to comply with his friendly suggestion, and opening Peggotty's purse, turned it upside down into his hand. "Do you want to spend anything now?" he asked me. "No, thank you," I replied. "You can if you like, you know," said Steerforth. "Say the word." "No, thank you, sir," I repeated. "Perhaps you'd like to spend a couple of shillings or so in a bottle of currant wine by and by up in the bedroom," said Steerforth. "You belong to my bedroom, I find." It certainly had not occurred to me before, but I said yes, I should like that. "Very good," said Steerforth. "You'll be able to spend another shilling or so in almond cakes, I dare say." I said yes, I should like that too. "And another shilling or so in biscuits, and another in fruit, eh?" said Steerforth. "I say, young Copperfield, you're going it." I smiled because he smiled, but I was a little troubled in my mind too. "Well," said Steerforth, "we must make it stretch out as far as we can. That's all. I'll do the best in my power for you. I can go out when I like, and I'll smuggle the prog in." With these words he put the money in his pocket, and kindly told me not to make myself uneasy. He would take care it should be all right. He was as good as his word, if that were all right, which I had a secret misgiving was nearly all wrong, for I feared it was a waste of my mother's 2 half-crowns, though I had preserved the piece of paper they were wrapped in, which was a precious saving. When we went upstairs to bed, he produced the whole 7 shillings worth, and laid it out on my bed in the moonlight, saying, "There you are, young Copperfield, and a royal spread you've got." I couldn't think of doing the honours of the feast at my time of life. While he was by, my hand shook at the very thought of it. I begged him to do me the favour of presiding, and my request being seconded by the other boys who were in that room, he acceded to it, and sat upon my pillow, handling round the viands, with perfect fairness, I must say, and dispensing the currant wine in a little glass without a foot, which was his own property. As to me, I sat on his left hand, and the rest were grouped about us on the nearest beds and on the floor. How well I recollect our sitting there, talking in whispers, or their talking and my respectfully listening, I ought to rather say, the moonlight falling a little way into the room through the window, painting a pale window on the floor, and the greater part of us in shadow, except when Steerforth dipped a match into a phosphorus box when he wanted to look for anything on the board, and shed a blue glare over us that was gone directly. A certain mysterious feeling consequent on the darkness, the secrecy of the revel, the whisper in which everything was said, steals over me again, and I listen to it all, they tell me, with a vague feeling of solemnity and awe, which makes me glad that they are all so near, and frightens me, though I feign to laugh, when Traddles pretends to see a ghost in the corner. I heard all kinds of things about the school and all belonging to it. I heard that Mr. Creakle had not preferred his claim to being a Tartar without reason, that he was the sternest and most severe of masters, that he laid about him right and left every day of his life, charging in among the boys like a trooper and slashing away unmercifully, that he knew nothing himself but the art of slashing, and being more ignorant, J. Steerforth said, and the lowest boy in the school, but he had been a good many years ago a small hop dealer in the borough, and had taken up the schooling business after being bankrupt in hops, and making away with Mrs. Creakle's money, with a good deal more of that sort, which I wondered how they knew. I heard that the man with a wooden leg, whose name was Tungay, was an obstinate barbarian who had formerly assisted in the hop business, but had come into the scholastic line with Mr. Creakle, in consequence, as was supposed amongst the boys, of his having broken his leg in Mr. Creakle's service, and having done a deal of dishonest work for him, and knowing his secrets. I heard that, with the single exception of Mr. Creakle, Tungay considered the whole establishment, master and boys, as his natural enemies, and that the only delight of his life was to be sour and malicious. I heard that Mr. Creakle had a son, who had not been Tungay's friend, and who, assisting in the school, had once held some remonstrance with his father on an occasion when its discipline was very cruelly exercised, and was supposed, besides, to have protested against his father's usage of his mother. I heard that Mr. Creakle had turned him out of doors in consequence, and that Mrs. and Miss Creakle had been in a sad way ever since. But the greatest wonder that I heard of Mr. Creakle was that there being one boy in the school of whom he never ventured to lay a hand, and that boy being J. Steerforth. Steerforth himself confirmed this when it was stated, and he said he should like to begin to see him do it. On being asked by a mild boy, not me, how he would proceed if he did begin to see him do it, he dipped a match into his phosphorus box on the purpose to shed a glare over his reply, and said he would commence by knocking him down with a blow on the forehead from the 7 6-penny ink bottle that was always on the mantelpiece. We sat in the dark for some time, breathless. I heard that Mr. Sharp and Mr. Mell were both supposed to be wretchedly paid, and when there was hot and cold meat for dinner at Mr. Creakle's table, Mr. Sharp was always expected he preferred cold, which again was corroborated by Mr. J. Steerforth, the only parlour boarder. I heard that Mr. Sharp's wig didn't fit him, and he needn't be so bounceable, as somebody said, bumptious about it, because his own red hair was very plainly to be seen behind. I heard that one boy, who was a coal merchant's son, came as a set-off against the coal bill, and was called on that account Exchange or Barter, a name selected from the arithmetic book as expressing his arrangement. I heard that the table beer was a robbery of parents, and the pudding an imposition. I heard that Miss Creakle was regarded by the school in general as being in love with Steerforth, and I'm sure as I sat in the dark thinking of his nice voice, and his fine face, and his easy manner, and his curling hair, I thought it very likely. I heard that Mr. Mell was not a bad sort of fellow, but hadn't a sixpence to bless himself with, and there was no doubt that old Mrs. Mell, his mother, was as poor as Job. I thought of my breakfast then, and what had sounded like my Charlie, but I was, I am glad to remember, as mute as a mouse about it. The hearing of this and a good deal more outlasted the banquet some time. The greater part of the guests had gone to bed as soon as the eating and drinking were over, and we who had remained whispering and listening, half undressed, at last betook ourselves to bed too. "Good night, young Copperfield," said Steerforth. "I'll take care of you. You're very kind," I gratefully returned. "I'm very much obliged to you." "You haven't got a sister, have you?" said Steerforth, yawning. "No," I answered. "That's a pity," said Steerforth. "If you had one, I should think she would have been a pretty timid little bright-eyed sort of a girl. I should have liked to have known her. Good night, young Copperfield." "Good night, sir," I replied. I thought of him very much after I went to bed, and raised myself to recollect to look at him where he lay in the moonlight, with his handsome face turned up, and his head reclining easily onto his arm. He was a person of great power in my eyes, and that was of course the reason of my mind running on him. No veiled future dimly glanced upon him in the moonbeams. There was no shadowy picture of his footsteps in the garden that I dreamed of walking in all night. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. My first half at Salem House. School began in earnest next day. A profound impression was made upon me, I remember, by the roar of voices in the schoolroom suddenly becoming hushed as death when Mr. Creakle entered after breakfast and stood in the doorway, looking round upon us like a giant in a storybook, surveying his captives. Tungay stood at Mr. Creakle's elbow. He had no occasion, I thought, to cry out "Silence" so ferociously, for the boys were all struck speechless and motionless. Mr. Creakle was seen to speak, and Tungay was heard to this effect: "Now, boys, this is a new half. Take care what you're about in this new half. Come fresh up to the lessons, I advise you, or I come fresh up to the punishment. I won't flinch. It will be of no use your rubbing yourselves. You won't rub the marks out that I shall give you. Now get to work, every boy." When this dreadful exordium was over, and Tungay had stumped out again, Mr. Creakle came to where I sat, and told me that if I wasn't famous for biting, he was famous for biting too. He then showed me the cane, and asked me what I thought of that for a tooth. "Was it a sharp tooth, hey? Was it a double tooth, hey? Had it a deep prong, hey? Did it bite, hey? Did it bite?" At every question he gave me a fleshy cut with it that made me writhe. So I was very soon made free of Salem House, as Steerforth said, and very soon in tears also. Not that I mean to say these were special marks of distinction, which only I received. On the contrary, a large majority of the boys, especially the smaller ones, were visited with similar circumstance of notice as Mr. Creakle made the round of the schoolroom. Half the establishment was writhing and crying before the day's work began, and how much of it had writhed and cried before the day's work was over, I am really afraid to recollect, lest I should seem to exaggerate. I should think there never can have been a man who enjoyed his profession more than Mr. Creakle did. He had a delight in cutting at the boys, which was like the satisfaction of a craving appetite. I am confident that he couldn't resist a chubby boy, especially there was that fascination in such a subject which made him restless in his mind until he had scored and marked him for the day. I was chubby myself, and ought to know, I am sure, when I think of the fellow now. My blood rises against him with the disinterested indignation I should feel if I could have known all about him without ever having been in his power. But it rises hotly, because I know him to have been an incapable brute, who had no more right to be possessed of the great trust he held than to be Lord High Admiral or Commander-in-Chief, in either of which capacities it is probable that he would have done infinitely less mischief. Miserable little propitiators of a remorseless idol, how abject we were to him! What a launch in life I think it now, and looking back, to be so mean and servile to a man of such parts and pretensions. Here I sit at the desk again, watching his eye, humbly watching his eye, as he rules the ciphering book for another victim whose hands have just been flattened by that identical ruler, who is trying to wipe the sting out with a pocket handkerchief. I have plenty to do. I don't watch his eye in idleness, because I am morbidly attracted to it, in a dread desire to know what he will do next, and whether it will be my turn to suffer or somebody else's. A lane of small boys behind me, with the same interest in his eye, watch it too. I think he knows it, though he pretends he don't. He makes dreadful mouths as he rules the ciphering book, and now he throws his eye sideways down our lane, and we all droop over our books and tremble. A moment afterwards we are again eyeing him. An unhappy culprit found guilty of imperfect exercise approaches at his command. The culprit falters, excuses, and professes a determination to do better tomorrow. Mr. Creakle cuts a joke before he beats him, and we laugh at it. Miserable little dogs, we laugh with our visages as white as ashes, and our hearts sinking into our boots. Here I sit at the desk again on a drowsy summer afternoon. A buzz and hum go around me, as if the boys were so many blue bottles. A cloggy sensation of the lukewarm fat of meat is upon me. We dined an hour or two ago. My head is as heavy as so much lead. I would give the world to go to sleep. I sit with my eye on Mr. Creakle, blinking at him like a young owl. When sleep overpowers me for a minute, he still loams through my slumber, ruling those ciphering books, until he softly comes behind me and wakes me to a plainer perception of him, with a red ridge across my back. Here I am in the playground with my eyes still fascinated by him. Though I can't see him, the window at a little distance from which I know he is having his dinner stands for him, and I eye that instead. If he shows his face near it, mine assumes an imploring and submissive expression. If he looks out through the glass, the boldest boy, Steerforth excepted, stops in the middle of a shout or yell and becomes contemplative. One day, Traddles, the most unfortunate boy in the world, breaks that window accidentally with a ball. I shudder at this moment with a tremendous sensation of seeing it done, and feeling that the ball has bounded onto Mr. Creakle's sacred head. Poor Traddles, in a tight sky-blue suit that made his arms and legs like German sausages or roly-poly puddings. He was the merriest and most miserable of all the boys. He was always being caned. I think he was caned every day that half-year, except one holiday Monday, when he was only ruled on both hands. I was always going to write to his uncle about it, and never did. After laying his head on the desk for a little while, he would cheer up somehow, begin to laugh again, and draw skeletons all over his slate before his eyes were dry. I used at first to wonder what comfort Traddles found in drawing skeletons, and for some time looked upon him as a sort of hermit, who reminded himself by these symbols of mortality that caning couldn't last forever. But I believe he only did it because they were easy and he didn't want any features. He was very honourable, Traddles was, and held it as a solemn duty in the boys to stand by one another. He suffered for this on several occasions, particularly once when Steerforth laughed in church, and the beadle thought it was Traddles and took him out. I see him now going away in custody, despised by the congregation. He never said who was the real offender, though he smarted for it the next day, was imprisoned so many hours that he came forth with a whole churchyard full of skeletons swarming all over his Latin dictionary. But he had his reward. Steerforth said there was nothing of the sneak in Traddles, and we all felt that to be the highest praise. For my part, I could have gone through a good deal, though I was much less brave than Traddles, and nothing like so old, to have won such a recompense. To see Steerforth walk to church before us, arm in arm with Miss Creakle, was one of the great delights of my life. I didn't think Miss Creakle equal to little Emily in point of beauty, and I didn't love her, I didn't dare, but I thought her a young lady of extraordinary attractions, and in point of gentility not to be surpassed. When Steerforth in white trousers carried her parasol for her, I felt proud to know him, and believed that she could not choose to but adore him with all her heart. Mr. Sharp and Mr. Mell were both notable personages. Mr. Sharp and Mr. Mell were both notable personages in my eyes, but Steerforth was to them what the sun was to two stars. Steerforth continued his protection of me, and proved a very useful friend, since nobody dared annoy one whom he honoured with his countenance. He couldn't, or at all events he didn't, defend me from Mr. Creakle, who was very severe with me. But whenever I had been treated worse than usual, he always told me that I wanted a little of his pluck, and that he wouldn't have stood it himself, which I felt he intended for encouragement, and considered it to be very kind of him. There was one advantage, and the only one that I know of, in Mr. Creakle's severity. He found my placard in his way when he came up or down behind the form on which I sat, and wanted to make a cut at me in passing. For this reason it was soon taken off, and I saw it no more. An accidental circumstance cemented the intimacy between Steerforth and me, in a manner that inspired me with great pride and satisfaction, though it sometimes led to inconvenience. It happened on one occasion, when he was doing me the honour of talking to me in the playground, that I hazarded the observation that something or somebody, I forget what now, was like something or somebody in Peregrine Pickle. He said nothing at the time, but when I was going to bed at night he asked me if I'd got that book. I told him no, and explained how it was that I had read it, and all those other books of which I have made mention. "And do you recollect them?" Steerforth said. "Oh, yes," I replied. "I had a good memory, and I believed and I recollect them very well." "Tell you what, then, young Copperfield," said Steerforth, "you should tell them to me. I can't get to sleep very early at night, and I generally wake rather early in the morning. We'll go over 'em one after another. We'll make some regular Arabian Nights of it." I felt extremely flattered by this arrangement, and we commenced carrying it into execution that very evening. What ravages I committed on my favourite authors in the course of my interpretation of them, I am not in a condition to say. I should be very unwilling to know, but I had a profound faith in them, and I had, to the best of my belief, a simple, earnest manner of narrating what I did narrate, and these qualities went a long way. The drawback was that I was often sleepy at night, or out of spirits and indisposed to resume the story, and then it was rather hard work, and it must be done, for to disappoint or displease Steerforth was of course out of the question. In the morning, too, when I felt weary, and should have enjoyed another hour's repose very much, it was a tiresome thing to be roused, like the Sultana Scheherazade, and forced into a long story before the getting-up bell rang. But Steerforth was resolute, and as he explained to me the return, my sums and exercises, and anything in my tasks was too hard for me, I was no loser by the transaction. Let me do myself justice, however. I was moved by no interest or selfish motive, nor was I moved by fear of him. I admired and loved him, and his approval was return enough. It was so precious to me that I look back on those trifles now with an aching heart. Steerforth was considerate too, and showed his consideration, in one particular instance, in an unflinching manner, was a little tantalizing. I suspect, to poor Traddles and the rest, Peggotty's promised letter, what a comfortable letter it was, arrived before the half was many weeks old, and with it a cake in a perfect nest of oranges, and 2 bottles of cowslip wine. This treasure, as in duty bound, I laid at the feet of Steerforth, and begged him to dispense. "Now I'll tell you what, young Copperfield," said he, "the wine shall be kept to wet your whistle when you are story-telling." I blushed at the idea, and begged him in my modesty not to think of it, but he said he had observed that I was sometimes hoarse. A little rupee was his exact expression, and it should be every drop devoted to the purpose he had mentioned. Accordingly it was locked up in his box and drawn off by himself in a phial, and administered to me through a piece of quill in the cork, when I supposed to be in want of a restorative. Sometimes, to make it a more sovereign specific, he was so kind as to squeeze orange juice into it, and to stir it up with ginger, or dissolve a peppermint drop in it. And although I cannot assert that the flavour was improved by these experiments, or that it was exactly the compound one would have chosen for a stomach-chick, the last thing at night or the first thing in the morning I drank gratefully and was very sensible of his attention. We seemed to me to have been months over Peregrine, and months more over the other stories. The institution never flagged for want of a story, I am certain, and the wine lasted out almost as well as the matter. Poor Traddles! I never think of that boy but with a strange disposition to laugh, and with tears in my eyes. It was a sort of chorus in general, and affected to be convulsed with mirth at the comic parts, to be overcome with fear when there was any passage of an alarming character in the narrative. This rather put me out very often, and it was a great jest of his, I recollect, to pretend that he couldn't keep his teeth from chattering whenever mention was made of an alguazil in connection with the adventures of Gil Blas. And I remember that when Gil Blas met the captain of the robbers in Madrid, this unlucky joker counterfeited such an ague of terror that he was overheard by Mr. Creakle, who was prowling about the passage, and handsomely flogged for disorderly conduct in the bedroom. Whatever I had with me that was romantic and dreamy was encouraged by so much story-telling in the dark, and in that respect pursuits may have not been very profitable to me. But the being cherished as a kind of playing in my room, and the consciousness that this accomplishment of mine was bruited about among the boys, and attracted a good deal of notice to me, though I was the youngest there, stimulated me to exertion, in a school carried on by sheer cruelty. Whether it is presided over by a dunce or not, there is not likely to be much learnt. I believe our boys were generally as ignorant as any set of schoolboys in existence. They were too much troubled and knocked about to learn. They could do no more that to advantage than any one can do anything to advantage in a life of constant misfortune, torment and worry. But my little vanity and Steerforth's help urged me on somehow, and without saving me from much, if anything, in the way of punishment, made me, for the time I was there, an exception to the general body, insomuch that I did steadily pick up some crumbs of knowledge. In this I was much assisted by Mr. Mell, who had a liking for me that I am grateful to remember. It always gave me pain to observe that Steerforth treated him with systematic disparagement, and seldom lost an occasion of wounding his feelings or inducing others to do so. This troubled me the more for a long time, because I had soon told Steerforth, from whom I could no more keep such a secret than I could keep a cake or any other tangible possession, about the two old women Mr. Mell had taken me to see, and I was always afraid that Steerforth would let it out, and twit him with it. We little thought, any one of us, I dare say, when I ate my breakfast that first morning and went to sleep under the shadow of the peacock's feathers to the sound of the flute, what consequences would come of the introduction into those almshouses of my insignificant person. But the visit had its unforeseen consequences, and of a serious sort too in their way. One day, when Mr. Creakle kept the house for indisposition, which naturally diffused a lively joy throughout the school, there was a good deal of noise in the course of the morning's work. The great relief and satisfaction experienced by the boys made them difficult to manage, and though the dreaded Tungay brought his wooden leg up them twice or thrice, and took notes of the principal offenders' names, no great impression was made by it, as they were pretty sure of getting into trouble tomorrow, do what they would. I thought it wise, no doubt, to enjoy themselves today. It was properly a half-holiday, being Saturday, but as the noise in the playground would have disturbed Mr. Creakle, and the weather was not favourable for going out walking, we were ordered into school in the afternoon, and set some lighter tasks than usual, which were made for the occasion. It was the day of the week on which Mr. Sharp went out to get his wig gold, so Mr. Mell, who always did the drudgery wherever it was, kept school by himself. If I could associate the idea of a bull or a bear with any one so mild as Mr. Mell, I should think of him in connection with that afternoon when the uproar was at its height, as one of those animals baited by 1,000 dogs. I recall him bending his aching head, supported on his bony hand, over a book on his desk, and wretchedly endeavouring to get on with his tiresome work, amidst an uproar that might have made the Speaker of the House of Commons giddy. Boys started in and out of their places, playing at puss in the corner with other boys. There were laughing boys, singing boys, talking boys, dancing boys, howling boys. Boys shuffled with their feet. Boys whirled about him, grinning and making faces, mimicking him behind his back, before his eyes, mimicking his poverty, his boots, his coat, his mother, everything belonging to him that they should have had consideration for. "Silence!" cried Mr. Mell suddenly, rising up and striking his desk with the book. "What does this mean? It is impossible to bear it. It's maddening. How can you do it to me, boys?" It was my book that he struck his desk with, and as I stood beside him, following his eye as it glanced round the room, I saw all the boys stop, some suddenly surprised, some half afraid, some sorry perhaps. Steerforth's place was at the bottom of the school, at the opposite end of the long room. He was lounging with his back against the wall and his hands in his pockets, and looked at Mr. Mell with his mouth shut up, as if he were whistling, when Mr. Mell looked at him. "Silence, Mr. Steerforth," said Mr. Mell. "Silence yourself," said Steerforth, turning red. "Whom are you talking to?" "Sit down," said Mr. Mell. "Sit down yourself," said Steerforth, "and mind your business." There was a titter and some applause, but Mr. Mell was so white that silence immediately succeeded, and one boy, who had darted out behind him to imitate his mother again, changed his mind and pretended to want a pen mended. "If you think, Steerforth," said Mr. Mell, "that I am not acquainted with the power you can establish over any mind here," he laid his hand, without considering what he did, as I suppose, upon my head, "or that I have not observed you, within a few minutes, urging your juniors on to every sort of outrage against me, you are mistaken." "I don't give myself the trouble of thinking at all about you," said Steerforth coolly, "so I'm not mistaken, as it happens." "And when you make use of your position of favouritism here, sir," pursued Mr. Mell, with his lip trembling very much, "to insult a gentleman—" "A what? Where is he?" said Steerforth. Here somebody cried out, "Shame, J. Steerforth! Too bad!" It was Traddles, whom Mr. Mell instantly discomfited him. "Hold his tongue." "To insult one who is not so fortunate in life, sir, and who never gave you the least offence, and the many reasons for not insulting whom you are old enough and wise enough to understand," said Mr. Mell, with his lips trembling more and more, "you commit a mean and base action. You can sit down or stand up as you please, sir. Copperfield, go on." "Young Copperfield," said Steerforth, coming forward up the room, "stop a bit. I'll tell you what, Mr. Mell, for once and all, when you take the liberty of calling me mean or base, or anything of that sort, you are an impudent beggar. You're always a beggar, you know, but when you do that, you are an impudent beggar." I'm not clear whether he was going to strike Mr. Mell, or Mr. Mell was going to strike him, or there was any such intention on either side. I saw a rigidity come upon the whole school, as if they had been turned into stone, and found Mr. Creakle in the midst of us, with Tungay at his side, and Mrs. and Miss Creakle looking in at the door as if they were frightened. Mr. Mell, with his elbows on his desk and his face in his hands, sat for some moment quite still. "Mr. Mell," said Mr. Creakle, shaking him by the arm, and his whisper was so audible now that Tungay felt it unnecessary to repeat his words. "You have not forgotten yourself, I hope?" "No, sir, no," returned the master, showing his face and shaking his head and rubbing his hands in great agitation. "No, sir, no, I have remembered myself. No, Mr. Creakle, I have not forgotten myself. I remembered myself, sir. I could wish you had remembered me a little sooner, Mr. Creakle. It would have been more kind, sir, more just, sir. It would have saved me something, sir." Mr. Creakle, looking hard at Mr. Mell, put his hand on Tungay's shoulders, got his feet upon the form close by, and sat upon the desk. After still looking hard at Mr. Mell from his throne, he shook his head and rubbed his hands, and remained in the same state of agitation. Mr. Creakle turned to Steerforth and said, "Now, sir, as he don't condescend to tell me, what is this?" Steerforth evaded the question for a little while, looking in scorn and anger on his opponent, and remaining silent. I could not help thinking, even in the interval, I remember what a noble fellow he was in appearance, and how homely and plain Mr. Mell looked opposed to him. "What did he mean by talking about favourites, then?" said Steerforth at length. "Favourites," repeated Mr. Creakle, with the veins in his forehead swelling quickly. "You talked about favourites." "He did," said Steerforth. "And pray what did you mean by that, sir?" demanded Mr. Creakle, turning angrily on his assistant. "I mean, Mr. Creakle," he returned in a low voice, "as I said, that no pupil had a right to avail himself of his position of favouritism to degrade me." "To degrade you?" said Mr. Creakle. "My stars, but give me leave to ask you, what's your name?" And here Mr. Creakle folded his arms, cane and all, upon his chest, and made such a knot of his brows that his little eyes were hardly visible below them. "Whether when you talk about favourites you showed proper respect to me, sir," said Mr. Creakle, darting his head at him suddenly and drawing it back again. "Principal of this establishment, and your employer." "It was not judicious, sir, I am willing to admit," said Mr. Mell. "I should not have done so if I had been cool." Here Steerforth struck in. "Then he said I was mean, and then he said I was base, and then I called him a beggar. If I had been cool, perhaps I shouldn't have called him a beggar, but I did, and I am ready to take the consequences of it." Without considering, perhaps, whether there were any consequences to be taken, I felt quite a glow at this gallant speech. It made an impression on the boys too, for there was a low stir among them, though even no one spoke a word. "I'm surprised, Steerforth, I must say, that you should attach such an epithet to any person employed and paid in Salem House, sir." Steerforth gave a short laugh. "That is not an answer, sir," said Mr. Creakle. "To my remark I expect more than that from you, Steerforth." If Mr. Mell looked homely in my eyes before the handsome boy, it would be quite impossible to say how comely Mr. Creakle looked. "Let him deny it," said Steerforth. "Deny that he is a beggar, Steerforth?" cried Mr. Creakle. "Well, where does he go on begging?" "If he's not a beggar himself, his near relation's one," said Steerforth. "It's all the same." He glanced at me, and Mr. Mell's hand gently patted me upon the shoulder. I looked up with a flush upon my face and remorse in my heart, but Mr. Mell's eyes were fixed on Steerforth. He continued to pat me kindly on the shoulder, but he looked at him. "Since you expect me, Mr. Creakle, to justify myself," said Steerforth, "and to say what I mean, what I have to say is that his mother lives on charity in an almshouse." Mr. Mell still looked at him, and still patted me kindly on the shoulder, and said to himself in a whisper, if I heard right, "Yes, I thought so." Mr. Creakle turned to his assistant with a severe frown and laboured politeness. "Now you hear what this gentleman says, Mr. Mell. Have the goodness, if you please, to set him right before the assembled school." "He is right, sir, without correction," returned Mr. Mell in the midst of a dead silence. "What he has said is true." "Be so good then as to declare publicly, will you?" said Mr. Creakle, putting his head on one side and rolling his eyes round the school, "whether it ever came to my knowledge until this moment." "I believe not directly," he returned. "Why, you know not," said Mr. Creakle. "Don't you, man?" "I apprehend you never supposed my worldly circumstances to be very good," replied the assistant. "You know what my position is, and always has been here." "I apprehend, if you come to that," said Mr. Creakle, with his veins swelling again bigger than ever, "that you've been in a wrong position altogether and mistook for a charity school. Mr. Mell will part, if you please. The sooner the better." "There is no time," answered Mr. Mell, rising, "like the present." "Sir, to you," said Mr. Creakle. "I take my leave of you, Mr. Creakle, and all of you," said Mr. Mell, glancing round the room and patting me gently on the shoulders. "James Steerforth, the best wish I can leave you, that you may come to be ashamed of what you have done today. At present I would prefer to see anything rather than a friend to me, or to anyone in whom I feel an interest." Once more he laid his hand upon my shoulder, and taking his flute and a few books from his desk, and leaving the key in it for his successor, he went out of the school, with his property under his arm. Mr. Creakle made a speech through Tungay, in which he thanked Steerforth for asserting, although perhaps too warmly, the independence and respectability of Salem House, and which he wound up by shaking hands with Steerforth, while we gave 3 cheers. I did not know what for, but I suppose for Steerforth, so I joined in them ardently, though I felt miserable. Mr. Creakle then caned Tommy Traddles for being discovered in tears instead of cheers on account of Mr. Mell's departure, and went back to his sofa or his bed, or wherever he had come from. We were left to ourselves now, and looked very blank. I recollect on one or another, for myself, I felt as much self-reproach and contrition for my part in what had happened, that nothing would have enabled me to keep back my tears, but the fear that Steerforth, who often looked at me, I saw might think it unfriendly, or should I say rather, considering our relative ages, and the feeling with which I regarded him, undutiful if I showed emotion which distressed me. He was very angry with Traddles, and said he was glad he had caught it. Poor Traddles, who had passed the stage of lying with his head upon the desk, was relieving himself as usual with a burst of skeletons, said he didn't care. Mr. Mell was ill-used. "Who has ill-used him, you girl?" said Steerforth. "Why, you have," returned Traddles. "What have I done?" said Steerforth. "What have you done?" retorted Traddles. "Hurt his feelings and lost him his situation." "His feelings?" repeated Steerforth disdainfully. "His feelings will soon get the better of it, I'll be bound. His feelings are not like yours, Miss Traddles. And as to his situation, which was a precious one, wasn't it? You suppose I'm going to ride home and take care that he gets some money, Polly?" He thought this intention very noble in Steerforth, whose mother was a widow and rich, and would do almost anything, it was said, that he asked of her. We were all extremely glad to see Traddles so put down, and exalted Steerforth to the skies, especially when he told us, as he condescended to do, that what he had been done expressly for us and for our cause, and that he had conferred a great boon upon us by unselfishly doing it. But I must say that when I was going on with the story in the dark that night, Mr. Mell's old flute seemed more than once to sound mournfully in my ears. And when at last Steerforth was tired, and I lay down on my bed, I fancied it playing so sorrowfully somewhere, where I was quite wretched. I soon forgot him in the contemplation of Steerforth, who, in an easy amateur way, without any book, he seemed to me to know everything by heart. Took some of his classes until a new master was found. The new master came from a grammar school, and before he entered his duties, dined in the parlour one day to be introduced to Steerforth. Steerforth approved of him highly, and told us he was a brick. Without exactly understanding what learned distinction was meant by this, I respected him greatly for it, and had no doubt whatever of his superior knowledge, for he never took the pains with me, not that I was anybody, that Mr. Mell had taken. There was only one other event in this half-year out of the daily school life that made an impression upon me which still survived. It survives for many reasons. One afternoon, when we were all harassed in a state of dire confusion, and Mr. Creakle was laying about him dreadfully, Tungay came in and called out in his usual strong way, "Visitors for Copperfield." A few words were interchanged between him and Mr. Creakle as to who the visitors were, and what room they were to be shown into. And then I had, according to custom, stood up on the announcement being made, and felt quite faint with astonishment. Was told to go backstairs and get a clean frill on before I repaired to the dining room. These orders I obeyed in such a flutter and a hurry of my young spirits as I had never known before. And when I got to the parlour door, and the thought came into my head it might be my mother. I had only thought of Mr. and Miss Murdstone until then. I drew back my hand from the lock and stopped to have a sob before I went in. At first I saw nobody, so feeling pressure against the door, I looked round it, and there to my amazement were Mr. Peggotty and Ham, ducking at me with their hats and squeezing one another against the wall. I could not help laughing, but it was much more in the pleasure of seeing them and the appearance that they made. We shook hands in a very cordial way, and I laughed and laughed until I pulled out my pocket handkerchief and wiped my eyes. Mr. Peggotty, who never shut his mouth once, I remember, during the visit, showed great concern when he saw me do this, and nudged Ham to say something. "Cheer up, Master Davy boy," said Ham in his simpering way. "Why, how you've growed!" "Am I grown?" I said, drying my eyes. I was not crying at anything in particular that I know of, but somehow it made me cry to see old friends. "Growed, Master Davy boy?" "Ain't he growed?" said Ham. "Ain't he growed?" said Mr. Peggotty. They made me laugh again by laughing at each other, and we all three laughed until I was in danger of crying again. "Do you know how Mamma is, Mr. Peggotty?" I said, "and how my dear old Peggotty is?" "Uncommon," said Mr. Peggotty. "And little Emily and Mrs. Gummidge?" "Uncommon," said Mr. Peggotty. There was a silence. Mr. Peggotty, to relieve it, took 2 prodigious lobsters, an enormous crab, and a large canvas bag of shrimps out of his pockets, and piled them up in Ham's arms. "You see," said Mr. Peggotty, "knowing you was partial to a little relish with your victuals when you was along with us, we took the liberty. The old mother boiled 'em, she did. Mrs. Gummidge boiled 'em." "Yes," said Mr. Peggotty slowly, who I thought appeared to stick to the subject on account of having no other subject ready. "Mrs. Gummidge, I do assure you, she boils 'em." "I express my thanks," and said Mr. Peggotty, after looking at Ham, who stood smiling sheepishly over the shellfish without making any attempt to help him, said, "We come to see you, the wind and the tide making it in our favour, in one of our Yarmouth lugs to Gravesend. My sister, she wrote to me the name of this here place, and wrote to me as if I'd ever chanced to come to Gravesend, I was to come over and inquire for Master Davy, and give her duty humbly wishing him well, and reporting of the family that was uncommon to be sure. Little Emily, you see, she will write to my sister when I go back, as I see you, and you was similarly uncommon, so we make it quite a merry-go-rounder." I was obliged to consider a little before I understood what Mr. Peggotty meant by this figure, expressive of a complete circle of intelligence. I then thanked him heartily, and said, with a consciousness of reddening, that I suppose that little Emily was altered too, since we used to pick up shells and pebbles on the beach. "She's getting to be a woman, that's what she's getting to be," said Mr. Peggotty. "Ask him." He meant Ham, who beamed with delight and assent over the bag of shrimps. "Her pretty face," said Mr. Peggotty, with his own shining like a light. "Her learning," said Ham. "Her writing," said Mr. Peggotty. "Why, it's as black as jet, and so large as is you might see it anywhere." It was perfectly delightful to behold with what enthusiasm Mr. Peggotty became inspired when he thought of his little favourite. He stands before me again, his bluff, hairy face irradiating with joyful love and pride, for which I can find no description. His honest eyes fire up, sparkle, as if their depths were stirred by something bright. His broad chest heaves with pleasure. His strong, loose hands clench themselves in his earnestness, and he emphasizes what he says with a right arm that shows, in my pygmy view, like a sledgehammer. Ham was quite as earnest as he. I dare say they would have said much more about it. so had not been abashed by the unexpected coming in of Steerforth, who, seeing me in a corner speaking with two strangers, stopped in the song he was singing and said, "I didn't know you were here, young Copperfield," for it was not the usual visiting room, and crossed us on his way out. I'm not sure whether it was the pride of having such a friend as Steerforth, or in the desire to explain to him how I came to have such a friend as Mr. Peggotty, that I called him as he was going away. But I said modestly, "Good heaven, how it all comes back to me this long time afterwards." "Don't go, Steerforth, if you please. These are two Yarmouth boatmen, very kind, good people, who are relations of my nurse, and have come from Gravesend to see me." "Aye, aye," said Steerforth, returning. "I'm glad to see them. How are you both?" There was an ease in this manner. Gay and a light manner it was, but not swaggering, which I still believe to have borne some kind of enchantment with it. I believe him in virtue of this carriage, his animal spirits, his delightful voice, his handsome face and figure, and for aught I know of some inborn power of attraction beside, which I think few people possess, to have carried a spell with him to which it was a natural weakness to yield, and which not many persons could withstand. I could not but see how pleased they were with him, and how they seemed to open their hearts to him in a moment. "You must let them know at home, if you please, Mr. Peggotty," I said, "when the letter is sent, that Mr. Steerforth is kind to me, and I don't know what I should ever do here without him." "Nonsense," said Steerforth, laughing. "You mustn't tell them anything of the sort. And if Mr. Steerforth ever comes to Norfolk or Suffolk, Mr. Peggotty," I said, "I shall bring him to Yarmouth, if you will let me, to see your house. You never saw such a good house, Steerforth. It's made out of a boat." "Made out of a boat, is it?" said Steerforth. "It's the right sort of house for such a thorough-built boatman." "So it is, sir, so it is, so it is, sir," said Ham, grinning. "You're right, young gentleman, Master Davy boy. Gentlemen am right. A thorough-built boatman. That's what he is, too." Mr. Peggotty was no less pleased than his nephew, though his modesty forbade him to claim a personal compliment so vociferously. "Well, sir," he said, bowing and chuckling and tucking in the ends of his neckerchief at his breast, "I thank ye, sir, I thank ye. I do my endeavours in my line of life, sir." "The best of men can do no more, Mr. Peggotty," said Steerforth. He had got his name already. "I'll pound it's what you do yourself, sir," said Mr. Peggotty, shaking his head, "and what you do well, right well, I thank ye. But I'm obliged to you, sir, for your welcoming manner of me. I'm rough, sir, but I'm ready. Leastways, I hope I'm ready. You understand? My house ain't much for to see, sir, but it's hearty at your service if ever you should come along with Master Davy to see it. I'm a regular dodman, I am," said Mr. Peggotty, of which he meant snail, and this was an allusion to his being slow to go, for he had attempted to go after every sentence, and had somehow or other come back again. "But I wish you both well, and I wish you happy." Ham echoed this sentiment, and we parted with them in the heartiest manner. I was almost tempted that evening to tell Steerforth about pretty little Emily, but I was too timid of mentioning her name, and too much afraid of his laughing at me. I remember that I thought a good deal, and in an easy sort of way, about Mr. Peggotty having said she was getting on to be a woman, but I decided that was nonsense. We transported the shellfish, or the relish, as Mr. Peggotty had modestly called it, up to our room unobserved, and made a great supper that evening. But Traddles couldn't get happily out of it. He was too unfortunate even to come through a supper like anyone else. He was taken ill in the night, quite prostrate he was, in consequence of cramp, after being drugged with black draughts and blue pills to an extent which Demple, whose father was a doctor, said was enough to undermine a horse's constitution, received a caning and 6 chapters of Greek Testament for refusing to confess. The rest of the half year is a jumble in my recollection, of the daily strife and struggle of our lives, of the waning summer and the changing season, of the frosty mornings when we were wrung out of bed, and the cold, cold smell of the dark nights when we were wrung into bed again, of the evening schoolroom, dimly lighted and indifferently warmed, and in the morning schoolroom, which was nothing but a great shivering machine, of the alteration of boiled beef with roast beef, boiled mutton with roast mutton, clods of bread and butter, dog-eared lesson books, cracked slates, tear-blotted copybooks, canings, rulerings, hair-cuttings, rainy Sundays, suet puddings, and a dirty atmosphere of ink surrounding all. I well remember, though, how the distant idea of the holidays, after seeming for an immense time to be a stationary speck, began to come towards us, and grow. How from counting months we came to weeks, and then to days, and how I then began to be afraid that I should not be sent home. When I learnt from Steerforth that I had been sent for, and was certainly to go home, had dim forebodings that I might break my leg first. How the breaking up day changed its place fast. At last, after the week after next, to next week, this week, the day after tomorrow, today, tonight, when I was inside the Yarmouth mail and going home. I had many a broken sleep inside the Yarmouth mail, and many an incoherent dream of all these things. When I awoke at intervals, the ground outside my window was not the playground of Salem House, and the sound in my ears was not the sound of Mr. Creakle giving it to Traddles, but the pound of the coachman touching up the horses. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. My holidays, especially one happy afternoon. When we arrived before day at the inn where the mail stopped, which was not the inn where my friend the waiter lived, I was shown up to a nice little bedroom with dolphin painted on the door. Very cold I was, I know, notwithstanding the hot tea they had given me before a large fire downstairs. And very glad I was to turn into the dolphin's bed, pull the dolphin's blankets round my head, and go to sleep. Mr. Barkis, the carrier, was to call for me in the morning at 9 o'clock. I got up at 8, a little giddy from the shortness of my night's rest, and was ready for him before the appointed time. He received me exactly as if not 5 minutes had elapsed since we were last together, and I'd only been into the hotel to get change for sixpence, or something of that sort. As soon as I and my box were in the cart, and the carrier seated, the lazy horse walked away with us all at his accustomed pace. "You look very well, Mr. Barkis," I said, thinking he would like to know it. Mr. Barkis rubbed his cheek with his cuff, and then looked at his cup as if he expected to find some of the bloom upon it, but made no other acknowledgment of the compliment. "I gave your message, Mr. Barkis," I said. "I wrote to Peggotty." "Ah," said Mr. Barkis. Mr. Barkis seemed gruff and answered dryly. "Wasn't it right, Mr. Barkis?" I asked, after a little hesitation. "Why, no," said Mr. Barkis. "Not the message?" "The message was right enough, perhaps," said Mr. Barkis, "but it come to an end there." Not understanding what he meant, I repeated inquisitively, "Came to an end, Mr. Barkis?" "Nothing come of it," he explained, looking at me sideways. "No answer." "There was an answer expected, was there, Mr. Barkis?" said I, opening my eyes, for this was a new light to me. "When a man says he's a willing," said Mr. Barkis, turning his glance slowly on me again, "it's as much as to say that a man's a waiting for an answer." "Well, Mr. Barkis?" "Well," said Mr. Barkis, carrying his eyes back on to his horse's ears, "that man's been a waiting for an answer ever since." "Have you told us so, Mr. Barkis?" "No, no," growled Mr. Barkis, reflecting about it. I ain't got no call to tell her so. I never said 6 words to her myself, and I ain't going to tell her so." "Would you like me to do it, Mr. Barkis?" I said doubtfully. "You might tell her if you would," said Mr. Barkis, with another slow look at me. "That Barkis was a-waiting for an answer," says you. "What name is it?" "Her name?" "Ah," said Mr. Barkis, with a nod of his head. "Peggotty." "Christian name or natural name?" said Mr. Barkis. "Oh, it's not her Christian name. Her Christian name is Clara." "Is it, though?" said Mr. Barkis. He seemed to find an immense fund of reflection in this circumstance, and sat pondering and inwardly whistling for some time. "Well," he resumed at length, "says you, Peggotty, Barkis is a-waiting for an answer." Says she, "Perhaps. Answer to what?" Says you, "To what I told you." "What is that?" says she. "Barkis is willing," says you. This extremely artful suggestion Mr. Barkis accompanied with a nudge of his elbow that gave me quite a stitch in my side. After that he slouched over his horse in his usual manner, and made no other reference to the subject except half an hour afterwards, taking a piece of chalk from his pocket and writing it up inside the tilt of the cart, "Clara Peggotty," apparently as a private memorandum. Ah, what a strange feeling it was to be going home, when it was not home, and to find that every object I looked at reminded me of the happy old home, which was like a dream I could never dream again. The days when my mother and I and Peggotty were all in all to one another, and there was no one to come between us, rose up before me so sorrowfully on the road that I'm not sure I was glad to be there. Not sure but that I would rather have remained away and forgotten it in Steerforth's company. But there I was, and soon I was at our house, where the bare old elm trees wrung their many hands in the bleak wintry air, and shreds of the old rook's nest drifted away upon the wind. The carrier put my box down at the garden gate and left me. I walked along the path towards the house, glancing at the windows, and fearing at every step to see Mr. Murdstone or Miss Murdstone lowering out of one of them. No face appeared, however, and being come to the house, and knowing how to open the door before dark without knocking, I went in with a quiet, timid step. God knows how infantine the memory may have been that was awakened within me by the sound of my mother's voice in the old parlour when I set foot in the hall. She was singing in a low tone. I think I must have lain in her arms and heard her singing to me when I was but a baby. The strain was new to me, and yet it was so old that it filled my heart brimful, like a friend come back from a long absence. I believe from the solitary and thoughtful way in which my mother murmured her song that she was alone, and I went softly into the room. She was sitting by the fire, suckling an infant, whose tiny hand she held against her neck. Her eyes were looking down upon its face, and she sat singing to it. I was so far right that she had no other companion. I spoke to her, and she started and cried out. But seeing me, she called me her dear Davy, her own boy, and coming half across the room to meet me, kneeled down upon the ground and kissed me, and laid my head down on her bosom near the little creature that was nestling there, and put its hand to my lips. I wish I had died then. With that feeling in my heart, I would have been more fit for heaven than I have ever been since. "He is your brother," said my mother, fondling me. "Davy, my pretty boy, my poor child." And she kissed me once more and clasped me round the neck. This she was doing when Peggotty came running in, and bounced down on the ground beside us, and went mad about us both for a quarter of an hour. It seemed that I had not been expected so soon, the carrier being much more before his usual time. It seemed, too, that Mr. and Miss Murdstone. I had never hoped for this. I had never thought it possible that we three could be together, undisturbed once more, and I felt for the time as if the old days were come back. We dined together by the fireside. Peggotty was in attendance to wait upon us, but my mother wouldn't let her do it, and made her dine with us. I had my own old plate, with a brown view of a man of war in full sail upon it, which Peggotty had hoarded somewhere for the time I'd been away, and would not have had it broken, she said, for £100. I had my own old mug with David on it, and my own old little knife and fork that wouldn't cut. While we were at the table, I thought it a favourable occasion to tell Peggotty about Mr. Barkis, who, before I had finished what I had to tell her, began to laugh and throw her apron over her face. "Peggotty," said my mother, "what's the matter?" Peggotty only laughed the more and held her apron tight over her face. When my mother tried to pull it away and sat as if her head were in a bag, "What are you doing, you stupid creature?" said my mother, laughing. Oh, drat the man," said Peggotty. "He wants to marry me." "It would be a very good match for you, wouldn't it?" said my mother. "Oh, I don't know," said Peggotty. "Don't ask me. I wouldn't have him if he was made of gold. Nor I wouldn't have anybody." "Then why don't you tell him so, you ridiculous thing?" said my mother. "Tell him so," retorted Peggotty, looking out of her apron. "He's never said a word to me about it. He knows better. If he was to make up too bold as to say a word to me, I should slap his face." Her own was as red as I ever saw it, or at any other face, I think, but she only covered it again for a few moments at a time, when she was taken with a violent fit of laughter, and after 2 or 3 of these attacks went on with her dinner. I remarked that my mother, though she smiled when Peggotty looked at her, became more serious and thoughtful. I had seen at first that she was changed. Her face was very pretty still, but it looked careworn and too delicate, and her hand was so thin and white that it seemed to me to be almost transparent. The change which I now refer to was superadded to this. It was in her manner, which became anxious and fluttered. At last she said, putting out her hand and laying it affectionately on the hand of her old servant, "Peggotty, dear, you are not going to be married." "Me, ma'am?" returned Peggotty, staring. "Lord bless you, no." "Not just yet," said my mother tenderly. "Never!" cried Peggotty. My mother took her hand and said, "Don't leave me, Peggotty. Stay with me. It will not be for long, perhaps. What should I ever do without you?" "Me leave you, my precious?" said Peggotty. "Not for all the world. And his wife. Why, what's put that into your silly little head?" For Peggotty had been used of old to talk to my mother, sometimes like a child. But my mother made no answer, except to thank her, and Peggotty went running on in her own fashion. "Me leave you? I think I see myself Peggotty go away from you." "Not she, my dear. It isn't ain't there some cats that would be well enough pleased if she did, but they shan't be pleased. They shall be aggravated. I'll stay with you till I'm a cross, cranky old woman, and when I'm too deaf and too lame and too blind and too mumbly for want of teeth to be of any use at all, even to be found fault with, then I shall go to my Davy and ask him to take me in. And, Peggotty, says I shall be glad to see you, and I'll make you as welcome as a queen." "Bless your dear heart," cried Peggotty, "I know you will." And she kissed me beforehand in grateful acknowledgment of my hospitality. After that she covered up her head with her apron and again had another laugh about Mr. Barkis. After that she took the baby out of the little cradle and nursed it. After that she cleared the dinner table and came in with another cap on, and her work-box, and the yard measure, and a bit of wax candle, all just the same as ever. We sat round the fire and talked delightfully. I told them what a hard master Mr. Creakle was, and they pitied me very much. I told them what a fine fellow Steerforth was, and what a patron of mine, and Peggotty said she would walk a score of miles to see him. I took the little baby in my arms when it was awake, and nursed it lovingly. When it was asleep again, I crept close to my mother's side, according to my old custom, broken now a long time, and sat with my arms embracing her waist, my little red cheek on her shoulder, and once more felt her beautiful hair drooping over me like an angel's wing, as I used to think, I recollect, and was very happy indeed. While I sat thus, looking at the fire, and seeing pictures in the red-hot coals, I almost believed I'd never been away, and that Mr. and Miss Murdstone were such pictures and would vanish when the fire got low, and there was nothing real in all that I remembered, save my mother, Peggotty, and I. Peggotty darned away at her stocking as long as she could, and then sat with it drawn on her left hand like a glove, and a needle in her right to take another stitch whenever there was a blaze. I cannot conceive where such an unfailing supply of stockings in want of darning can have come from. From my earliest infancy she seems to have been always employed in that class of needlework, and never by any chance in any other. "I wonder," said Peggotty, who was sometimes seized with a fit of wondering on some most unexpected topic, "what's become of Davy's great aunt?" "Law, Peggotty," said my mother, raising herself from a reverie, "what nonsense you talk." "Well, but I really do wonder, ma'am." "What can have put such a person in your head?" inquired my mother. "Is there nobody else in the world to come there?" "I don't know how it is," said Peggotty, "unless it's on account of being stupid, but my head never can pick and choose its people. They come and they go, and they don't come and they don't go, just as they like. I wonder what's become of her." "How absurd you are, Peggotty," returned my mother. "One would suppose you wanted a second visit from her." "Lord forbid!" cried Peggotty. "Well, then, don't talk about such uncomfortable things, there's a good soul," said my mother. "Miss Betsy is shut up in her cottage by the sea, no doubt, and will remain there. At all events, she is not likely ever to trouble us again." "No," mused Peggotty. "No, it ain't that likely at all. I wonder, if she was to die, whether she'd leave Davy anything." "Good gracious me, Peggotty," returned my mother, "what a nonsensical woman you are, when you know that she took offence at the poor dear boy's ever being born at all." "I suppose she wouldn't be inclined to forgive him now," hinted Peggotty. "Why should she be inclined to forgive him now?" said my mother, rather sharply. "Now that he's got a brother, I mean," said Peggotty. My mother immediately began to cry, and wondered how Peggotty dared to say such a thing. "As if this poor little innocent in its cradle had ever done any harm to you or anybody else. You jealous thing," she said. "You'd much better go and marry Mr. Barkis the carrier. Why don't you?" "I should make Mr. Murdstone happy if I was to," said Peggotty. "What a bad disposition you have, Peggotty," returned my mother. "You're as jealous of Miss Murdstone as it's possible for a ridiculous creature to be. You want to keep the keys yourself, and give out all the things, I suppose. I shouldn't be surprised if you did, when you know that she only does it out of kindness and the best intentions. You know she does, Peggotty, you know it well." Peggotty muttered something to the effect of bother to the best intentions, and something else to the effect that there was little too much of the best intentions going on. "I know what you mean, you cross thing," said my mother. "I understand you, Peggotty, perfectly. You know I do. I wonder you don't colour up like fire. But one point at a time. Miss Murdstone is the point now, Peggotty, and you shan't escape from it. Have you heard her say over and over again that she thinks I'm too thoughtless and too pretty?" suggested Peggotty. "Well," returned my mother, half laughing, "and if she is so silly as to say so, can I be blamed for it?" "No one says you can," said Peggotty. "No, I should hope not indeed," returned my mother. "Haven't you heard her say over and over again on this account she wished to spare me a great deal of trouble, which she thinks I'm not suited for, and which I really don't know myself that I am suited for? And isn't she up early and late and going to and fro continually? And doesn't she do all sorts of things and grope into all sorts of places, coal-holes, pantries, and I don't know where? That can't be very agreeable, and do you mean to insinuate that there's not a sort of devotion in that?" "I don't insinuate at all," said Peggotty. "You do, Peggotty," returned my mother. You never do anything else except your work. You are always insinuating. You revel in it. And when you talk of Mr. Murdstone's good intentions—" "I never talked of them," said Peggotty. "No, Peggotty," returned my mother, "but you insinuated. That's what I told you just now. That's the worst of you. You will insinuate. I said at the moment that I understood you. You see, I did. When you talk of Mr. Murdstone's good intentions, and pretend to slight them, for I don't believe you really do in your heart, Peggotty, you must be as well convinced as I am how good they are, and how they actuate him in everything. If he seems to have been at all stern with a certain person, Peggotty, you understand, so I'm sure does Davy, that I am not alluding to anybody present. It is solely because he is satisfied that it is for a certain person's benefit. He naturally loves a certain person on my account, and acts solely for a certain person's good. He is better able to judge of it than I am, for I very well know that I am a weak, light, girlish creature, and that he is a firm, grave, serious man. And he takes," said my mother, with the tears which were engendered in her affectionate nature stealing down her face, "he takes great pains with me, and I ought to be very thankful to him, and very submissive to him, even in my thoughts. And when I am not, Peggotty, I worry and condemn myself, and feel doubtful in my own heart. I don't know what to do." Peggotty sat with her chin on the foot of the stocking, looking silently at the fire. "There, Peggotty," said my mother, changing her tone, "don't let us fall out with one another, for I couldn't bear it. You are my true friend, I know, if I have any in the world. When I call you a ridiculous creature, or a vexatious thing, or anything of that sort, Peggotty, I only mean that you are my true friend, and always have been, ever since the night when Mr. Copperfield first brought me home here. You came out to the gate to meet me." Peggotty was not slow to respond and ratify the treaty of friendship by giving me one of her best hugs. I think I had some glimpses of the real character of this conversation at the time, but I am sure now that the good creature originated it, and took her part in it merely that my mother might comfort herself with the little contradictory summary in which she had indulged. The design was efficacious, for I remember that my mother seemed more at ease during the rest of the evening, and that Peggotty observed her less. When we had had our tea, and the ashes were thrown up, candles snuffed, I read Peggotty a chapter out of the Crocodile book, in remembrance of old times. She took it out of her pocket. I don't know whether she had kept it there ever since. And then we talked about Salem House, which brought me round again to Steerforth, who was my great subject. We were very happy, and that evening, as the last of its race, and destined evermore to close that volume of my life, will never pass out of my memory. It was almost 10 o'clock before we heard the sound of wheels. We all got up then, and my mother said hurriedly that as it was so late, and Mr. and Miss Murdstone approved of early hours for young people, perhaps I'd better go to bed. I kissed her and went upstairs with my candle directly before they came in. It appeared to my childish fancy, as I ascended to the bedroom where I had been imprisoned, and they brought a cold blast of air into the house, which blew away the old familiar feeling like a feather. I felt uncomfortable about going down to breakfast in the morning, as I had never set eyes on Mr. Murdstone since the day when I committed my memorable offence. However, as it must be done, I went down, after 2 or 3 false starts half-way, and as many runs back on tiptoe, to my own room, and presented myself in the parlour. He was standing before the fire with his back to it, while Miss Murdstone made the tea. He looked at me steadily as I entered, but made no sign of recognition whatever. I went up to him, after a moment of confusion, and said, "I beg your pardon, sir. I'm very sorry for what I did, and I hope you will forgive me." "I'm glad to hear you are sorry, David," he replied. The hand he gave me was the hand I had bitten. I could not restrain my eye from resting for an instant on a red spot upon it, but it was not so red as I turned when I met that sinister expression in his face. "How do you do, ma'am?" I said to Miss Murdstone. "Ah, dear me," sighed Miss Murdstone, giving me the tea-caddy scoop instead of her fingers. "How long are the holidays?" "A month, ma'am." "Counting from when?" "From today, ma'am." "Oh," said Miss Murdstone, "then here's one day off." She kept a calendar of the holidays in this way, and every morning checked a day off in exactly the same manner. She did it gloomily until she came to 10. When she got into two figures she became more hopeful, and as the time advanced, even jocular. It was on this very first day that I had the misfortune to throw her, though she was not subject to such weakness in general, into a state of violent consternation. I came into the room where she and my mother were sitting, and the baby, who was only a few weeks old, being on my mother's lap, I took it very carefully in my arms. Suddenly Miss Murdstone gave such a scream that I all but dropped it. "My dear Jane!" cried my mother. "Good heavens, Clara, do you see?" exclaimed Miss Murdstone. "See what, my dear Jane?" said my mother. "Where?" "He's got it!" cried Miss Murdstone. "The boy has got the baby." She was limp with horror, but stiffened herself to make a dart at me and take it out of my arm. Then she turned faint, and was so very ill that they were obliged to give her cherry brandy. I was solemnly interdicted by her on recovery from touching my brother any more on any pretence whatever, and as my poor mother, who I could see wished otherwise, meekly confirmed the interdict by saying, "No doubt you are right, my dear Jane." On another occasion, when we three were together, the same dear baby, who was truly dear to me for her mother's sake, was the innocent occasion of Miss Murdstone's going into a passion. My mother, who had been looking at its eyes as it lay upon her lap, said, "Davy, come here," and looked at mine. I saw Miss Murdstone lay her beads down. "I declare," said my mother gently, "they are exactly alike. I suppose they are mine. I think they are the colour of mine, but they are wonderfully alike." "What are you talking about, Clara?" said Miss Murdstone. "My dear Jane," faltered my mother, a little abashed by the harsh tone of this inquiry, "I find that the baby's eyes and Davy's are exactly alike." "Clara," said Miss Murdstone, rising angrily, "you're just a positive fool sometimes." "My dear Jane," remonstrated my mother. "A positive fool," said Miss Murdstone. "What else could compare my brother's baby with your boy? They're not at all alike. They're exactly unalike. They're utterly dissimilar in all respects. I hope they will ever remain so. I will not sit here and hear such comparisons made." With that she stalked out and made the door bang after her. In short, I was not favourite with Miss Murdstone. In short, I was not a favourite there with anybody, not even with myself, for those who did like me could not show it, and those who did not showed it so plainly that I had a sensitive consciousness of always appearing constrained, boorish, and dull. I felt that I made them as uncomfortable as they made me. If I came into the room where they were, and they were talking together, me and my mother, it seemed cheerful and anxious. I felt that I made them uncomfortable as they made me. If I came into a room where they were, and they were talking together, and my mother seemed cheerful, an anxious cloud would steal over her face from the moment of my entrance. If Mr. Murdstone were in his best humour, I checked him. If Miss Murdstone were in her worst, I intensified it. I had perception enough to know that my mother was the victim always, that she was afraid to speak to me or be kind to me, lest she should give them some offence by her manner of doing so, and receive a lecture afterwards, that she was not only ceaselessly afraid of her own offending, but of my offending, and uneasily watched their looks if I only moved. Therefore, I resolved to keep myself as much out of their way as I could, and many a wintry hour did I hear the church clock strike, when I was sitting in my cheerless bedroom, wrapped in my little greatcoat, poring over a book. In the evening sometimes I went and sat with Peggotty in the kitchen. There I was comfortable and not afraid of being myself. But neither of these resources was approved of in the parlour. The tormenting humour which was dominant there stopped them both. I was still held to be necessary to my poor mother's training, and, as one of her trials, could not be suffered to absent myself. "David," said Mr. Murdstone one day after dinner, when I was going to leave the room as usual, "I am sorry to observe that you are of a sullen disposition." "Sulky as a bear," said Miss Murdstone. I stood still and hung my head. "Now, David," said Mr. Murdstone, "a sullen, obdurate disposition of all tempers is the worst." "And the boy's is of all such dispositions that I have ever seen," remarked his sister. "The most confirmed and stubborn. I think, my dear Clara, even you must observe it." "I beg your pardon, my dear Jane," said my mother, "but are you quite sure?" "I'm certain you'll excuse me, my dear Jane, that you'll understand Davy." "I should be somewhat ashamed of myself, Clara," returned Miss Murdstone, "if I could not understand the boy, or any boy. I don't profess to be profound, but I do lay claim to common sense." "No doubt, my dear Jane," returned my mother, "your understanding is very vigorous." "Oh dear, no, pray don't say that, Clara," interposed Miss Murdstone angrily. "But I'm sure it is," resumed my mother, "and everybody knows it is. I profit so much by it myself in many ways. At least I ought to, that no one can be more convinced of it than myself, and therefore I speak with great diffidence, my dear Jane, I assure you." "Well, I don't understand the boy, Clara," returned Miss Murdstone, arranging the little fetters on her wrists. "But agree, if you please, that I don't understand him at all. He's much too deep for me, but perhaps my brother's penetration may enable him to have some insight into his character." I believe my brother was speaking on the subject when we, not very decently, interrupted him. "I think, Clara," said Mr. Murdstone in a low, grave voice, "there may be a better and more dispassionate judges of such a question than you." "Edward," replied my mother timidly, "you are a far better judge of all questions than I pretend to be. Both you and Jane are. You only said something weak and inconsiderate," he replied. "Try not to do it again, my dear Clara, and keep watch upon yourself." My mother's lips moved as if she answered, "Yes, my dear Edward," but said nothing aloud. "I was sorry, David," I remarked, said Mr. Murdstone, turning his head and his eyes stiffly towards me, "to observe that you are of a sullen disposition. It is not a character that I can suffer to develop itself beneath my eyes without an effort at improvement. You must endeavour, sir, to change it. We must endeavour to change it for you." "Beg your pardon, sir," I faltered. "I never meant to be sullen since I come back." "Don't take refuge in a lie, sir," he returned so fiercely that I saw my mother involuntarily put out her trembling hand as if to interpose between us. "You have withdrawn yourself in your sullenness to your own room. You have kept your own room where you ought to have been here. You know now once for all that I require you to be here, and not there. Further, I require you to bring obedience here. You know me, David. I will have it done." Miss Murdstone gave a hoarse chuckle. "I will have a respectful, prompt, and ready bearing towards myself," he continued, "and towards Jane Murdstone, and towards your mother. I will not have this room shunned as if it were infected at the pleasure of a child. Sit down." He ordered me like a dog, and I obeyed like a dog. "One thing more," he said. "I observe that you have an attachment to low and common company. You are not to associate with servants. The kitchen will not improve you in the many respects in which you need improvement, or the woman who abets you. I say nothing, since you, Clara," addressing my mother in a lower voice, "from an old association and long-established fancies, have a weakness respecting her which is not yet overcome." "A most unaccountable delusion it is," cried Miss Murdstone. "I only say," he returned, addressing me, "that I disapprove of your preferring such company as Mistress Peggotty, and that it is to be abandoned. Now, David, you understand me, and you know what will be the consequence if you fail to obey me to the letter." I knew well, better perhaps than he thought, as far as my poor mother was concerned, and I obeyed him to the letter. I retreated to my own room no more. I took refuge with Peggotty no more, but sat wearily in the parlour, day after day, looking forward to night and bedtime. What irksome constraint I underwent, sitting in the same attitude for hours upon hours, afraid to move an arm or a leg, lest Miss Murdstone should complain, as she did on the least pretence, of my restlessness, and afraid to move an eye, lest she should light on some look of dislike or scrutiny that would find new cause for complaint in mine. What intolerable dullness to sit listening to the ticking of the clock, and watching Miss Murdstone's little shiny steel beads as she strung them, and wondering whether she would ever be married, and if so, what sort of unhappy man, and counting the divisions on the moulding of the chimney-piece, and wandering away with my eyes to the ceiling among the curls and corkscrews of the paper on the wall. What walks I took alone, down muddy lanes in the bad winter weather, carrying that parlour and me and Miss Murdstone in it everywhere. A monstrous load that I was obliged to bear, a daymare that there was no possibility of breaking in, a weight that brooded upon my wits and blunted them. What meals I had in silence and embarrassment, always feeling that there was a knife and fork too many, and that mine an appetite too many, and that mine a plate and a chair too many, and those mine as somebody too many, and that I. What evenings, when the candles came, I was expected to empty myself, but not daring to read an entertaining book, pored over some hard-headed, harder-hearted treatise on arithmetic. When the tables of weights and measures set themselves to tunes such as Rule Britannia or Away with Melancholy, when they wouldn't stand still to be learned, but would go threading my grandmother's needle through my unfortunate head, in at one ear and out the other. What loans and dozes I lapsed into in spite of all my care. What starts I came out of concealed sleeps with. What answers I seemed which everybody overlooked. And yet it was in everybody's way. What a heavy relief it was to hear Miss Murdstone hail the first stroke of 9 at night and order me to bed. Thus the holidays lagged away until the morning came when Miss Murdstone said, "Here's the last day off," and gave me the closing cup of tea of the vacation. I was not sorry to go. I had lapsed into a stupid state, but I was recovering a little, and looking forward to Steerforth, albeit Mr. Creakle loomed behind him. Again Mr. Barkis appeared at the gate, and again Miss Murdstone in her warning voice said, "Clara," when my mother bent over to bid me farewell. I kissed her and my baby brother, and was very sorry then, but not sorry to go away, for the gulf between us was there, and the parting was there every day. And it is not much the embrace she gave me that lives in my mind, though it was as fervent as it could be, as what followed the embrace. She stood at the garden gate alone, holding her baby up in her arms for me to see. It was cold, still weather, and not a hair in her head nor a fold in her dress was stirred. She looked intently at me, holding up her child. So I lost her. I saw her afterwards, in my sleep at school, a silent presence near my bed, looking at me with the same intent face, holding up her baby in her arms. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. I have a memorable birthday. I pass over all that happened at school until the anniversary of my birthday came round in March, except that Steerforth was more to be admired than ever. I remember nothing. He was going away at the end of the half year, if not sooner, and was more spirited and independent before my eyes, and therefore more engaging than before. But beyond this I remember nothing. The great remembrance by which that time is marked in my mind seems to have swallowed up all the lesser recollections, and to exist alone. It is even difficult for me to believe there was a gap of full 2 months between my return to Salem House and the arrival of that birthday. I can only understand that fact was so because I know it must have been so, otherwise I should feel convinced that there was no interval and that one occasion trod upon the other's heels. How well I recollect the kind of day it was. I smell the fog that hung about the place. I see the hoar-frost ghostly through it. I feel my rimy hair fall clammily on my cheek. I look along the dim perspective of the schoolroom, with a sputtering candle here and there to light up the foggy morning, and the breath of boys wreathing and smoking in the raw cold as they blow upon their fingers and tap their feet upon the floor. It was after breakfast, when we had been summoned from the playground, and Mr. Sharp entered and said, "David Copperfield is to go to the parlour." I expected a hamper from Peggotty, and brightened at the order. Some of the boys about me put in their claim not to be forgotten in the distribution of good things, as I got out of my seat with great alacrity. "Don't hurry, David," said Mr. Sharp. "There's time enough, my boy. Don't hurry." I might have been surprised at the feeling tone in which he spoke if I had given it thought, but I gave it none till afterwards. I hurried away to the parlour, and there I found Mr. Creakle sitting at his breakfast with a cane and newspaper before him, and Mrs. Creakle with an open letter in her hand, but no hamper. "David Copperfield," said Mrs. Creakle, leading me to the sofa and sitting down beside me, "I want to speak to you very particularly. I have something to tell you, my child." Mr. Creakle, at whom I looked, shook his head without looking at me, and stopped up a sigh with a very large piece of buttered toast. "You're too young to know how the world changes every day," said Mrs. Creakle, "and how the people in it pass away. But we all have to learn it, David. Some of us when we are young, some of us when we are old, some of us at all times of our lives." I looked at her earnestly. "When you came away from home at the end of the vacation," said Mrs. Creakle, after a pause, "were they all well?" After another pause, "Was your mamma well?" I trembled, without distinctly knowing why, and still looked at her earnestly, making no attempt to answer. "Because," said she, "I grieve to tell you that I hear this morning that your mamma is very ill." A mist rose between Mrs. Creakle and me, and her figure seemed to move in it for an instant. Then I felt the burning tears running down my face, and it was steady again. "She is very dangerously ill," she added. I knew all now. "She is dead." There was no need to tell me so. I had already broken out into a desolate cry, and felt an orphan in the wide world. She was very kind to me. She kept me there all day, and left me alone sometimes, and I cried and wore myself to sleep, and awoke and cried again. When I could cry no more, I began to think, and the oppression on my breast was heaviest, and my grief a dull pain that there was no ease for. And yet my thoughts were idle, not intent on the calamity that weighed upon my heart, but loitering near it. I thought of our house shut up and hushed. I thought of the little baby who Mrs. Creakle said had been pining away for some time, and who they believed would die too. I thought of my father's grave in the churchyard by our house, and of my mother lying there beneath the tree I knew so well. I stood upon a chair when I was left alone, and looked into the glass to see how red my eyes were, and how sorrowful my face. I considered, after some hours were gone, if my tears were really hard to flow, as they seemed to be, what in connection with my loss would it affect me the most to think of when I drew near home? For I was going home to the funeral, having felt that a dignity attached to me amongst the rest of the boys, and that I was important in my affliction. If ever a child was stricken with sincere grief, I was. But I remember that this importance was a kind of satisfaction to me when I walked into the playground that afternoon while the boys were in school, When I saw them glancing at me out of the windows as they went up to their classes, I felt distinguished, and looked more melancholy and walked slower. When school was over and they came out and spoke to me, I felt it rather good in myself not to be proud to any of them, and to take exactly the same notice of them all as before. I was to go home next night, not by the mail, but by the heavy night coach, which was called the Farmer, and was principally used by country people travelling short intermediate distances upon the road. We had no story-telling that evening, and Traddles insisted on lending me his pillow. I don't know what good he thought it would do me, for I had one of my own, but it was all he had to lend, poor fellow, except a sheet of letter paper full of skeletons, and that he gave me at parting, as a soother of my sorrows and a contribution to my peace of mind. I left Salem House upon the morrow morning. I little thought then that I left it never to return. We travelled very slowly all night, and did not get into Yarmouth before 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. I looked out for Mr. Barkis, but he was not there, and instead of him, a fat, short-winded, merry-looking little old man in black, with rusty little bunches of ribbons at the knees of his breeches, black stockings, and a broad-brimmed hat, came puffing up to the coach window and said, "Master Copperfield, will you come with me, young sir, if you please?" he said, opening the door, "and I shall have the pleasure of taking you home." I put my hand in his, wondering who he was, and we walked away to a shop in a narrow street, on which was written, "Omer, Draper, Tailor, Haberdasher, Funeral Furniture, and Co." It was a close and stifling little shop, full of all sorts of clothing, made and unmade, including one window full of beaver hats and bonnets. We went into a little back parlour behind the shop, where we found 3 young women at work on a quantity of black materials which were heaped upon the table, the little bits and cuttings of which were littered all over the floor. There was a good fire in the room, and a breathless smell of warm black crape. I did not know what the smell was then, but I know now. The 3 young women, who appeared to be very industrious and comfortable, raised their heads to look at me, and then went on with their work, stitch, stitch, stitch. At the same time there came from the workshops across a little yard outside the window a regular sound of hammering. They kept a kind of tune, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, without any variation. "Well," said my conductor to one of the 3 young women, "how do you get on, Minnie?" "We shall be ready by the try-in on time," she replied gaily, without looking up. "Don't you be afraid, father." Mr. Omer took off his broad-brimmed hat and sat down and panted. He was so fat that he was obliged to pant sometimes before he could say, "That's right." "Father," said Minnie playfully, "what a porpoise you do grow." "Well, I don't know how it is, my dear," he replied, considering about it. "I am rather so." "You're such a comfortable man, you see," said Minnie. "You take things so easy." "No use taking them otherwise, my dear," said Mr. Omer. "No, indeed," returned his daughter. "We're all pretty gay here, thank heaven, ain't we, father?" "I hope so, my dear," said Mr. Omer. "As I've got my breath now, I think I'll measure this young scholar. Would you walk into the shop, Master Copperfield?" I preceded Mr. Omer in compliance with his request, and after showing me a roll of cloth which he said was extra super, and to good mourning for anything short of parents, he took my various dimensions and put them down in his book. While he was recording them, he called my attention to his stock in trade, and to certain fashions which he said had just come up, and to certain other fashions which he said had just gone out. "And by that sort of thing we very often lose a little mint of money," said Mr. Omer. "Fashions are like human beings. They come in, nobody knows when, why, or how, and they go out, and nobody knows when, why, or how. Everything is like life, in my opinion, if you look at it in that point of view." I was too sorrowful to discuss the question, which would possibly have been beyond me under any circumstance, and Mr. Omer took me back into the parlour, breathing with some difficulty on the way. He then called down a little breakneck range of steps behind a door, "Bring up that tea and bread and butter," which, after some time, during which I sat looking about me and thinking and listening to the stitching in the room and at the tune that was being hammered across the yard, appeared on a tray, and turned out it was to be for me. "I have been acquainted with you," said Mr. Omer, after watching me for some minutes, during which I had not yet made much impression on the breakfast, for the black things destroyed my appetite. "I've been acquainted with you for a long time, my young friend." "Have you, sir?" "All your life," said Mr. Omer. "I may say before it, I knew your father before you. He was 5'9½", and he lays in 25 foot of ground." Rat-tat-tat, 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 across the yard. "He lays in 25 foot of ground, if he lays in a fraction," said Mr. Omer pleasantly. "It was either his request or her directions, I forgot which." "Do you know how my little brother is, sir?" I inquired. Mr. Omer shook his head. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. "He's in his mother's arms," said he. "Oh, the poor little fellow! Is he dead?" "I don't mind it more than you can help," said Mr. Omer. "Yes, the baby's dead." My wounds broke out afresh at this intelligence. I left the scarcely tasted breakfast, and went and rested my head on another table in the corner of a little room which Minnie hastily cleared, lest I should spot the mourning that was lying there with my tears. She was a pretty, good-natured girl, and put my hair away from my eyes with a soft, kind touch, but she was very cheerful, having nearly finished her work and being in good time, and was so different from me. Presently the tune left off, and a good-looking young fellow came across the yard into the room. He had a hammer in his hand, and his mouth was full of little nails, which he was obliged to take out before he could speak. "Well, Joram," said Mr. Omer, "how do you get on?" "All right," said Joram. "Done, sir." Minnie coloured a little, and the other two girls smiled at one another. "What, you were at it by candlelight last night while I was in the club then, were you?" said Mr. Omer, shutting up one eye. "Yes," said Joram. "And you said we could make a little trip of it, and go over together. If it was done, Minnie and I, and me and you." "Oh, I thought you were going to leave me out altogether," said Mr. Oram, laughing till he coughed. "As you were so good to say that," resumed the young man, "why, I turned with a will, you see. Will you give me your opinion of it?" "I will," said Mr. Omer, rising. "My dear," and he stopped and turned to me, "would you like to see your—" "No, father," Minnie interposed. "I thought it might be agreeable, my dear," said Mr. Omer. "But perhaps you're right. I can't say how I knew that it was my dear mother's coffin they went to look at, as I'd never heard one making. I'd never seen one that I know of. But it came into my mind what the noise was while it was going on, and the young man entered. I am sure I knew what he had been doing." The work being now finished, the two girls, whose names I had not heard, brushed the shreds and threads from their dresses, and went into the shop to put that to rights and wait for customers. Minnie stayed behind to fold up what they had made and pack it into 2 baskets. This she did upon her knees, humming a lively little tune to the while. Joram, who I had no doubt was her lover, came in and stole a kiss from her while she was busy. He didn't appear to mind me at all, and said her father was gone for the chase, and he must make haste and get himself ready. Then he went out again, and she put her thimble and scissors in her pocket, and stuck a needle threaded with black thread neatly in the bosom of her gown, and put on her outer clothing at a little glass behind the door, in which I saw the reflection of her pleased face. All this I observed sitting at the table in the corner, with my head leaning on my hand, and my thoughts running upon different things. The chaise soon came round the corner to the front of the shop, and the baskets being put in first, I was put in next, and those three followed. I remember it as a kind of half chaise cart, half pianoforte van, painted of a sombre colour, and was drawn by a black horse with a long tail. There was plenty of room for us all. I do not think I have ever experienced so strange a feeling in my life. I am wiser now, perhaps, as that of being with them. I remember how they had been employed, and seeing them enjoy the ride, I was not angry with them, I was more afraid of them, as if I were cast away among creatures with whom I had no community of nature. They were very cheerful. The old man sat in the front to drive, and the two young people sat behind him, and whenever he spoke to them leaned forward, the one on one side of his chubby face, and the other on the other, and made a great deal of him. They would have talked to me too, but I held back and moped in my corner, scared by their love-making and hilarity, though it was far from boisterous, and almost wondering that no judgment came upon them for their hardness of heart. So when they stopped to bait the horse, and ate and drank and enjoyed themselves, I could touch nothing that they touched, but kept my fast unbroken. So when we reached home, I dropped out of the chaise behind it as quickly as possible, that I might not be in their company before those solemn windows looking blindly on me like closed eyes once bright. And oh, how little need I had to think what would move me to tears when I came back, seeing the window of my mother's room, and next it lay that in which, in better time, was mine. I was in Peggotty's arms before I got to the door, and she took me into the house. Her grief burst out when she first saw me, but she controlled it soon, and spoke in whispers, and walked softly as if the dead could be disturbed. She had not been in bed, I found, for a long time. She sat up at night still and watched. As long as her poor dear Pretty was above the ground, she said, she would never desert. Mr. Murdstone took no heed of me when I went into the parlour where he was, but sat by the fireside, weeping silently, and pondering in his elbow chair. Miss Murdstone, who was very busy at her writing desk, which was covered with letters and papers, gave me her cold fingernails, and asked me in an iron whisper if I had been measured for my mourning. I said yes. "And your shirts?" said Miss Murdstone. "Have you brought them home?" "Yes, ma'am, I have brought home all my clothes." That was all the consolation that her firmness administered to me. I do not doubt that she had a choice of pleasure in exhibiting what she called her self-command, and her firmness and strength of mind, and her common sense, and the whole diabolical catalogue of her unamiable qualities on such an occasion. She was particularly proud of her turn for business, and she showed it now in reducing everything to pen and ink, and being moved by nothing. All the rest of that day, and from morning to night afterwards, she sat at that desk, scratching composedly with a hard pen, speaking in the same imperturbable whisper to everybody, never relaxing a muscle of her face, or softening a tone of her voice, or appearing with an atom of her dress astray. Her brother took a book sometimes, but never read it that I saw. He would open it, look at it as if he were reading, but would remain for a whole hour without turning the leaf, and then put it down and walk to and fro in the room. I used to sit with folded hands watching him, counting his footsteps hour after hour. He very seldom spoke to her, and never to me. He seemed to be the only restless thing, except the clocks, in the whole motionless house. In these days before the funeral I saw but little of Peggotty, except that in passing up or down stairs I always found her close to the room where my mother and her baby lay, and except that she come to me every night and sat by my bed's head while I went to sleep, a day or two before the burial, I think it was a day or two before, but I am conscious of confusion in my mind, that heavy time with nothing to mark its progress. She took me into the room. I only recollect that underneath some white covering on the bed with a beautiful cleanliness and freshness all round. It seemed to me to lie embodied the solemn stillness that was in the house, and that when she would have turned the cover gently back, I cried, "Oh, no, no," and held her hand. If the funeral had been yesterday, I could not recollect it better. The very air of the best parlour I went into, the door, the bright condition of the fire, the shining of the wine in the decanters, the patterns of the glasses and plates, the faint sweet smell of cake, the colour of Miss Murdstone's dress, and our black clothes. Mr. Chillip is in the room and comes to speak to me. "And how is Master David?" he says kindly. I cannot tell him very well, and I give him my hand, which he holds in his. "Dear me," says Mr. Chillip, meekly smiling with something shining in his eye. "Our little friends grow up around us." "They grow out of our knowledge, ma'am," added Miss Murdstone, who makes no reply. "There's great improvement here, ma'am," says Mr. Chillip. Miss Murdstone merely answers with a frown and a formal bend. Mr. Chillip, discomfited, goes to a corner, keeping me with him, and opens his mouth no more. I remark this because I remark everything that happened, not because I care about myself, or have done since I came home. And now the hell begins to sound, and Mr. Omer and another come to make us ready. As Peggotty was wont to tell me long ago, the followers of my father to the same grave were made ready in the same room. There are Mr. Murdstone, our neighbour Mr. Graper, Mr. Chillip, and I. When we go out to the door, the bearers and their load are in the garden. They move before us down the path, past the elms, through the gate, and into the churchyard, where I have so often heard the birds sing on a summer's morning. We stand around the grave. The day seems different to me from every other day, and the light not of the same colour, of a sadder colour. Now there is a solemn hush which we have brought from home with us, what is resting in the mould. And while we stand bareheaded, I hear the voice of the clergyman, sounding remote in the open air, and yet distinct and plain, saying, "I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord." And I hear sobs, and standing apart among the lookers on, I see that good and faithful servant, whom all the people upon earth I love the best, and unto whom my childish heart is certain that the Lord will one day say, "Well done." There are many faces that I know among the little crowd of faces that I knew in the church, and mine was always wandering there. Faces that first saw my mother when she came to the village in her youthful bloom. I do not mind them. I mind nothing but my grief. Yet I see and know them all, and even in the background, far away, see Minnie looking on, and her eye glancing at her sweetheart, who is near by me. It is over, and the earth is filled in, and we turn to come away. Before us stands our house, so pretty and unchanged, so linked in my mind with this young idea of what is gone, and all my sorrow has been nothing to the sorrow it calls forth. But they take me on, and Mr. Chillip talks to me, and when we get home, puts some water to my lips, when I ask his leave to go up to my room, dismisses me with the gentleness of a woman. All this, I say, is yesterday's event. Events of a later date have floated from me to the shore where all forgotten things will reappear, but this stands like a high rock in the ocean. I knew that Peggotty would come to me in my room. The Sabbath stillness of the time, the day was so like Sunday, I have forgotten that, was suited to us both. She sat down by my side upon my little bed, and holding my hand and sometimes putting it to her lips, and sometimes smoothing it with hers, as she might have comforted my little brother, told me in a way all that she had to tell concerning what had happened. "She was never well," said Peggotty, "for a long time. She was uncertain in her mind and not happy. When her baby was born I thought at first she would get better, but she was more delicate and sunk a little every day. She used to like to sit alone before her baby come, and she cried out afterwards. She used to sing to it, so soft that I once thought when I heard her it was like a voice up in the air that was rising away. I think she got to be more timid and more frightened like of late, and that a hard word was like a blow to her. But she was always the same to me. She never changed to her foolish Peggotty, didn't my sweet girl." Here Peggotty stopped and softly beat upon my hand a little while. "The last time that I saw her, like her own old self, was the night when you come home, my dear. The day you went away, she said to me, 'I never shall see my pretty darling again. Something tells me so. It tells the truth, I know.' She tried to hold up after that, and many a time when they told her she was thoughtless and light-hearted, and made believe to be so. But it was still a bygone then. She had never told her husband what she had told me. She was afraid of saying it to anybody else, till one night, a little more than a week before it happened, she said to him, 'My dear, I think I'm dying.' It's all off my mind now, Peggotty," she told me when I laid her in her bed that night. "He will believe it more and more, poor fellow, every day but a few days to come, then it will be past. I'm very tired. If this is sleep, sit by me while I sleep. Don't leave me. God bless both my children. God protect and keep my fatherless boy." "I never left her afterwards," said Peggotty. "She often talked on them two downstairs, for she loved them. She couldn't bear not to love anyone who was about her. But when they went away from her bedside, she always turned to me, as if there was a rest where Peggotty was, and never fell asleep in any other way. On the last night, in the evening, she kissed me and said, 'It's my baby should die too, Peggotty. Please let them lay him in my arms and bury us together.' It was done, for the poor lamb had lived but a day beyond her. 'Let my dearest boy go on with us now to our resting place,' she said. 'Tell him that his mother, where she lay here, blessed him not once, but 1,000 times.'" Another silence followed this, and another gentle beating on my hand. "It was pretty far in the night," said Peggotty, "and when she asked me for some drink, and when she had taken it, gave me such a patient smile. The dear, so beautiful. Daybreak had come and the sun was rising, when she said to me how kind and considerate Mr. Copperfield had always been to her, and how he was born with her, and told her, when she doubted herself, that a loving heart was better and stronger than wisdom, and that he was a happy man in hers. 'Peggotty, my dear,' she said then, 'put me nearer to you,' for she was very weak. 'Lay your good arm underneath my neck,' she said, 'and turn me to you, for your face is going far off, and I want it to be near.' I put it as she asked, and oh, Davy, the time had come when my first parting words to you were true, when she was glad to lay her poor head on her stupid, cross old Peggotty's arm, and she died like a child that has gone to sleep." Thus ended Peggotty's narration. From the moment of my knowing of the death of my mother, the idea of her, as she had been of late, had vanished from me. I remembered her from that instant only as the young mother of my earliest impressions, who had been used to wind her bright curls around and round her finger, and to dance with me at twilight in the parlour. What Peggotty had told me now was so far from bringing me back to the later period that it rooted the earlier image in my mind. It may be curious, but it is true. In her death she winged her way back to her calm, untroubled youth, and cancelled the rest. My mother, who lay in the grave, was the mother of my infancy. The little creature in her arms was myself, as I had once been, hushed forever on her bosom. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. I become neglected and am provided for. The first act of business Miss Murdstone performed when the day of the solemnity was over, and light was freely admitted into the house, was to give Peggotty a month's warning. Much as Peggotty would have disliked such a service, I believe she would have retained it for my sake, in preference to the best upon the earth. She told me we must part, and told me why, and we condoled with one another in all sincerity. As to me or my future, not a word was said, nor a step taken. Happy they would have been, I dare say, if they could have dismissed me at a month's warning too. I mustered the courage once to ask Miss Murdstone when I was going back to school, and she answered dryly she believed I was not going back at all. I was told nothing more. I was very anxious to know what was going to be done with me, and so was Peggotty, but neither she nor I could pick up any information on the subject. There was one change in my condition, which, while it relieved me of a great deal of present uneasiness, might have made me, if I had been capable of considering it closely, yet more uncomfortable about the future. It was this. The constraint that had been put upon me was quite abandoned. I was so far from being required to keep my dull post in the parlour that on several occasions when I took my seat there, Miss Murdstone frowned to me to go away. I was so far from being warned off from Peggotty's society that if provided I was not in Miss Murdstone's, I was never sought out or inquired for. At first I was in daily dread of his taking my education in hand again, or of Miss Murdstone diverting herself to it. But I soon began to think that such fears were groundless. I do not conceive that this discovery gave me much pain then. I was still giddy with the shock of my mother's death, and in a kind of stunned state as to all tributary things. I can recollect indeed to have speculated at odd times on the possibility of my not being taught any more, or cared for any more, and growing up to be a shabby, moody man, lounging an idle life away about the village, as well as on the feasibility of my getting rid of this picture by going away somewhere, like the hero in the story, to seek my fortune. But these were transient visions, daydreams I sat looking at sometimes, as if they were faintly painted or written on the wall of my room, and which, as they melted away, left the wall blank again. "Peggotty," I said, in a thoughtful whisper one evening when I was warming my hands at the kitchen fire, "Mr. Murdstone likes me less than he used to. He never liked me much, Peggotty, but he would rather not even see me now, if he can help it." "Perhaps it's his sorrow," said Peggotty, stroking my hair. "I am sure, Peggotty, I am sorry too. If I believed it was his sorrow, I should not think of it at all. But it's not that. No, it's not that." "How do you know it's not that?" said Peggotty after a silence. "Oh, his sorrow is another and quite different thing. He is sorry at this moment, sitting by the fireside with Miss Murdstone, and if I was to go in, Peggotty, he would be something besides." "What would he be?" said Peggotty. "Angry," I answered, with an involuntary imitation of his dark frown. "If he was only sorry, he wouldn't look at me as he does. I am only sorry, and it makes me feel kinder." Peggotty said nothing for a little while, and I warmed my hands as silent as she. "Davy," she said at length. "Yes, Peggotty." "I've tried, my dear, all the ways I could to think of, all the ways there are and all the ways there ain't, in short, to get a suitable service here in Blunderstone, but there's no such thing, my love." "And what do you mean to do, Peggotty?" says I, wistfully. "Do you mean to go and seek your fortune?" "I expect I shall be forced to go to Yarmouth," replied Peggotty, "and live there." "You might have gone further off," I said, brightening a little, "and been as bad as lost. I shall see you sometimes, my dear old Peggotty, there. You won't be quite at the other end of the world, will you?" "Contrary ways, please God," cried Peggotty with great animation. "As long as you are here, my pet, I shall come over every week of my life to see you. One day every week of my life." I felt a great weight taken off my mind by this promise, But even this was not all, for Peggotty went on to say, "I'm a-going, Davy, you see, to my brother's first, for another fortnight's visit, just till I've had time to look about me and get to be something like myself again. Now, I've been thinking perhaps as they don't want you here at present, you might be let to go along with me. If anything short of being in a different relation to everyone about me, Peggotty excepted, could have given me a sense of pleasure at that time, it would have been this project of all others. The idea of being again surrounded by those honest faces, shining welcome on me, of renewing the peacefulness of the sweet Sunday morning when the bells were ringing, the stones dropping in the water, and the shadowy ships breaking through the mist, of roaming up and down with little Emily, telling her my troubles and finding charms against them in the shells and pebbles on the beach, made a calm in my heart. It was ruffled the next moment, to be sure, by a doubt of Miss Murdstone's giving her consent, but even that was set at rest soon, for she came out to take an evening grope in the store closet while we were yet in conversation, and Peggotty, with a boldness that amazed me, broached the topic on the spot. "The boy will be idle there," said Miss Murdstone, looking into a pickle jar, "and idleness is the root of all evil. But to be sure he would be idle here, or anywhere, in my opinion." Peggotty had an angry answer ready, I could see, but she swallowed it for my sake and remained silent. Said Miss Murdstone, after keeping her eye on the pickles. "It is of a paramount importance that my brother should not be disturbed or made uncomfortable. I suppose I'd better say yes." I thanked her without making any demonstration of joy, lest it should induce her to withdraw her assent. Nor could I help thinking that this is a prudent course, since she looked at me out of the pickle jar with as great an access of sourness as if her black eyes had absorbed its contents. However, the permission was given, and was never retracted, for when the month was out, Peggotty and I were ready to depart. Mr. Barkis came into the house for Peggotty's boxes. I had never known him to pass the garden gate before, but on this occasion he came into the house, and he gave me a look as he shouldered the largest box and went out, which I thought had meaning in it, if meaning could ever be said to find its way into Mr. Barkis's visage. Peggotty was naturally low in spirits at leaving what had been her home so many years, and where the two strong attachments of her life for my mother and myself had been formed. She had been walking in the churchyard too very early, and she got in the cart and sat in it with a handkerchief at her eyes. So long as she remained in this condition, Mr. Barkis gave no sign of life whatsoever. He sat in his usual place and attitude like a great stuffed figure. When she began to look about her and to speak to me, he nodded his head and grinned several times. I have not the least notion at whom or what he meant by it. "It's a beautiful day, Mr. Barkis," I said, as an act of politeness. "It ain't bad," said Mr. Barkis, who generally qualified his speech and rarely committed himself. "Peggotty is quite comfortable now, Mr. Barkis," I remarked for his satisfaction. "Is she, though?" said Mr. Barkis. After reflecting about it with a sagacious air, Mr. Barkis eyed her and said, "Are you pretty comfortable?" Peggotty laughed and answered in the affirmative. "But really and truly, you know, are you?" growled Mr. Barkis, sliding nearer to her on the seat and nudging her with his elbow. "Are you really and truly pretty comfortable? Are you, eh?" At each of these inquiries Mr. Barkis shuffled nearer to her and gave her another nudge, so then at last we were all crowded together in the left-hand corner of the cart, and I was so squeezed that I could hardly bear it. Peggotty calling his attention to my sufferings, Mr. Barkis gave me a little more room at once and got away by degrees, but I could not help observing that he seemed to think he had hit upon a wonderful expedient for expressing himself in a neat, agreeable, and pointed manner, without the inconvenience of inventing conversation. He manifestly chuckled over it for some time. By and by he turned to Peggotty again, and repeating, "Are you pretty comfortable, though?" bore down upon us as before, until the breath was nearly edged out of my body. By and by he made another descent upon us, with the same inquiry and the same result. At length I got up whenever I saw him coming, and standing on the footboard, pretended to look at the prospect, after which I did very well. He was so polite as to stop at a public house, expressly on our account, and entertain us with broiled mutton and beer. Even when Peggotty was in the act of drinking, he was seized with one of those approaches, and almost choked her. As we drew nearer to the end of our journey, he had more to do and less time for gallantry, and when we got on to Yarmouth pavement, we were all too much shaken and jolted, I apprehend, to have any leisure for anything else. Mr. Peggotty and Ham waited for us at the old place. They received me and Peggotty in an affectionate manner, and shook hands with Mr. Barkis, who, with his hat upon the very back of his head, and a shamefaced leer upon his countenance, and pervading his very legs, presented but a vacant appearance, I thought. They each took one of Peggotty's trunks, and we were going away, when Mr. Barkis solemnly made a sign to me with his forefinger to come under an archway. "I say," growled Mr. Barkis, "it was all right." I looked up into his face and answered with an attempt to be very profound. "Oh?" "Didn't come to an end there," said Mr. Barkis, nodding confidentially. "It was all right." Again I answered, "Oh?" "You know who was a willin'," said my friend. "It was Barkis, and Barkis only." I nodded assent. "It's all right," said Mr. Barkis, shaking hands. "I'm a friend of yourn. You made it all right first. It's all right." In his attempts to be particularly lucid, Mr. Barkis was so extremely mysterious that I might have stood looking in his face for an hour, and most assuredly should have got as much information out of it as out of the face of a clock that had stopped, but for Peggotty's calling me away. As we were going along, she asked me what he had said, and I told her he'd said that it was all right. "I like his impudence," said Peggotty, "but I don't mind that, Davy dear. What should you think if I was to think of being married?" "Why, I suppose you would like me as much then, Peggotty, as you do now," I returned after a little consideration. Greatly to the astonishment of the passengers in the street, as well as her relations going on before, the good soul was obliged to stop and embrace me on the spot, with many protestations of her unalterable love. "Tell me what you should say, darling," she asked again when this was over, and we were walking on. "If you were thinking of being married to Mr. Barkis, Peggotty." "Yes," said Peggotty. "I should think it would be a very good thing. Well, then, you know, Peggotty, you would always have the horse and cart to bring you over to see me, and could come for nothing, and be sure of coming." "The sense of the dear!" cried Peggotty. "What I've been thinking of this month back. Yes, my precious. I think I shall be more independent altogether, you see, let alone my working with a better heart in my own house than I could in anybody else's now. I don't know what I might be fit for now. Anybody else's I don't know. I don't know what I might be fit for now as a servant to a stranger, and I shall always be near my pretty's resting place," said Peggotty, musing, "and be able to see it when I like it, and when I lie down to rest I may be laid not far from my darling girl." We neither of us said anything for a little while. "But I wouldn't so much as give it another thought," said Peggotty cheerily, "if my Davy was anyways against it. Not if I had been asked in church 30 times, 3 times over, and was wearing but the ring in my pocket." "Look at me, Peggotty," I replied, "and see if I am not really glad, and don't truly wish it." As indeed I did with all my heart. "Well, my life," said Peggotty, giving me a squeeze, "I have thought of it night and day, and every way I can. I hope the right way. But I'll think of it again, and speak to my brother about it, and in the meantime we'll keep it to ourselves. Davy, you and me. "Barkis is a good plain creature," said Peggotty. "If I tried to do my duty by him, I think it would be my fault if I wasn't pretty comfortable," said Peggotty, laughing heartily. This quotation from Mr. Barkis was so appropriate, and tickled us both so much, that we laughed again and again, and were quite in a pleasant humour when we came within view of Mr. Peggotty's cottage. It looked just the same, except that it may perhaps have shrunk a little in my eyes, and Mrs. Gummidge was waiting at the door as if she'd stood there ever since. All within was the same, down to the seaweed in the blue mug on my bedroom. I went into the outhouse to look about me, and the very same lobsters, crabs, and crawfish, possessed by the same desire to pinch the world in general, appeared to be in the same state of conglomeration in the same old corner. But there was no little Emily to be seen, so I asked Mr. Peggotty where she was. "She's at school, sir," said Mr. Peggotty, wiping the heat consequent to the porterage of Peggotty's box from his forehead. "She'll be home," looking at the Dutch clock, "in from 20 minutes to half an hour's time. We all on us feel the loss of her, bless ye." Mrs. Gummidge moaned. "Cheer up, mother," said Mr. Peggotty. "I feel it more than anybody else," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I'm a lone lorn creetur, and she used to be most the only thing that didn't go contrary with me." Mrs. Gummidge, whimpering and shaking her head, applied herself to blowing the fire. Mr. Peggotty, looking round upon us while she was so engaged, said in a low voice, which he shaded with his hands, "The old 'un." From this I rightly conjectured that no improvement had taken place since my last visit in the state of Mrs. Gummidge's spirits. Now, the whole place was, or it should have been, quite as delightful a place as ever, and yet it did not impress me in the same way. I felt rather disappointed with it. Perhaps it was because little Emily was not at home. I knew the way by which she would come, and presently found myself strolling along the path to meet her. A figure appeared in the distance before long, and I soon knew it was to be Emily, who was a little creature still in stature, though she has grown. When she drew nearer, and I saw her blue eyes looking bluer, and her dimpled face looking brighter, and her whole self prettier and gayer, a curious feeling came over me that made me pretend not to know her and pass by, as if I were looking at something a long way off. I have done such a thing in later life, or I am mistaken. Little Emily didn't care a bit. She saw me well enough, but instead of turning round and calling after me, ran away laughing. This obliged me to turn to run after her, and she ran so fast that we were very near the cottage before I caught her. "Oh, it is you, is it?" said little Emily. "Why, you knew who it was, Emily," said I. "And you know who it was," said Emily. I was going to kiss her, but she covered her cherry lips with her hands and said she wasn't a baby now, and ran away laughing more than ever into the house. She seemed to delight in teasing me, which was a change in her I wondered at very much. The tea table was ready, and our little locker was put out in its old place, but instead of coming to sit by me, she went and bestowed her company upon that grumbling Mrs. Gummidge, and on Mr. Peggotty's inquiring why, rumpled her hair all over her face to hide it, and could do nothing but laugh. "A little puss, is it?" said Mr. Peggotty, patting her with his great hand. "So she is, so she is, so she is," cried Ham. "Master Davy boy, so she is." And he sat and chuckled at her for some time, in a state of mingled admiration and delight that made his face burning red. Little Emily was spoiled by them all, in fact by no one more than Mr. Peggotty himself, whom she could have coaxed into anything by only going and laying her cheek against his rough whisker. It was my opinion, at least, when I saw her do it, and I held Mr. Peggotty to be thoroughly in the right. But she was so affectionate and sweet-natured, and had such a pleasant manner of both being sly and shy at once, that she captivated me more than ever. She was tender-hearted too, for when, as we sat round the fire after tea, An allusion was made by Mr. Peggotty over his pipe to the loss I had sustained, and tears stood in her eyes, and she looked at me so kindly across the table that I felt quite thankful to her. "Ah," said Mr. Peggotty, taking up her curls and running them over his hand like water. "There's another orphan, you see, sir." "And here," said Mr. Peggotty, giving Ham a backhanded knock in the chest, "is another of 'em, though he don't look much like it." "If I had you for my guardian, Mr. Peggotty," said I, shaking my head, "I don't think I should feel much like it." "Well said, Mas'r Davy, boy," cried Ham in an ecstasy. "Hurrah, well said. No more you wouldn't. Ha!" Here he returned Mr. Peggotty's backhander, and little Emily got up and kissed Mr. Peggotty. "And how's your friend, sir?" Mr. Peggotty said to me. "Steerforth," said I. "That's the name," cried Mr. Peggotty, turning to Ham. "I knowed it was something in our way." "You said it was Rutherford," observed Ham, laughing. "Well," retorted Mr. Peggotty, "and ye steer with a rudder, don't ye? Ain't that far off now, is he, sir?" "He was very well indeed when I came away, Mr. Peggotty." "There's a friend," said Mr. Peggotty, snatching out his pipe. "There's a friend, if you talk of friends. Why, Lord love my heart alive, if it ain't a treat to look at him." "He is very handsome, is he not?" I said, my heart warming with his praise. "Handsome!" cried Mr. Peggotty. "Stands up to you like. Why, I don't know what I don't stand up to you like. He's so bold." "Yes, that's just his character," said I. "He's as brave as a lion, and you can't think how frank he is, Mr. Peggotty." "And I do suppose now," said Mr. Peggotty, looking at me through the smoke of his pipe, "that in the way of book learning he'd take the wind out of almost anything." "Yes," said I, delighted. "He knows everything. He is astonishingly clever." "There's a friend," murmured Mr. Peggotty, with a grave toss of his head. "Nothing seems to cost him any trouble," said I. "He knows a task only if he looks at it. He's the best cricketer you ever saw. He will give you almost as many men as you like at draughts, and beat you easily." Mr. Peggotty gave his head another toss, as much as to say, "Of course he will." "He is such a speaker," I pursued, "that he can win anybody over. And I don't know what you'd say if you were to hear him sing, Mr. Peggotty." Mr. Peggotty gave his head another toss, as much as to say, "I have no doubt of it." "Then he's such a generous, fine, noble fellow," said I, quite carried away by my favourite theme. "It's hardly possible to give him as much praise as he deserves. I'm sure I can never feel thankful enough for the generosity with which he has protected me, so much younger and lower in the school than himself." I was running on very fast indeed, and my eyes rested on little Emily's face, which was bent forward over the table, listening with the deepest attention. Her breath held, her blue eyes sparkling like jewels, and the colour mantling in her cheeks. She looked so extraordinarily earnest, pretty, that I stopped short of wonder, and they all observed her at the same time, for as I stopped they laughed and looked at her. "Emily is like me," said Peggotty, "and would like to see him." Emily was confused by all our observing her, and hung down her head, and her face was covered with blushes. Glancing up presently through her stray curls, and seeing that we were all looking at her still, I am sure I, for one, could have looked at her for hours. She ran away, and kept away till it was nearly bedtime. I lay down in the old little bed in the stern of the boat, and the wind came moaning on across the flat as it had done before. But I could not help fancying now that it moaned of those who were gone, and instead of thinking that the sea might rise in the night and float the boat away, I thought that the sea had risen since I last heard those sounds, and drowned my happy home. I recollect as the wind and water began to sound fainter in my ears, putting a short clause into my prayers, petitioning that I might grow up to marry little Emily, and so dropping lovingly to sleep. The days passed pretty much as they had passed before, except, it was a great exception, that little Emily and I seldom wandered on the beach now. She had tasks to learn and needlework to do, and was absent during a greater part of each day. But I felt that we should not have had those old wanderings, even if it had been otherwise. Wild and full of childish whims as Emily was, she was more of a little woman than I had supposed. She seemed to have got a great distance away from me in little more than a year. She liked me, but she laughed at me and tormented me, and when I went to meet her, stole home another way, and was laughing at the door when I came back, disappointed. The best times were when she sat quietly at work in the doorway, and I sat on the wooden step at her feet reading to her. It seems to me at this hour that I have never seen such sunlight as on those bright April afternoons, and that I have never seen such a sunny little figure as I used to see sitting in the doorway of the old boat, that I have never beheld such skies, such water, such glorified ships sailing away into golden air. On the very first evening after our arrival, Mr. Barkis appeared in an exceedingly vacant and awkward condition, with bundles of oranges tied up in a handkerchief. As he made no allusion of any kind to this property, he was supposed to have left it behind him by accident when he went away, until Ham, running after him to restore it, came back with information that it was intended for Peggotty. After that occasion he appeared every evening at the same hour, always with a little bundle, to which he never alluded, and which he regularly put behind the door and left there. These offerings of affection were of a most various and eccentric description. Among them I remember a double set of pig's trotters, a huge pincushion, half a bushel or so of apples, a pair of jet earrings, some Spanish onions, a box of dominoes, a canary bird in a cage, and a leg of pickled pork. Mr. Barkis's wooing, as I remember it, was altogether of a peculiar kind. He very seldom said anything, but would sit by the fire in much the same attitude as he sat in his cart, and stare heavily at Peggotty, who was opposite. One night, being, as I supposed, inspired by love, he made a dart at the bit of wax candle she kept for her thread, and put it in his waistcoat pocket and carried it off. After that, his great delight was to produce it when it was wanted, sticking to the lining of his pocket in a partially melted state, and pocket it again when it was done with. He seemed to enjoy himself very much, and not to feel at all called upon to talk. Even when he took Peggotty out for a walk on the flats, he had no uneasiness in that head, I believe, contenting himself with now and then asking her if she was pretty comfortable. And I remember that sometimes after he was gone, Peggotty would throw her apron over her face and laugh for half an hour. Indeed, we were all more or less amused, except that miserable Mrs. Gummidge, whose courtship would appear to have been of exactly parallel nature. She was so continually reminded by these transactions of the old one. At length, when the term of my visit was nearly expired, it was given out that Peggotty and Mr. Barkis were going to make a day's holiday together, and little Emily and I were to accompany them. I had but broken sleep the night before in anticipation of the pleasure of a whole day with Emily. We were all astir betimes in the morning, and while we were yet at breakfast, Mr. Barkis appeared in the distance, driving a chaise cart towards the object of his affections. Peggotty was dressed as usual in a neat and quiet mourning. Mr. Barkis bloomed in a new blue coat, of which the tailor had given him such good measure that the cuffs would have rendered gloves unnecessary in the coldest weather, while the collar was so high that it pushed his hair up on end on the top of his head. His bright buttons, too, were of the largest size, rendered complete by drab pantaloons and a buff waistcoat. I thought Mr. Barkis a phenomenon of respectability. When we were all in a bustle outside the door, I found that Mr. Peggotty was prepared with an old shoe, which was to be thrown after us for luck, and which he offered to Mrs. Gummidge. "No, it had better been done by somebody else, Dan," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I'm a lone lorn critter myself, and everything that reminds me of critters that ain't lone and lorn goes contrary with me." "Come on, old gal," said Mr. Peggotty. "Take and heave it." "No, Dan'l, I can't. No, Dan'l," returned Mrs. Gummidge, whimpering and shaking her head. "If I felt less I could do more. You don't feel like me, Dan'l? Thanks don't go to the country with you, nor with them. You'd better do it yourself." I'd hear Peggotty, who had been going on from one to another in a hurried way, kissing everybody, called out from the cart, in which we were all by this time, Emily and I, on two little chairs, side by side. So Mrs. Gummidge did it. And I am sorry to relate, cast a damp upon the festive character of our departure, by immediately bursting into tears and sinking subdued into the arms of Ham, with the declaration that she knowed she was a burden, and had better to be carried off to the house at once, which I really thought was a sensible idea that Ham might have acted on. Anyway, we went, however, on our holiday excursion, and the first thing we did was to stop at a church, where Mr. Barkis tied the horse to some rails and went in with Peggotty, leaving little Emily and me alone in the chaise. I took that occasion to put my arm round Emily's waist, and proposed that I was going away very soon now. We should determine to be very affectionate to one another and very happy all day. Little Emily consenting and allowing me to kiss her, I became desperate, informing her, I recollect, that I could never love another, that I was prepared to shed blood of anybody who should aspire to her affections. How merry little Emily made herself about it! With what a demure assumption of being immensely older and wiser than I, the fairy little woman said I was a silly boy, and then laughed so charmingly that I forgot the pain of being called by that disparaging name in the pleasure of looking at her. Mr. Barkis and Peggotty were a good while in the church, came out at last, and then we drove away into the country. As we were going along, Mr. Barkis turned to me and said with a wink, "By the by, I should hardly have thought before that he could wink. What name was it I wrote up on the cart?" "Clara Peggotty," I answered. "What name would it be as I should write up now, if there was a tilt here?" "Clara Peggotty again," I suggested. "Clara Peggotty Barkis," he returned, burst into a roar of laughter that shook the chaise. In a word, they were married, and had gone into church for no other purpose. Peggotty was resolved that it should be quietly done. When the clerk had given her away, there had been no witnesses of the ceremony. She was a little confused when Mr. Barkis made this abrupt announcement of their union, could not hug me enough in token of her unimpaired affection. But she soon became herself again, and she was very glad it was over. We drove to a little inn by the road where we were expected, and where we had a very comfortable dinner, and passed the day with great satisfaction. Peggotty had been married every day for the last 10 years. She could hardly have been more at her ease about it. It made no sort of difference to her. She was just the same as ever, and went out for a stroll with little Emily and me before tea, while Mr. Barkis philosophically smoked his pipe and enjoyed himself, I suppose with a contemplation of his happiness. If so, it sharpened his appetite, for I distinctly called to mind that, although he had eaten a good deal of pork and greens at dinner, and had finished off with a fowl or two, he was obliged to have cold boiled bacon for tea, and disposed of a large quantity without any emotion. I have often thought since what an odd, innocent, out-of-the-way kind of wedding it must have been. Got into the chaise again soon after dark, and drove cosily back, looking up at the stars and talking about them. I was their chief exponent, and opened Mr. Barkis's mind to an amazing extent. I told him all I knew, but he would have believed anything I might have taken into my head to impart to him, for he had a profound veneration for my abilities, and informed his wife in my hearing that on very occasion I was a young Rosas, which I think he meant prodigy. When we had exhausted the subject of the stars, or rather when I had exhausted the mental faculties of Mr. Barkis, little Emily and I made a cloak of an old wrapper and sat under it for the rest of the journey. Ah, how I loved her! What happiness, I thought, if we were married and were going away anywhere to live among the trees and in the fields, never growing older, never growing wiser, children ever rambling hand in hand through sunshine and among flowery meadows, lying down our heads on moss at night in a sweet sleep of purity and peace, and buried by the birds when we were dead. Some such picture, with no real world in it, bright with the light of our innocence, and vague as the stars afar off, was in my mind all the way. I am glad to think there were two such guileless hearts at Peggotty's marriage as little Emily's and mine. I am glad to think the loves and graces took such airy forms in its homely procession. Well, we came to the old boat again, and in good time at night. And there Mr. and Mrs. Barkis made us good-bye and drove away snugly to their own home. I felt then for the first time that I had lost Peggotty. I should have gone to bed with a sore heart, indeed under any other roof but that which sheltered little Emily's head. Mr. Peggotty and Ham knew what was in my thoughts as well as I did, and were ready with some supper and their hospitable faces to drive it away. Little Emily came and sat beside me on the locker for the only time in all that visit. It was altogether a wonderful close to a wonderful day. It was a night tide, and soon after we went to bed, Mr. Peggotty and Ham went out to fish. I felt very brave at being left alone in the solitary house, the protector of Emily and Mrs. Gummidge. I only wished that a lion or a serpent, or any ill-disposed monster, would make an attack upon us, that I might destroy him and cover myself with glory. But nothing of the sort happened to be walking about on the Yarmouth flats that night. I provided the best substitute I could by dreaming of dragons until morning. With morning came Peggotty, who called me as usual under my window, as if Mr. Barkis the carrier had been from first to last a dream too. After breakfast she took me to her own home, and a beautiful little house it was. Of all the movables in it, I must have been impressed to a certain old bureau of some dark wood in the parlour. The tile-floored kitchen was the general sitting-room, with a retreating top, which opened, let down, and became a desk, within which was a large quarto edition of Fox's Book of Martyrs. This precious volume, of which I do not recollect one word, I immediately discovered and immediately applied myself to, and I never visited the house afterwards. I kneeled on a chair, opened the casket where this gem was enshrined, spread my arms over the desk, and fell to devouring the book afresh. I was chiefly edified, I am afraid, by the pictures, which were numerous, and represented all kinds of dismal horrors. The Martyrs and Peggotty's house have been inseparable in my mind ever since, and are now. I took leave of Mr. Peggotty and Ham and Mrs. Gummidge and little Emily that day, and passed the night at Peggotty's, in a little room in the roof, with a crocodile book and a shelf by the bed's head, which was to be always mine, Peggotty said, and should always be kept for me in exactly the same state. Young or old, Davy dear, as long as I'm alive, I can have this house over my head, said Peggotty. You shall find it as if you expected you here directly minute. I shall keep it every day as I used to keep your little old room, my darling, and if yon was to go to China, you might think it as being kept just the same, all the time you were away. I felt the truth and constancy of my dear old nurse with all my heart, and thanked her as well as I could. That was not very well, for she spoke to me thus with her arms round my neck in the morning, and I was going home in the morning, and I went home in the morning, with herself and Mr. Barkis in the cart. They left me at the gate, not easily or lightly. It was a strange sight to me to see the cart go on, taking Peggotty away, and leaving me under the old elm trees, looking at the house, in which there was no face to look on mine with love or liking any more. And now I fell into a state of neglect which I cannot look back upon without compassion. I fell at once into a solitary condition, apart from all friendly notice, apart from all society of other boys of my age, apart from companionship but my own spiritless thoughts, which seems to cast its gloom upon this paper as I write. What would I have given to have been sent into the hardest school that ever was kept? To have been taught something anyhow, anywhere. No such hope dawned upon me. They disliked me, and they sullenly, sternly, steadily overlooked me. I think Mr. Murdstone's means were straitened at about this time, but it is to little purpose. He could not bear me, and his putting me from him, as he tried, I believe, to put away the notion that I had any claim upon him, and succeeded. I was not actively ill-used. I was not beaten nor starved, but the wrong that was done to me had no intervals of relenting, and was done in a systematic, passionless manner. Day after day, week after week, month after month, I was coldly neglected. I wonder sometimes when I think of it, what they would have done if I had been taken with an illness, whether I should have lain down in my lonely room and languished through it in my usual solitary way, or whether anybody would have helped me out. When Mr. and Miss Murdstone were at home, I took my meals with them. In their absence, I ate and drank by myself. At all times I lounged about the house and neighbourhood, quite disregarded, except that they were jealous of my making any friends, thinking perhaps that if I did, I might complain to someone. For this reason, though Mr. Chillip often asked me to go and see him, he was a widower, having some years before lost that small, light-haired wife, whom I can just remember connecting in my own thoughts with a pale tortoise-shell cat. It was but seldom that I enjoyed the happiness of passing an afternoon in his closet of a surgery, reading some book that was new to me, with the smell of the whole pharmacopoeia coming up my nose, or pounding something in a mortar under his mild direction. For the same reason, added no doubt to the old dislike of her, I was seldom allowed to visit Peggotty. Faithful to her promise, she either came to see me or met me somewhere near once every week, and never empty-handed. Many and bitter were the disappointments I had in being refused permission to pay her visit to her at her house. Some few times, however, at long intervals, I was allowed to go there, and then I found out that Mr. Barkis was something of a miser, or as Peggotty dutifully expressed it, was a little near, kept a heap of money in a box under his bed, which he pretended was only full of coats and trousers. In this coffer his riches hid themselves with such a tenacious modesty that only small instalments could be tempted out by artifice, so that Peggotty had to prepare a long and elaborate scheme, a very gunpowder plot for every Saturday's expenses. All this time I was so conscious of the waste of any promise I had given, and of my being utterly neglected, that I should have been perfectly miserable. I have no doubt, but for the old books, they were my only comfort, and I was as true to them as they were to me, and read them over and over, I don't know how many times. I now approach a period of my life which I can never lose the remembrance of. While I remember anything, and the recollection of which has often, without my invocation, come before me like a ghost and haunted happier times. I'd been out one day, loitering somewhere in the listless, meditative manner that my way of life engendered, when turning the corner of a lane near our house, I came upon Mr. Murdstone walking with a gentleman. I was confused and was going by them when the gentleman cried, "What, Brooks?" "No, sir, David Copperfield," I said. "Don't tell me you are Brooks," said the gentleman. "You are Brooks of Sheffield, that's your name." At these words I observed the gentleman more attentively, his laugh coming to my remembrance too, for I knew him to be Mr. Quinion, whom I had gone over to in Lowestoft with Mr. Murdstone to see before. It's no matter, I need not recall when.
"And how do you get on, and where are you being educated, Brooks?" said Mr. Quinion. He had put his hand upon my shoulder and turned me about to walk with him. I did not know what to reply, and glanced dubiously at Mr. Murdstone. "He is at home at present," said the latter. "He's not being educated anywhere. I don't know what to do with him. He's a difficult subject." The old double look was on me for a moment, and his eyes darkened with a frown, and turned in its aversion elsewhere. "Humph," said Mr. Quinion, looking at us both, I thought. "Fine weather." Silence ensued, and I was considering how I could best disengage my shoulder from his hand and go away, when he said, "I suppose you're a pretty sharp fellow still, eh, Brooks?" "Ah, he's sharp enough," said Mr. Murdstone impatiently. "You'd better let him go. He will not thank you for troubling him." On this hint Mr. Quinion released me, and I made the best of my way home. Looking back as I turned into the front garden, I saw Mr. Murdstone leaning against the wicket of the churchyard, and Mr. Quinion talking to him. They were both looking after me, and I felt that they were speaking of me. Mr. Quinion lay at our house that night. After breakfast the next morning, I put my chair away and was going out of the room, when Mr. Murdstone called me back. He then gravely repaired to another table, where his sister sat herself at her desk. Mr. Quinion, with his hands in his pockets, stood looking out of the window, and I stood looking at them all. "David," said Mr. Murdstone, "to the young this is a world for action, not for moping and droning in." "As you do," added his sister. "Jane Murdstone, leave it to me, if you please. I say, David, to the young this is a world for action, and not for moping and droning in. It is especially so for a young boy of your disposition, which requires a great deal of correcting, and to which no greater service can be done than to force it to conform to the ways of the working world. Bend it and break it." "For stubbornness won't do here," said his sister. "What it wants is to be crushed, and crushed it must be. Shall be too." He gave her a look, half in remonstrance, half in approval, and went on. "I suppose you know, David, that I am not rich. At any rate, you know it now. You have received some considerable education already. Education is costly, and even if it were not, and I could afford it, I am of the opinion that it would not be at all advantageous to you to be kept at school. What is before you is a fight with the world, and the sooner you begin it, the better." I think it occurred to me that I had already begun it in my poor way, but it occurs to me now, whether or no. "You've heard the counting-house mentioned sometimes," said Mr. Murdstone. "The counting-house, sir?" I repeated. "Of Murdstone and Grimby in the wine trade," he replied. I suppose I looked uncertain, for he went on hastily. "You have heard of the counting-house mentioned, or the business, or the cellars, or the wharf, or something about it?" "I think I have heard the business mentioned, sir," I said, remembering what I vaguely knew of his and his sister's resources, "but I don't know when." "It doesn't matter when," he returned. "Mr. Quinion manages that business." I glanced at the latter deferentially, as he stood looking out of the window. Mr. Quinion suggested if he gives employment to some other boys, and he sees no reason why it should not be on the same terms, give employment to you. "He having," Mr. Quinion observed in a low voice, and half turning round, "no other prospect, Murdstone." Mr. Murdstone, with an impatient, even an angry gesture, resumed without noticing what he had said. "Those terms are that you'll earn enough for yourself to provide for your eating and drinking and pocket money. Your lodging, which I have arranged for, will be paid by me. So will your washing, which will be kept down to my estimate," said his sister. "Your clothes will be looked after for you too," said Mr. Murdstone, "as you will not be able yet awhile to get them for yourself. So you are now going to London, David, with Mr. Quinion, to build a world on your own account." "In short, you are provided for," observed his sister, "and will please do your duty." Though I quite understood the purpose of this announcement was to get rid of me, I have no distinct remembrance whether it pleased me or frightened me. My impression is that I was in a state of confusion about it. and oscillating between the 2 points, touched neither. Nor had I much time for the clearing of my thoughts, as Mr. Quinion was to go upon the morrow. Behold me on the morrow in a much-worn little white hat, with a black crape around it from my mother, a black jacket, and a pair of hard, stiff corduroy trousers, which Miss Murdstone considered the best armour for the legs in that fight with the world which was now to come off. Behold me so attired, and with my little worldly all before me in a small trunk, sitting, a lone, lorn child, as Mrs. Gummidge might have said, in the post-chaise that was carrying Mr. Quinion to the London coach at Yarmouth. I see now our house and church are lessening in the distance, how the grave beneath the tree is blotted out by intervening objects, how the spire points upwards from my old playground no more, and the sky is empty. End of chapter 10.